helping alleviate maybe some of the things you're missing from other players.
Yeah, definitely an overperformance from
Aurora
coming into this
2-0.
one. Fantastic to see. For the Na'Vi side of things, don't think they'd be here. A really strong shot that they wouldn't be without Makaze and that big ace he had yesterday on Dust 2 versus Foot.
Yeah, certainly in that isolated moment, he's
Marica, son el mejor de 5, weón. Qué poco de partidos.
An incredible performance from him. He's in a campaign right now to lift his first trophy in perform. He plays really important roles. He does a lot of things. He's a playmaker for the squad. And when he's not performing well, Alexi can feel it. It's a point of danger for them when Makaze's not delivering on the kills and the impact. So he's very, very quickly risen up within this Na'Vi roster to be a critical piece to their success.
Yeah, well, the tech team just working on Makaze right now. Looks like everything will be good to go soon enough. The Ineos going back in. Last chat going forward. And we're going to go check in with Ankara over in Turkey. We'll take a look at the watch party. We've got 4 Aurora going on over there. A lot of people that's filling out the arena watching over that. That's a great place to be.
Yeah, awesome to happen. We were seeing this kind of scatter in throughout last year where they were playing really well and making some playoffs. So cool to see it still going on. Obviously, tons of very loyal, very passionate fans out there. So everyone making sure they get to watch Aurora fight for this trophy at ESL Pro League.
I'm sure they're hoping that an event might come to Turkey at some point. Certainly looking like the crowd would be a fun one. But let's get into it. Not in a great spot for Na'Vi, just to remind you.
Empezó.
Coming out for a bit and wonderful. The Hood a 3-0 lead here for Aurora.
Está jugando con ese internet, weón.
Going to be smoked out. Actually hit him on the foot there as well, so they know about that.
Ay, Dios mío, a la que le mete, weón. Uy, Macase. Wonderfully Macase. Los dos mejores equipos de Na'Vi.
Somehow Na'Vi have got the bomb down and they've got the AWP into Wonderful's hands.
All right, Wonderful, what can you do with it? You have to feel like if you recover this AWP, this is your round to win for Na'Vi. Wakati has found another, just 2 players left to hold off this retake.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of criticism about Wonderful and maybe going missing in big moments, but this is a huge round picked up off his back. 3 kills for Wonderful, started with the D-goal, and Madger trying to pull this back for Aurora. Wonderful will back away. Madger chasing down Bit. He will get that frag, but it's the time that is the issue.
Does have a kit.
And Wonderful's got the D-goal.
Buena pata, señor.
A wonderful round for Na'Vi, and the
Ya no.
first is on the board.
Mejor dicho,
Look
no,
at the
ya
smile
no
break
puso
out
mal.
of his face.
No,
That's going to make you feel really good. Settle down a ton of the nerves and the pressure you feel in the early going. What an incredible round. The opening shot from Wonderful just destroys Woxic.
Ay, la cena de la mami. Le ganó Na'Vi un único a Aurora, weón. Nice, boys. Good job, boys. Motherfucker, boys.
Look what it's done to the money, and he gets aggressive again.
Wonderful es muy bueno.
On the railing, picked off in a 5-on-4 for Na'Vi.
Great to see the start from Wonderful. 7-2 now. Wielding that off in middle already, getting the opening kill of the round.
Can't even really, I mean, the crazy thing is you can't even really blame Woxic for that whatsoever in the previous round. He just gets deleted. What are you supposed to do?
Aurora going for the conservative approach to the economy here, not wanting to throw everything they've got at this and make sure they have enough money for a really solid buy in the next round. Ima, we put under pressure.
Ay.
Assist him in alleviating it, and now we've got Madger just waiting inside of the A site. P250 in hand and detected by Makaze. So Na'Vi have 5 players staying alive and money really starting to swell.
Yeah, let's see how Alexi B is gonna pilot this T side. First gun round coming in. Woxic has the AWP back in his hands. M4 is picked up for the Aurora side. Timeout called early by Aurora. Very, very early on. I think more than anything, this is sometimes you could lean this towards like a tilt factor or a stress factor. I think more than anything, this is talking about the money and the resources that they're going to bring in. Getting the AWP out on Woxic was a priority. That's going to put Major back down to an MP9 as that's passed over to him. Woxic couldn't afford the M4 in return. They're going to be missing flashbangs and Molotovs across a few players, missing kits across the team. So this time out is a conversation.
¿Quién llegó? ¿Quién llegó? Ah.
Tu mujer.
Ah.
Como que,
Me duele la cabeza, weón. No.
¿Acabaron de empezar?
Sí.
Sent him off the back of it.
Voy a hacer chichi.
When you've got some weaknesses like this in the CT side, are you kind of forced to play something a little different than standard?
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, depending on your positioning with the MP9, where you're going to play with that, how long you have to hold on to smoke.
Uy.
You have to be willing to call a bluff and be willing to.
Que se la
fight with
pone, que se la
contact.
pone.
Changes all the timings that you work with.
Well, Madger trying to get some early information from that jump spot. It's a couple of bullets whizzing past him, but retreats to play from the car.
Yeah, keep an eye on the HUD, on the smoke that Major's holding on to. Is how long does he keep that? Does he just replenish it immediately?
I'll find out right about now. Yep, he will just continuously block the apartments. For Na'Vi, though, no one in the apartments. They're going to be going back for another A finish.
Woxic in the exact same spot back at Tick, and as well that he just got destroyed in last round by Wonderful. And he doesn't have a smoke either, so there's no ability for him to deploy the defensive smoke to create space to step into the bomb site. Aurora might get locked out of this by the utility and then have to play the retake.
Woxic flashes up this time. No shot landing for Woxic, but at least his head hasn't been torn off by a Deagle immediately. Na'Vi filtering into the side. Makaze applying pressure already towards CT spawn.
Yeah, look how much
Woxic is
room.
going to feel this heat.
Yeah, without any M4s in the bomb site itself, there's nothing for Woxic to do. He's got to back away from this fight, and now he's going to be locked out. Bomb being planted, and a very strong position for Na'Vi.
And a tough retake because you've only got one player with utility. It's a smoke and a flash.
And no kits.
And not a single kit in play for Aurora. So actually you can't go for this. So they're going to back away. And no one dies in this round. So Aurora backing off to save their weapons. And we're looking at Na'Vi taking the lead.
Crowd now, not proud at all.
No,
Quick shot onto
certainly not proud
Makaze.
now.
Yeah, Woxic brought down low. The rare unicorn round where just nobody dies, everyone calls it even, just a tactical outplay from Na'Vi.
And they are absolutely loving this in the Department of Money because look how much Na'Vi are going to have at the end of this round.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare scenario, but I think in the long term, this makes a lot of sense for Aurora, as frustrating as it can be. All 10 players survive. And Na'Vi take a 3-2 lead.
Aurora
Now
y
buy back up.
tres
That's a
seguidas
perfect
le
round
metió
for you.
Na'Vi.
Asked me about how utility is going to change the way you approach rounds, because you can see at the end, normally in those executes, it's like the retake, you know, the CT side gets an advantage because the utility for the T side's used on the execute, and then the CT is going to use all their nades to retake the bomb site. But when you don't come into the round with much, you don't have that advantage.
Yeah, well, both times very effective neutralization of Woxic towards CT. First time was Wonderful landing a blinder on the Deagle. Now they get rid of him with utility and pressure from Makaze's AK. Woxic going to be starting this round, peering through the top right of that smoke in the window and not catching an opportunity. So we'll retreat. We'll go back in towards connector instead.
Conceding mid control, they have a setup that allows them to spring a trap in the mid round if they want to. Akadia is playing on short, Zantara is still hovering around window. Woxic on the stairs can react to Khan very, very quickly. Wonderful with the op, going to provide some cover as Na'Vi start to slide out. Alexei sees absolutely nothing. Him and Ima going to work over in middle. Wonderful carrying the bomb, shifting back towards T-spawn. So the first step for Na'Vi is getting Ima in position. Move him in towards Khan, let him play under window however he wants it. He turns into a lurking pivot position for the rest of the round. Oh, so broken. That plan thwarted.
Buen
Great
fleet.
start here from Woxic. An opening frag in favor of Aurora. 45 seconds left, and the response for Na'Vi is once again looking at the A-bomb site for the finishing move. Well, Soulfly, because of his position, has detected it early, but Na'Vi can always rely upon Big catching a good timing out of Palace. Soulfly
Se lo
gets
esperaba,
out
man.
clear,
Qué perro
and once
viejos que
again,
son,
his
man.
A-bomb site defense does absolutely nothing.
Qué bien juegan,
It's
marica.
over. This round is done instantly as soon as Na'Vi decide to go into this
En
A-site,
los
and
Natus
Big is the
business.
release valve.
This is
Not
the
to be
tactical
serious,
prowess of Na'Vi. This is the understanding. Yanko mentioned on the desk how prep
¿Quién
heavy
cree
they
que
were.
gane?
Look how well they've neutralized Woxic and
no
how
sé,
well they've just
bro.
attacked into him for these past 3
Que son
rounds.
muchos mapas,
First time
marica.
they pushed him all the way back towards
Eso
CT
es
spawn, locked him
cinco
out.
mapas.
They hit him with the Deagle shot.
Sí.
Now you have a situation where
Muy
they
bueno,
recognize
bueno.
it's close up towards ramp, and Bit just takes the opportunity to slide out Palace and
Pues
grab a free
cualquier
kill
cosa
on
puede
Woxic.
pasar, marica.
They have completely made his life extremely
porque Aurora también juega
uncomfortable
muy
for these
bien.
first 6
Claro.
rounds of play. And with offers, that can sometimes bury you for the rest of the half.
It's just not if you always have the next move available, you know, if they get blocked at ramp,
Es que son maricas, son
then
muchos
you have
mapas,
to
ya a
use
veces
that
uno ya de
through
tantos mapas, a
Palace,
veces
and
como que el
you
mental
very
se
rarely
cansa,
see
güey.
Bit
Entonces el que
make a
primero se
mistake
canse,
from that
baila.
spot. Just years of playing it, finding a level of comfort that delivering consistent output for Na'Vi. And hunting Madra down, he only had an MP9, that gets saved over, but now we're looking at a situation here where you don't have enough to get the AWP out again here for Aurora.
Qué buen
Tough
tiro
spot
ese, ¿no?
economically.
¿Cómo lo vio? ¿Se le miraba la pata o
Very tough
qué?
spot economically, but more so than anything, tough spot strategically. There's no
Al
faith
de
in these last
triples.
few rounds. The full 5-on-5 save. Now you get destroyed with only one
El
kill.
marica se
Not
pregunta,
even
¿pero
putting up any
cómo?
resistance to what Navi's bringing to the table.
Oh.
We'll see if that starts influencing the tilt factor we know that Aurora has building up.
Ah, es que Wonderful y Alex Mackenzie juegan muy bien, marica. Esos tres pelados juegan.
A little bit of spam into the smoke, but once again, complete mid control for Na'Vi and haven't really had to work too hard for it. There's not the
let's see.
weaponry and the resources to fight back. With only MP9s.
Yeah, just an MP9 holding this entire B bomb site.
Es que me tomé como 6 cervezas en una noche y no sé, me duele la cabeza.
Time and time again, so you can understand why Aurora would commit as many resources as possible to this A side.
Son como daños a cervezas. Me
Break through this, like
duele la
this way
cabeza
can
como
go?
puta.
Yeah,
¿no?
they do. And here's the smoke, see what's on the other side.
Madra has no help. There's no one nearby, so once
Un
Na'Vi
torneo que
decide to get
estoy
out of the
viendo.
apartments, Wakati is now racing over.
Me duele la cabeza como si me fuera a meter una borrachera en la hijueputa.
Pero
Wakati's coming in
ahorita
for a
casi no
last-ditch
juego
effort
eso.
here for Aurora, and he better pull off something special.
¿Con quién habla?
Juego Counter Strike se
Spotted
llama.
Pressure put on, and Wonderful clears him out. So you can't really do anything anymore. And Imma's inside the middle, ready to try and cut
¿Con
off
quién habla?
rotations. At least a good
Con
clearance
Sofía.
here for Soulfly and 8
Ah, ¿está bien
kills
acá?
for Torres, and that is always
Sí.
scary when it falls in his hands.
Look at the flank, look at the flank.
mamá,
Longstick's coming
va-
as well.
Oh.
Good kill from Akaze, now aware of the
Mamá, hacer una
possibility.
Yeah, he's looking for all these fights. Makaze,
timing.
he's checking everything, but Woxic did just move in. Detected now, but Makaze is low.
Ay,
Into
se
the spot.
pasó ese
It's all
marica.
one bit. He stepped up in the last round, coming out of Palace,
Ay,
and now
ahorita yo
a
la
clutch
entiendo.
required. This could be a great opportunity for
Vale,
Aurora.
verga. No, cama.
There's the first kill.
Ahorita yo la che.
Moving in,
Qué buena.
no problem.
Qué buena, qué buena. Ese mapa, y eso que ese mapa es
Gente.
de...
Stepping up into an unfamiliar spot.
Sí, ya es una final.
Not even turning from the flashbang, knowing it's going past him. Ice cold in the clutch.
Pero
Would have been a
Jaime
lovely
Caros
round for
nos
Aurora to
está
steal away to give
también,
themselves
sí,
something to be happy about. It was coming into place, but Bit is just too strong, too experienced, and you can't get past him here. Now a 3-round lead for Na'Vi, but guns come back out for Aurora. Woxic found very little success with the AWP just parked at the A bomb site. Does he want to change anything up?
Uy, qué mal tiraron
Good
ese
movement from
humo,
Wakati, getting out into that boosted
dale.
position. At short, he can
Ah,
see.
pero
over
es
the
que se ha
top,
mal
it's
tirado.
taking
El man de...
Wonderful out.
Lo saltó y lo tumbó.
Aurora and untraded. Wakati may take a lot of damage, but still he stands on 16
Llegan
HP.
rápido y se montan en la baranda y lo tumban. No lo dejan entrar. Por eso es que a veces queda así. Que uno dice que lo tiró mal, pero no. Marica, ¿cómo ven esos píxeles tan rápido, weón?
Tienes con las pepas de dos abiertas. Tiene la pantalla pegada ahí,
Sí, güey, que pero tiene una reacción por eso muy áspera, güey.
Ya, ciegos, marica.
Es una final muy pareja, los dos equipos buenos. Aunque me podría decir que es mucho mejor Aurora. Tiene más poder, más power. Cuando se active Chantares y Woxic, y eso que Chantares va a 8 kills.
With the experience he's got within this team and the relationship he's got with the players, been here for a long time, been working with Blade for a long time, he's going to have a lot of freedom to sense those moments when he wants to try and make a play.
Y Chantares ayer
This
jugó
one
muy
goes
bien, güey.
against him,
Sí.
but that's going to stay up. That's going to be consistent throughout this half. 20 seconds
No,
left in the
marca, me
round as
siento
Woxic
maluco,
just trying to keep
qué
this
pereza.
AWP alive for his team moving forward to pass it over to
Dame
Wonderful.
cerveza.
No, Mari. No le digo que estoy como si me hubiera metido una borrachera, güey. Y no,
Yeah, I mean,
normal.
great round. 2 good kills.
Yo me sentí
Senses the work
solo.
coming up con as well.
El coche cuando
second
se me
player he
cae
took down.
en la
He's still
8,
dancing.
marica, muy carísimo.
Yeah, still a little bit of movement in that one.
Para que ella le mire los pulmones y están malos los pulmones, él estaba así.
5-3 as we head into round 9.
Pero ya estoy mejor.
And Aurora, that's
Okay.
got to be a round that they feel good about, that sparks them moving
¿Vos
forward.
estás pesado?
So much conversation we hear from them
Sí,
is
por
about
eso
that kind
casi
of
no lo
attitude, is
uso.
about how they handle that pressure.
Ay, doble.
Something
Ah,
that
no, estaba
Soulfly's
montada en la
been
rejilla.
pretty
Pensé que era
honest
doble
about in
tote.
his, 1 or 2 month tenure within this
Mm.
team. Comms sometimes get a little bit hectic. Sometimes people get frustrated.
No, me toca ver cuánto
Going straight into an A
vale
hit. Straight into a direct hit at this A bomb site.
El
No
líquido
lurkers
este.
whatsoever.
el agua
Well, they've been showing a lot of mid control, so want to change the timing, change the pace, change the look.
Here they come. Mikaze out first, but cut down
Oh.
by Soulfly. Emma responds. They find
Ay,
the
marica,
trying to
pero-
get a threat inside of the palace smoke, but he's out of there.
¿Lo
And so
escuchó
Aurora
o
have
qué?
lost this A site instantly again, and it must be a 3v4 retake.
Ah, están
to do
haciendo
well
unos
in this
picks como
round.
si fuera Walmart.
And Ema's going to control CT spawn. Oh, good kill.
Mira a Chantar, ¿vio? Que le digo yo a Chantar. Chantar es activa y... Oh, qué linda. Oh, buenísima, güey. Uy, está lleno de mierda, sí.
Not at all. That could have actually thrown that round into complete
Ya
chaos.
tú sin
But
ser,
great
sin
discipline from
ser.
Na'Vi to just stay poised, find the kill back from Ema, and Wonderful with the final two. Was wondering what kind of performance we were going to get out of Wonderful today. 10-4 to start things off. Big impact round number 3. 4 kills, opening things up with the Deagle and picking up an AWP to save the day and reverse an eco round. Forces a second timeout out of Aurora here.
Go round.
As once again, they have to talk things over, sent back in a round like that. Plenty of money from the previous clean win, but they're going to be out of cash after this investment. They're looking to recover this half, 3-6. They can still tie things up, but a loss here might just make this firmly and dominantly in the control of Na'Vi.
Come on, motherfucker.
So the group stages where we were hearing a lot of nice egos, Jason, we're finally getting
Está
them
bonito
here
ese.
in the playoffs
Bien.
and the grand
El
final.
Bayer. Es simpatiquito.
Aurora
Mira,
can
la
respond
visión que
with
se
a
ve,
buy. They've got an AWP out here for Woxic. Everybody
Sí, era como medio tiempo.
on a rifle. But
Ay,
Santares
Chantares.
The timing of that is gonna piss Zantares off so much. Just as he slid into that play, it gets broken open. Na'Vi feels like they have such a good read on how this team likes to
luego a
defend
uno,
the bomb
Mari.
sites, the different plays they like to make.
Murió.
They've been prepared for everything in this half so far.
Kind of twisted.
The B bomb site looks a little scary right now for the defense of Aurora. You've just got Woxic there.
Everything looks scary for Aurora right now. You've lost a player. Soulfly's been brought down to 18 HP. He's calmed that, so you know he's weak. You don't want to rotate away from that weakness either. So you're trusting Woxic with his AWP.
He's got the angle here short for the time being, but he actually looks up to the apartment. Soulfly spamming down, assisting, dropping Wonderful. So the AWP on the other side.
No sé.
Woxic forced into the open by
Que lo
utility.
sacaron de ahí.
Lo sacó el bolo.
Nails his opportunity, and yep, they're held back. So Aurora gonna have to retreat.
A guardar, a guardar.
Extremely low health. Not enough output from the initial
7
defense,
rondas
so it's a
del
safeguard.
lado
And
rojo,
Na'Vi
man.
up to 7-3.
Yeah, Major took a leg shot as well on that scaling up short from Na'Vi. So when he's the first rotating man, like you can't do anything once Woxic goes down. You can't even step out and see if you can get lucky. This half is starting to play out just in brutal fashion. Aurora gonna have to, well, I was gonna say they'll have to save in the next round, but with the bonus building up, with Soulfly at 2K, Major at 1100, might be able to put together a strong buy. Actually, I think they're gonna have to, with the scoreline being the way it is. It's got desperate on Mirage pretty damn quickly.
Yeah, well, Na'Vi not throwing everything at the hunt has really helped Aurora out here. Being able to save 3 rifles gives them a decent buy going into the next round here. 2 rounds left of this half. Can Aurora somehow salvage 5?
Here's the opening kill, just broken open, and Zantares, the immediate turn. Woxic had missed the information of how many people were on short, how far they had scaled, and just kind of comes out into the open to his death, doing everything he can to protect his rotating teammate of Major, but falls prey himself to the attack.
Aurora winning the pistol, converting it, and a single round since then. It has been a dominant half of Counter-Strike from Na'Vi, and they're looking to try and continue that into the final 2 here. 3 players start A for Aurora. Zantares will not be spotted towards Connector. Not having a great time there at the moment.
I don't think anyone's having a great time on this this Aurora side on CT. Not a single person is saying we're handling this just fine. So Na'Vi's gonna play this one slow. see if they can pull as much utility as possible out of this defense. They've got Ema in position underneath window. Alexi paired up with him just to make sure that mid stays safe and under their control. Makaze just now shifting back from the B bomb site. Wonderful is going to join up with Bit at the ramp. And an attempted split into the site as well. Question B, what do Ema and Alexi B do? You can layer this if you're Na'Vi. Ema can come up con. Alexi can remain the lurk over towards short.
Oh, nearly
Te dio,
Alexi on that smoke break. Zatars has been spammed down. He's low HP.
Woxic dead again before the attack begins.
Kaze coming out of the smoke. He actually got a kill on Zatars.
Se cayó a pedazos.
Respond at least with one, but Bit gets that kill right back.
El momento que no da ni a quién darle, marica, eso
45
pasa
mark in the
mucho.
round. Na'Vi have the bomb now moving into the A site. And it does not look like we're going to have Wakadi and Madra really getting into
8-3,
position to
marica, qué
challenge for
pela,
this.
güey.
So it's going to be an 8th round for Na'Vi's T side.
You know, Na'Vi busted this A bomb site so hard, so early that they've just been able to say, whenever we want to round, we can go back to A. And Woxic has never been able to get comfortable within the flow. So
pero ahí lo
far
tiene
with
más
his
apuntado que-
inexperience, hasn't been able to
Ay,
get
¿qué
anything
pasó?
done. Na'Vi's attacking this bomb site in just a ruthless fashion.
And in so many different
De la
ways,
ventana lo
right?
ve.
So you can never really predict what's coming at you. You know, this is a round where they have
Ah,
three
no.
players committed into
Ah,
the bomb
no.
site as
Está
well
muy
for a round,
suave.
and they still concede the site.
Están fallando mucho.
We've now seen it on a couple players too. It was a bit earlier kind of popping through Palace on a timing to peer into the bomb site. Now it's Makaze. I wonder if that's just something they kind of pointed at and said, when we do these A hits, someone's going to be in the bomb site, is going to be available for this fight. Woxic's got to be so frustrated. Taken down from the side. Zantares gets killed from this Palace play. Soulfly can't stop it in time. And this round just goes all to hell. Final round of the
Es
first
que la
half.
Jacas
How
es mucho
dominant
mejor
is
contra
Na'Vi
M4,
gonna make
güey.
it? 8-3.
Well, Woxic just throwing balls to the wall, running up towards top middle, but he does retreat, not getting the fight he's looking for. But Wakadi is hanging around, hoping he can get some impact here in the
Váyase,
first half
marica,
in
no
some
me regale.
way. He'll just
Dale,
take some
quítala,
bullets to
quítala
the
bien.
back. Stays committed, looking over the connector
Ahí
smoke,
mueres.
but no one
No.
getting a pick here for Aurora. It's going to be
Qué
wonderful
troleada.
finding the opening frag.
Yeah, Aurora this round, and Zantares and Wakadi are really trying to force the mid-fight. They feel like they needed something, some kind of kill early on to give them an advantage in the round, and just overextending,
9-3 por lo
overforcing,
que veo.
sticking around too long. And now
Sí.
they've lost one.
Woxic reacts
Uy.
fast enough. Bit is going to fall. Under a minute on the clock. Emma getting caught back turn.
La mofé.
All of a sudden, this round has turned in
Sí.
favor of Aurora. Makaze. This play's being read. Madra spotted him. Makaze goes down. And so Na'Vi fall to just Wonderful and Alexi B.
8-4 bueno, marica, porque si ganan pistol todavía están en vida. Ay, ya van a regalar a sus marica.
Rotation has arrived in time of Wakadia, putting Wonderful in the 1v3.
All right, well, he's going to have Woxic
No,
jumping
y con el
out towards
sniper,
short.
tú dirás,
He's gonna have
pronto le
Soulfly
creo,
with
pero-
upcoming market. Can Wonderful put this together?
Porque si le abre uno por uno,
Incredible half so
va
far.
a ser un Rambus.
This would be the cherry on top.
Ay, no,
Aggressive.
no
There's
lo
the back
esperó.
turn. There's one.
¿Cuál es el arma?
Now
¿Cuál es
he
el arma?
knows in the
Claro,
market,
güey.
switches out to the
Ay,
AK.
la va a hacer, güey.
Trying to finish it off with the rifle. Wakadia hearing that stab.
La hace, marica. La hace.
It's down to just one more.
Qué bueno que es, güey.
Tapping, but not sticking. Utility going in. And Wonderful moves out. He's got the cover now. He's put this one together.
Qué bueno que es. No, no, no,
Ay,
no, no,
qué
no, no.
buena,
1 versus
marica.
4, marica.
Versus 3.
Pero creo que mató 4.
9-3 lead to Na'Vi.
Qué bien la hizo.
Qué rondón, pana.
Ay, güey, cómo me mató.
Qué perro, ¿ah? Ahora sí, GG. Voy al baño, ya vengo. Australia ganó el tercer puesto a Futbolist. Vea, pues.
En C.
De aquellas
It's been 518 days since Navi's last trophy lift here in these playoffs on the campaign. To shorten that down to 0, they want to win this one, and they've got themselves in a good position on this first map. 9-3 up in dominant fashion, sparked by Wonderful right out of the gates. 14-5 as we switch sides. Wonderful is leading Navi to a map 1 victory.
Absolutely, and a player that has garnered quite a bit of criticism. It's got to feel good to be sitting at 14-5. Played during halftime saying every round we play is very important now, just don't give them the pistol round and we're close. Easier said than done though. Jewel Beretta has come out in force bit and Wonderful having a go with him.
So it'll be a little bit of an extended pistol round, so this aggression is going to be interesting. Might decide a lot if they're able to pick off Soulfly, or if in return Soulfly picks them off. Doesn't seem like they want to move too far, but at the moment it's going to end at the A bomb site. Players positioned in Palace outside the ramp to look for pushes. You have Orcadia and Major coming in with the bomb through mid, but that's dangerous.
Ooh, Wonderful.
They've both been spotted.
Now he's got a tuck in the corner, but he does have Mikaze coming over, and he's a pretty good bodyguard. He's ready to brawl, ready to fight for you, but not getting any of those kills going his way. Now Woxic looking to reply. Wonderful is brought down. Bit's Jewel Beretta's ring out in the kill feed, but Wakadia makes sure Aurora stay ahead. Now Bit is still under a lot of pressure, and he would be pushed from Palace somehow handling that. No way, gets away with another one. And thankfully for Aurora, Woxic does pick up that kill.
Okay, Alexi could be aggressive here. He's got a 1v1 while the bomb is being planted. Might have missed that window. Now Woxic can keep contact.
Let's see what Alexi can do.
Gana Navi.
Takes a backtrack towards
No, ni
jungle.
cagando.
Ah, no, Navi
Got
no,
smoke,
sino
he's got a
Aurora.
flash. No kid on his back. It's going to be very tough to force them out here. Woxic can just hide. Wakadia staying
Y
deep
mata a
into
uno
a
primero,
CT.
sí. Ya no tiene tiempo. Ya perdió.
LCB knows what
Uy.
he's up against, but he can't get the headshots just yet. He will be dropped here by Woxic.
No, tenía tiempo ya.
Very important pistol round picked up here for Aurora.
And a good bounce back from Woxic in this pistol too. Triple kill with some very nice shots on the P250 to be able to secure for Aurora. So Navi goes against what Blade's advice was at the start of this. Here's those lovely shots with the P250. But for the half he had on the CT side, constantly getting countered, constantly getting picked on, constantly being attacked. Finally, he's got something positive to lean on. A lovely triple kill and a very important pistol to keep Aurora going. Well, they're going to be set up perfectly for this. They want to be aggressive. They want to disjoint this attack. This is where Aurora wants to play. All the attacking utility thrown out, but so is the defensive utility to disjoint this attack.
Be playing close up. Well, let's see
Qué
if
buena
that helps
flash.
out.
Ay,
Again,
la bala que le
Wonderful's
pone.
Deagle, but this time Soulfly jumping in behind with the MAC-10, and the rest of the kills
Es que
coming
yo en ataque son
for
muy
the
buenos.
Turkish team. So they take it over the site.
Son muy buenos en ataque.
Here for Aurora. That's
Sí.
both pistol rounds converted now as well for Aurora.
Yeah,
El
nice
buen
clean
equipo está muy
itself for
parejo, la
Aurora.
verdad.
4 players surviving so far. Bomb being planted. Nothing really Alexi's going to be able to do.
Pues
So
ahorita
they'll
le
get up to
rebotan.
5, and now just within 4 rounds of Navi moving
¿Quiere
forward.
agua? ¿Quiere agua?
Just a nice, easy set piece towards the A bomb site. And that might be something we see a decent amount of. We had the conversation on the couch. We've known it for a while talking to Aurora. Major just kind of said, we can't play the same spread out kind of tactical defaulty style that all the other teams do. I don't feel like I have the players to do that, to be able to take the initiative and read the game and make the appropriate decisions. So Aurora going to be a little bit more grouped up, it's going to feel, than Na'Vi now that we've switched sides.
Yeah, we heard Alexi's interview as well, saying that they know what they're up against in that department. They know they're going to come at them with all 5 players, hitting you hard. The issue is, that sounds simple, but the thing is, Aurora hit really hard.
Yeah, exactly. It's a big group of players that all shoot really, really well. We'll see how Na'Vi handles it when the guns come out. So round 15 should be an easier one for Aurora to handle. Not a whole lot of investment. Blade still hasn't called a timeout. He's been able to use the 2 Aurora timeouts in the first half, so he's kind of chill. Actually, they might have called 1, but just chilling for the most part.
Yeah, you can understand why, because 4 out of the 5 rounds that Aurora have won have come from the first 2 rounds of each half. So for Na'Vi, it has been dominant. I'm sure he'll give it at least 1 gun round here in the second half before we see that come through. For Aurora, a chance here to build some money up on the T side. Got a MAC-10 out for Soulfly. This is the round they lost in the first half, thanks to a wonderful Deagle opening up on Woxic. So Aurora can't let the same happen again here. Good nade on the bit.
Yeah, dangerous. That Deagle's on point today. Major's gonna back away, takes a tag. Pistols are still dangerous. Alexi still has the armor for this round as well. 1 cheeky kill, and this could change everything in the round. Ima's gonna be the first Na'Vi player to have a chance.
Ese salto que hizo la cagó. Ay, qué rico. Un sancochito.
Okay, finishing them off. Okay, that's a scary lineup. Both players are very low. Ima trying to go for it. Body shot's not landing. Eventually getting 1 extra. But Wonderful now set up. And you think there's a shot as Antares makes sure he shuts that in his face before he gets 1 shot out of that D. Because the way Wonderful's playing, you believed he had a shot at winning that one.
Cool plan from Na'Vi to crunch middle in that fashion. 2 coming off short out the window. 2 trying to pressure from top con. 1 flashbang chucked in. Actually, Soulfly was the release valve. Coming in from Palace, able to harass them from behind, force Ima into that play. This is the first time out of the Na'Vi side of things on the CT side. So Blade's going to have a conversation with the boys as he starts feeling after this pistol round. Aurora's brought this right back. It once felt dominant, but now they're within striking distance, and Blade is getting everyone on the same page, reinforcing what they talked about at halftime. The op is in the hands of Wonderful. Attacking side as well. Full M4s across the rest of Na'Vi. So all the bells and whistles they could
Wonderful.
To start this defensive campaign and try and crush out Mirage.
Alex.
It's the moment in Con where these 2 players are lined up and they're so low, you think maybe that Deagle can get a lineup there. Be a little frustrated, couldn't get them to connect, but regardless, the buy is in. And live scenes from Turkey.
Puras Turquía, marica.
We've got Woxic waiting for aggression. Aggression has arrived, but not able to connect onto B.
They would have spotted that though and would have called it out.
Los turcos como que son más buenos en el lado ataque que defendiendo.
Very deep on the ramp. Soulfly patiently waiting up in Palace. A lot of conversation on his addition to the team and Joda's exit. The conversation has been about Joda wanting a little bit more responsibility. Soulfly, for his part, said the things they want me to do is exactly what I want to do.
Smoke breaking. Imut's got the frags. Antares getting run down. Actually, a lot of pressure on him, and Alexi B eventually getting that trade back. Minute left. Bit goes down in the bomb site, and Soulfly drops out of Palace down into A.
Ima's here.
Yeah, it's a quick rotation as well from Ima to get to this spot. He's the player with high HP. There's the Ima down. Wonderful, gonna get pushed here by Soulfly. Aurora looking like they've done enough.
Aguardala. Les alcanzaron, marica. 7-9.
Great shot at this for Wonderful, but he's just taken so much damage in the earlier stages of this round.
No,
yeah, he's not going for this. He just wants to see if someone's going to do something silly, like push him in jungle. He can grab a kill, turn it into one-on-one. Then maybe an interesting prospect, but gonna back off. Aurora
Ese es el más caro.
in the very first gun round, so this continues a streak of 4 to start the second half. Finally a streak, finally a stretch of rounds that Aurora could look at and be happy about, be proud about. Starting to gain a lot of control in this game. They're going to have an economic advantage on the T side as well. And Na'Vi scrambling to get the defense started.
No, marica, mucha comida, weón.
Alexi be hunting down the trade kills on Tara. Trying his best though. Alexi
Ah,
got some
pero
kills
el
coming
secuel.
through.
It's a shame that Ema swing is all to get Wonderful to be able to kind of swing with him and trade off at least one kill. And it's a shame Wonderful didn't feel like he could get the angle in time to actually pick off the planter, delay that, give Alexi more time to play. So it was a nice attempt, a nice idea. Didn't quite hit the mark. And now Aurora's just 2 rounds back.
And Na'Vi playing with MP9s on 3 players of 5.
Pero no sé por qué me hizo daño, marica, si es que ni o sea, como me hubiera metido una borrachera en el puta.
To shrink this gap to just 1 round for Aurora. Alexi B freed up and aggressive through the apartments. He's got a bit of space, but Madra going to make sure he falls back. By those bullets from the AK.
Yeah, no new information gathered. Alexi.
Nos tomamos unas cervezas, pero no fue nada de que fue puta, nos vamos a emborrachar, ¿no?
This round is all about Wonderful and how much production he can get out of the AWP. Can he position himself in the correct place? And he has for the moment.
It's aggressive from Wonderful though. A very advanced position for the AWP. Not a lot.
Soy viejo ya, me hace años todo ya.
Going aggressive, trying to get this pick. He will. He's got the information on the second player, but that's an orb. And so when you peek into that, Woxic ready for it.
Yeah, I don't know what he thought was going to happen with that one. Woxic's not missing that shot.
I've got to rely upon Emma. And his MP9's done well. Dropping down under the wood, he's got distracted.
No, yo sí, no sé por qué yo sí.
And these MP9s delivering a vicious round here for Na'Vi.
Yo sí igual yo eterno.
Backs away. Bomb on his back, 30 seconds on the clock.
Exactly like it was drawn up. They spring at the perfect moment when Aurora's just caught in that choke point with nowhere to go. MP9s chew him up. 1v2.
20 seconds to do it as well here for Woxic, trying to fake that he's left the side, but no one's moved. They haven't bought this at all. In fact, they've now hidden. So this round becomes so difficult for Woxic. Stepping out into the open, needs to back turned, and 2 MP9s ready to fight him. A round for Na'Vi that takes the pressure off.
And then the question becomes,
pues con Raúl Ayardo turco, weón. Es que ese torneo es en Alemania. Y Alemania, Turquía cerquita.
So if you're in the Aurora camp, there's frustration right now. There's a little bit of anger that it has turned out this way. They weren't able to convert around and close the gap even further. In fact, things
se pasaron con unas maricas ahí, weón.
There's that positional strike that Yankee was talking about with him, staying up in pals, but the quick reposition. Getting out for a second kill. Fantastic output from Imma. Aurora looking to keep things simple. Going in towards the A site. No mid presence whatsoever. In fact, there's going to be contact out of the ramp. Ready to fight with no nades in the bomb site. Creeping out. Finally detected now. They realize what's up, but can they deal with it? So far,
porque repiqueó, weón. Sabía que iba a entrar. No entendí.
Is taking damage as well, so not feeling confident to stand up and take Jules over the top of Ticket. But now he eventually goes for it. Mikaze also finding success, and the smoke is just bad. There's just a gap there for Mikaze, and at least for Cardia in a 1v3.
11-7 y la otra ronda no tenían plata. 12-7.
It is 11-7. Na'Vi in control again.
Man, if that gap in the
se cayeron a pedazos los muchachos de los turcos.
I mean, Wonderful's able to pick one off through that gap, and then we saw Mikaze playing from stairs, just obliterating people, and everyone from Aurora stepping into the angle without realizing they're going to be perfectly visible around the edge of the smoke. Everyone had faith that it landed.
Cuando ganemos el arranque tenemos que gritar así.
That's a small detail that has incredible ramifications that might take away the ability for Aurora to fight for this map. Money is gone.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get Tech 9s out here if they go for the buy, and I can tell you who they are. They're going for the purchase here, Aurora. Pulling out Mac 10s, Tech 9s. Not looking pretty. Looking like Na'Vi are going to grab map point, and honestly, looking like this might just be the first map of the series.
And it's been a pretty simplistic half of calling as we'd expect out of the Aurora side with a lot of executes. And a round like this where, you have some utility but no rifles, I think you're going to have to keep it simple again. So Na'Vi can still operate with that philosophy of, like, we know they're going to come at us as a group and go for the trade game, go for the heavy knockout punch, rather than kind of spreading out on the map and working things.
En esta preparación y lo que más se me carga también con la espalda. Movilizamos un poco porque estoy súper y empezamos a descargar las piernas que también se me cargan, sobre todo los gemelos. Un poco de masaje en los cuádriceps también y ya estaríamos.
Aurora sending 3 players into the underpass. Grenade might just land right on top of them. Gonna be Imma smacking open that window smoke and not spotting the heads, but Makaze certainly in a position to do so. So opening kill falls in favor of Na'Vi. Now Imma coming back to connector, but there's a threat on the other side of it, and as Antares is Tech 9 that enters the kill feed, but this is just not going for Aurora. Takes a few extra bullets that bit, but he gets the kill regardless. And Na'Vi up to map point on Mirage.
¿Se te quitó o no se te quitó la falla? Entonces, ¿por qué vienes a cuestionar mis...
Round 20.
¿O cómo era?
Sí.
And Na'Vi on the verge of taking the first map.
Saliendo de bonito de Na'Vi.
Ah, pues todos están buenos.
So Aurora fighting with barely anything at all to stay alive here on Mirage.
Déjeme ser coqueto.
Guerras que sos.
No.
Not an inspired purchase whatsoever.
Pero está
Let's see what Aurora can get out of it.
Alexi and Makaze are so ready for this play.
Alexi with the AK, but he's caught by a flash. Now Makaze is slowing things down, bringing it to a halt. Makaze under a lot of pressure, but he doesn't care. He gets 2 kills. The Deagle trying to finish him off, and Makadia will do so. But way too much to ask of Makadia here. 17 HP. To kick off this grand final.
Casi le donde dispara le da headshot.
Dominant map victory from Na'Vi on their map selection. Up next is Anubis.
Alexis es el...
But Na'Vi have never lost to them on it. That's
Ojos azules. Alex, el mono peludo. El que desertó.
Me encanta dominar así con el pelo largo.
Ay, que sí, canzón de mierda.
Pero tú también me encantas, no te pongas celosito.
No, gracias.
Yo sé que sí.
No, marica, sí.
Tapicho.
Igual. No, qué pereza. One more. Islandés.
¿El mono?
Alexi. ¿Será que el metarro le coge fuerza al estómago para que coja fuerza?
Yo creo que sí.
A ver. Me entra forzado, güey. Ya llegó la Michi por ahí. Hey, güey, puto, no puedo leer comida porque... No hay bala, no hay counter hoy, ¿ves? Voy a subir los clics de ayer entonces.
Este mismo lo ve mucha gente, ¿no?
Pero ¿por qué la final de la Master?
Bueno, ya vengo.
¿Dónde va? ¿Para dónde va?
Wonderful in form and Na'Vi on top. Despite Aurora winning and converting both of the pistols, Na'Vi still come back swinging to close this one out 13-7. Might not sound like the most competitive scoreline, Yanko, but this was actually a very entertaining first map, right? A lot of clutches coming down, some interesting buys coming out of Na'Vi, which we'll get into, and a great start for them in this best of five.
A lot of action, and I think this is... Mirage has been somewhat of a coin flip for Na'Vi lately. Like, they can be really, really good on it, or things can somehow fall apart. They've been struggling to find consistency on the map, but this is how it looks like when they're having a good day, right? Like, they were just in so much control in that first half, even on the T side, right? Even in rounds where they would have a disadvantage, just the control that they would get and the space that they would get was enough for them to find ways to close out rounds.
We've already started differently than the last head-to-head, though, right? You go back to Cluj, that was the trading of the picks. Na'Vi started off strong, their map choice, making it look simple when it shouldn't have been, right? You pointed out the fact that Aurora win both pistols. That should be, right? Obviously, they're not easy to win against the Force buys, but that should be as long as you get your conversions in 6 rounds.
Yeah.
The scoreline was 13-7, and they didn't even get those cleanly, right? And then on top of that, in a 20-round game, opening kills were favored for Aurora as well. So they had stat lines going their way. Zentares was getting multi-kills when necessary. But this is it, right? We're going to play rounds 3, rounds 12, and then round 17 back-to-back. Yanko, it's fine to lose one of these type of rounds, but they've lost 3 in a game. And this is the difference between winning and losing. As reductive as that is, that's the fact.
Not even both pistols will save you.
Hola.
That's a disgusting shot.
Yeah, beautiful.
¿Quién sos?
Nothing wrong there.
Identifícate.
Once he dies, you know, Soulfly's position
No,
was
no,
known
me
because he
atraparon.
threw that smoke and was just
No, jugamos una vez y solamente veo que ustedes están conectados.
¿Cómo te llamas? No me acuerdo de vos.
Ah, claro. Angelo, jugamos...
Ángelo, ya. Sí, ya me acuerdo de ti.
¿Cuándo?
No, estoy viendo el torneo. La final de la SL Pro League, Na'Vi Aurora.
This is meant to be the easier, and this is where we talk about tilt, right? Being able to
Na'Vi
creep in. So from
Aurora,
that point,
okay.
you're in a bit of strife. Now, you're having a tough half, right? You're
Ganó el primer mapa Na'Vi, pero mientras seguís el otro mapa voy a subir los clics de ayer.
Ah, ya, dale. Haz tu reels, tus cosas de
They put
esas.
themselves in such a strong spot, right? This eventually becomes a 1v3 situation, and they fumble this one as
They were
well.
even 7-2 down, so, you know, they're doing a good job in the end to sort of maybe they can get 2 more rounds and make something happen.
¿Quieres jugar duelos? Si te animas un día, a mí me vacila jugar duelos con la gente para practicar aim.
It's ugly. It is.
O sea, 1 versus 1.
Ajá, con Deagle o con cualquier cosa.
Sí,
Yo juego
podríamos.
más con Deagle, con Deagle, perdón. Como yo juego más con AWP, me gusta jugar con amigos que tengan... O sea, que jueguen con AK, ponte, para mejorar mi duelo contra AK, o contra AWP para mejorar mi reflejo contra AWP, cosas así, ¿no? A veces le propongo a la gente.
¿Tienen los workshops?
Sí, tengo uno que es muy bueno. Es muy bueno. Es en el que siempre jugamos. A veces le digo a Daroma, por ejemplo, y paramos entrando 3 minutos y luego entramos a partida.
Sí, bueno, a mí me gustaría. Ahí uno calienta.
Right, and then Imam, Akaze, you know, the round completely falls apart. Like, not really, I don't know how much utility they had left. If they had, they didn't use any.
Voy a ir calentando para jugar. Una o 2 partidas voy a hacer.
Dale. De pronto ahorita más rato después del torneo entro y juego. Aquí me agregas en el juego, ¿no? O no sé.
Creo que sí.
Right? Because people talk about, oh, you know, he's under a lot of pressure, but I think in Blade,
Dale, ahorita jugamos.
in Blade's system,
Dale.
I think in his system,
Ya
there's
pasé la
not,
otra Daroma, si
there isn't
está para
consistency of any names. Right? Obviously, people might say Makazi, but I think different players in different maps will have those moments for them, and I think that's what they're set up for, right? They have this strong base of fundamentals, or at least the foundation of how Blade wants to approach the game. And then it's up to the player who finds themselves in those positions to deliver in any given game.
Well,
and
let's
today
see
was wonderful.
how much pressure he was feeling in that round 17. We've got the team comms lined up from Na'Vi.
One more. He was dropping duty.
Two ramp. I'm moving. Two going out. Tetris. One more apps. Two ramp.
Me, I'll wait down. I will flash Tetris. Flashing.
He's inside ramp.
I'm 28 HP, man.
Behind back.
Upstairs.
Wait, no. Can be
Maybe
on,
fake,
can be on.
maybe fake, maybe fake.
Yeah, maybe fix it.
Maybe let's pick together, sure.
Okay, I'm picking now. That's him. That's him.
I'm checking.
That's him. Don't check. Maybe he's holding you.
Yeah,
He was
I didn't
holding,
see. I didn't
careful
see.
B.
I'm checking one more
Can you
time.
run?
He's
Can you
ram,
run?
ram, ram, ram.
Okay, I'm
I'm
default.
under, I'm under. Yes, yes,
You can pick on me. He'll be full up on.
Bro, I'm holding like close here under
We'll
back.
pick together now, I think. He will be on
Ready?
open.
3, 2.
He's saying.
Nice.
3, 2, 1, go.
I have.
Good
I
call
was
from Bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, good call from Bit there.
You can also see how easy it was for them in that, even though they were 3v4, and I get it, right? They killed the A anchor and they killed the Opper, so you're thinking, all right, shouldn't be anyone else nearby, but you're going up against a Hapa. There's a chance that they can gamble it. Soulfly, unfortunately, he needs to be maybe a bit more patient. He's the only guy from App, so he needs to make sure he gets the trade if someone is playing close, be in a position to help his teammates. He dies first, and then they're just stuck in the crossfire.
Kind of like the nuke one that we broke down, right? Where things just can go wrong very quickly for Aurora. So that rearing its head early is a big problem.
I gave you the script, Chad, right? Aurora's going to choke map 1. It just that the scoreline wasn't really close, but they did choke on map 1. Now they're going to come back with a vengeance on their own map pick.
On the map that
And they're going to finally win it.
Yeah.
They're going to finally win
It has to happen eventually,
I crunched
right?
some numbers.
That's what we were saying about Vitality losing last year. Like someone at some point is going to beat them.
Nah, I'm ready to flip-flop. I crunched some numbers. So on LAN, since Wacardia joined, they played Anubis 60 times, right? This is Aurora, or Eternal Fire, right? Regardless, it's the 4 players. They have 42 wins, 18 losses, and we know that Na'Vi make up 5 of those, which is roughly 28% of their losses on Anubis to Na'Vi, which tells me Blade has a very good understanding of the way they approach this. And Na'Vi opted to start on the CT side of Anubis, right? So we're still trying to work out where this map falls, but I would say it has an ever so slight T-bias still, 7-5-6-6 type of map.
To play devil's advocate slightly to that, I'm just looking at the history of those Anubises. There's only been one, which was in 2025. Obviously, map will change, yada, yada, yada. But do you not think this could be a new version of Aurora?
They played just a couple of weeks ago, and they lost 30.
Yeah, but Major had 4 kills.
He had a bad map just here as well.
Yeah, like he's gonna...
Está mirando ahí en su tick de Marlon.
I mean, I don't know. I think for Aurora, obviously, you could see with a lot of these rounds,
mirando el
there's a couple of
campeonato en tu
5v4s in there. There's rounds where they have an advantage in weapon. Obviously, the 3v1 against Wonderful. Like, that has nothing to do with the map.
Y yo estoy subiendo los clics de ayer mientras empieza el otro mapa.
There's probably nerves of map 1. They're probably too sharp. I told you, Fred, they just need it. They need to be bad for a little bit, right? On map 1, so they get it out of their system, right? Okay, can we play now? Yes, great. Okay, we're going on to our map pick, and now they're going to tighten up. They're going to clean those mistakes up, right? They're going to bounce back.
I'm flip-flopping. It's over in 3.
Wait, what?
Flip-flopped. It's over. It's over. Pack it up.
Sure?
Yeah, pack it up.
All right. Well,
thanks for coming, guys.
I guess Chad's spoken.
Hope you had a good weekend.
Break time.
See you, everyone.
Ya tengo el esto on fire.
Bueno, gracias. Pam, pam, pam. Pam, 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 pam.
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God that's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first steps towards EPL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/EPL.
When I was 11, they said that I can be one of the best players in the world. I chose to go full CS, just a sacrifice that I wanted to make to become the best. You don't need to play Faceit, but you should.
Da Roma.
The best advice is that you need to love the game.
Nice.
In the end, I'm gonna be a good player.
Subimos.
Poco a poco para arriba. Para arriba, para arriba.
Ayer estamos jugando en grupo. Pucha. Estábamos ganando por 4 y de repente nos dan la volti, pero todos los tiros en la cabeza, todos los tiros.
¿Twitter?
Excited for the show?
¿No, Angelo? ¿Te acuerdas?
This isn't the quarterfinals.
Sí. A la mitad cambiamos de bando y de pronto empezó a pegar asquerosamente.
Uno de ellos.
¿Cómo llamaba?
35 kills hizo.
¿Cómo se llamaba?
Pero de la nada. Tenía que entrar al juego para ver su nombre. Pero de la nada.
Ayer nos tocó uno que se llama Jazz. Y ese puta solo daba headshot.
Sí, no, pero él es descarado. Agarraba Deagle, headshot. Agarraba Scout, headshot. O sea, todo. Miraba, se bajaba 3. Rotábamos, ya estaba ahí. Ya sabía dónde estaba. O sea, él veía todo.
No, pero incluso de broma, ayer jugamos contra dos partidas seguidas contra chiteros.
Sí.
Las que marcan, no sé, a mí el PC el verde,
La
pero
segunda
no.
la ganamos. La primera ya.
La primera.
Yo desconfío mucho de los peruanos.
La segunda eran gualeros malos.
Imagínate ganarle a chiteros, a su madre. Eso fue muy chévere.
Sí, porque
eso da pena, ¿no? Perder uno teniendo cheater.
Estábamos en mid y perdíamos. Y después dijimos, no hay que ir mid.
Qué pena uno perder con cheater.
Tengo muy practicado. Sí. No, siendo cheater, ¿no? Porque a mí me da pena no ir medio en miraje siendo TT porque tengo muy practicado el pick de medio. O sea,
pero hay que tener spawn, ¿no?
Así no tenga, de verdad. O sea,
no,
siempre
sí,
cuando...
Ángelo sí lo tiene el pit. Pero
siempre...
lo malo son cuando te aparece alguien más vivo. De la nada, aparece sin muerto.
Pero si ya te está viendo detrás de las paredes, ya eso cambia totalmente la ecuación ya.
Mira, en Mirage le dio wallbang en medio sin haber llegado ni haber llegado a la ventana. Ya lo mató.
Angelo, ¿cuántos ejercicios tiene?
A ver, no creo que se acuerde. A ver, yo tengo
165.
180, sí, 180 con overclock, pero nunca le overclockeo. 165. Por eso estoy jugando 165 FPS.
Yo 180, pero yo lo limito Yo juego mi pantalla nada más. A 180 nada más lo limito. No le meto más.
O sea, juega a 180 FPS.
Buenas.
Sí.
Buenas tardes.
Porque con los de Workshop mi tarjeta llega a ver hasta 800 FPS.
No, yo no entiendo por qué, pero es que ese es el problema. No hay que limitarlos, porque si los limita no va a ser lo mismo. Hay que dejar que ellos le corra lo que es.
Pero yo sí lo limito, para conservar la PC.
Para prolongar la vida útil lo hace arma de la granja.
¿En lo de los FPS?
Sí, porque yo con mi PC puedo llegar.
O sea, ellos dicen que por Play tiene 180 Hz, déjalo en 180 FPS.
Qué pendejo.
Yo lo limito, pero pues no lo dejo tan bajito.
No, pero no.
O sea, digamos que usted lo dejarán 300.
Licuadora parece.
No, el mío yo lo tengo como en 500.
¿Qué gráfica tiene?
Una Ryzen 7 9800.
9800.
Buen procesador.
No, pero ¿qué gráfica?
La Nvidia.
Una 5070.
Te sobra todavía su tarjeta, por favor.
Yo tengo una 4050. Pero es la...
Yo tengo 4060.
Yo tengo una 4070 Super.
Y 7800 Ryzen.
A mí lo que me cagan es el procesador. Intel es una mierda. Para los juegos, pues.
Para juegos, sí.
Yo también empecé con esto y luego me compré todo.
Y yo porque no sabía lo de los juegos. Y dije, no, Intel es lo mejor. ¿Y qué? Cuando me di cuenta que Ryzen lo es todo. Pero ya me había gastado 1200 en este.
Bueno, Daniel su primera experiencia.
$1200, pues.
Daniel fue su primera experiencia y estaba, no sé, cuello de botella tenía.
Tremendo cuello de botella.
¿Lo armaste solo?
No, su amigo le ayudó.
Es que eso es complicado.
El amigo lo que podía, ¿no? Ya después todo Ryzen. Y lo vendí ahí mismo. No, me acompañó. Ahí mismo al que me vendió la Ryzen le vendí la Intel que tenía. Y algo recuperé, pues, ¿no? Algo recuperé.
No creo que sea más
Anubis,
Hermano,
es bacano.
Y entré.
Anubis es bacano jugarlo.
Yeah, they're expecting something in mid with Alexi holding onto a pop flash to chuck over when the
Ahí está Shelly conectado,
come in, but
Entonces sabe que Shelly se pone conectado, él no dice, pero como que está disponible.
Hola, el aroma, sí, el troll es el hermano de Omar.
Te estoy diciendo. No, por eso no. Yo
Pero,
le dije, no le
pero la
dije,
gonorrea
no le
trolea, pero mata. Ayer troleó todos los mapas, pero ganamos.
Sí, pero igual no me aburre. Por ejemplo, ayer ganamos uno que no podíamos votarlo y no hablaba. No quería hablar. Le decíamos vamos a, él se iba a B. Así se comportaba. Muy, disculpe la palabra, pero muy estúpido ya se comportaba. Muy niño.
No, es que ya directamente parecía que ni siquiera escuchaba o que escuchaba y hacía lo contrario. Porque se le caleaba e incluso le decía, mira, incluso leí el ultimátum, le dije, hablando por el juego, ¿vas a leer o vas a estar pendiente de lo que hablamos? Para no calearte, 2, 3 veces le dije. Y no dijo nada. Entonces ya, bueno, no te caleamos. Y no me dijo nada tampoco.
Y también es que ayer ganamos porque la mayoría pues estábamos matando. La noche yo ayer estaba pero encendido.
And even with the benefit of the pistol round win, you can bet that Aurora is thinking about that loss to the MP9s on Mirage, and that's running through their brains. Don't lose this one. Don't drop this one to the low buy.
Arroz árabe.
¿Arroz árabe qué trae? Nunca he escuchado eso acá.
No sé, solamente será de Perú, pero es bien rico.
¿Qué le echan?
No sé exactamente, no sé mucho de cocina.
No, pero digamos, pollo, carne o qué.
Nuevamente, te juro que no sé exactamente, solo sé que es muy rico.
¿De qué plato están hablando? ¿Ah?
El árabe. Lo que dijo ese weón. Es que arroz árabe.
Arroz árabe, con fideos, pues. El fideo se pone en la sartén para que se...
¿Como un ramen?
Se fría. Sí, no. El fideo se fríe.
Ah, frito. Ok.
Frito. Arroz, lleva ¿cómo se llama?
Como el arroz guerrillero acá colombiano, Cristian.
Claro, es pasas, se le echa pasas.
Acá está así, pasa ahorita. Pero de la delgadita, la chiquitica. Se llama arroz guerrillero. Fue chimba comer alguna vez comida peruana. Dicen que es una chimba, que es de las mejores.
Y como vos.
Mis deseos de marica buff. ¿Te imaginas que sea gay? No, la caga.
Bien.
Yo teniendo ese porte de esos ojos, de puta, y volverse gay, no.
Los gays son los más lindos.
¿Cierto? Qué bueno, vean.
No me ve.
No, pero marica está muy pinta para que...
Como dicen, que el 70% que va al gym patea con el otro pie.
Yo prefiero estar gordo. Yo prefiero estar gordo.
Buen tiro.
Hoy sí me hizo bueno ese sancocho, ya me siento ya como con más energía. Me haga chantar, mete esos pixels. Así es lo que le dije yo, Chris, que como son tantos mapas no se sabe quién gane. Ahorita ese mapa está dominando Aurora.
Debes estar con 2 de vida, me imagino. Te han matado 3 veces con sangre.
19.
Es que los dos equipos son muy buenos.
Ole, ¿de qué parte de Perú son?
De Lima.
De la capital, ¿no? ¿Cuál es la mejor ciudad de turismo?
Es que no termina.
¿Dónde queda el machito?
No, marca, pero la gente dice que para ir a Machu Picchu tiene que meter una camioneta ni la hijo de puta.
No, te llevan movilidad y ahora.
Ah, lo llevan hasta allá.
Claro, porque si quieres ser caminos de Link, así son mínimo 3, 4 días, dependiendo del físico que tenga. Si haces caminos de Link.
No, las huevas.
No. Camina hasta van con oxígeno para los que no aguantan.
Imagine. Bueno, pero dicen que allá hace mucho frío. ¿Y por qué tienen más y hace mucho frío? ¿Hay días de verano?
Sí, hay días de verano ahí. Es que Cusco es parte de selva. Bueno, donde está Machu Picchu.
No, pero el mar queda en Lima, ¿no?
En Lima es fresco. No
hay que al mar, ¿cierto?
Sí, está el mar.
En Miraflores. Miraflores es bonito, ¿no? Yo he visto que eso es bonito. ¿Es el mejor barrio de Lima?
No, hay otros.
¿Cómo se llama el mejor barrio?
Es de lo más. Depende de cómo definas mejor. Pero
es más caro, pues, es más lujoso, sí, eso.
Sí, es el más caro.
El más caro debe ser San Isidro, pero dependiendo.
Pues yo he visto que la mayoría de los futbolistas vienen a Miraflores.
Ah, no, por los hoteles.
Bueno, es que depende, hay perspectivas. Por ejemplo, Daroma te va a poder dar una perspectiva. Mira, desde mi punto de vista, Miraflores es el más. Entre Barranco y Miraflores están los más caros, pero Miraflores es más como vida nocturna o más. ¿Cómo te puedo decir? Miraflores y Barranco son turísticos.
Ah, eso.
Sí. San Isidro es más empresarial. Pero entre esos tres está.
Bacano.
Ay, ya tiene.
I think also the fact that Bit was just a little bit awkward, like as he wanted to go on the first peak, he ends up getting caught by Flash.
I wonder if he realized he took the Molotov, because Antares heard that and was prepared for that exact fight coming in. I don't know if Bit with the flash thing, if that would have kind of registered to him.
Clearly put him on the back foot immediately. Alright, again, just spreading out here Aurora, but a little bit more.
Pues ya tener el último Intel, el 9 Ultra, pues ya es diferente.
Casi de acá, casi de acá.
Be there again, Nate does a little bit of damage. Him and Ema mirrored
on the other side
of the wall. ¿Quién es el amigo de Teresa Molo?
Como que sí.
Yo no lo vi bien, pero yo como que era el amigo, marica.
Ay, mira ese marica como lo mató.
Saltando, chao perro y de puta. Ay, se demoró mucho en matarlo. Oh, qué buena. Los opichos, marica, le quitó mitad. Granada, al side. No, se demoró mucho, careverga.
Everything from there is them just barely trying to hang on. The flood of Aurora members streaming in. And
Chantal le mete una.
No,
está bien.
Tanta bala.
In a 5-0 run for Aurora.
Hello, ¿cómo estás?
It's exactly the start you needed after getting destroyed on Mirage, coming out onto your map pick, onto Anubis, the map you rely upon so often. To get out with a 5-0 lead. Again, putting Na'Vi in the spot. They don't have enough money for a full buy here. Could very easily be a 6-0 start for Aurora. And you start to forget about those frustrations from that first map.
Pero hoy no está haciendo tanto sol para ir a baño. Hoy está fresquito el día.
Pues mamá va a ir para ayudarla a mi tío.
Ah, yo sí no balneario, ¿verdad, no?
Ay, cagaste.
La chata.
No hizo.
Nice. ¿Y dónde queda?
Eso fue allá por Barquitos, bien ahí.
Ah, ya. Aurora siempre testea en la primera ronda y después se les mete. No, pero es que Aurora tiene mucho firepower en ataque. La cagada de Aurora es el defensa. Porque son muy, ¿cómo es que se dice? Muy activos, muy hiperactivos. Ellos entran y les meten una bala a cada uno. Pero defendiendo son suaves. El Mirage le dieron duro. Navi le dio duro.
Here on the B bomb site. Well, they'll use all the utility just to confirm it. They'll clear the bomb site, realize the platform is empty. Now, you have to take this opportunity if you're Aurora to say, we know they're coming for this retake. It's a 4-on-3, and they're going to be buying in the next round regardless of what happens. So these weapons don't mean a lot to them. They got to be prepared.
Chantal, es que Chantal le mete unas balas muy bravas, güey. No. Bueno, yo el de la granada.
Lo mató con la bomba.
Sí. ¿A guardar o qué? No, van a pelear. Ay, me gusta mucho ese cuchillo con ese hermoso, marica.
Pero es que...
El Skeletor. Pero es que es muy bonito por la animación, como se abre. Es hermoso, marica.
Creo que es porque te ganó
Tough round, but I mean, they've had 6 of those, and Navi's losing all across the map. They're losing middle, they're losing A main, they're getting overrun at the B-ball site as well. This defense hasn't been able to provide resistance, and that sound is the CT timeout coming from Blade and Navi.
¿Cuántos?
As they talk things over, because their initial plan has not yielded any success or any results.
¿Cómo se llama? Es que no me acuerdo si ese es el Skeletor, pero...
Didn't work. And now you're just getting played and toyed with across the whole map. One thing Alexi talked about throughout this playoff run that has made Navi a scary force through the quarterfinals and semifinals. He mentioned he's getting some flashbacks back to the
Por eso, pero se dijo 200. Ya ve, pues.
Due to the performance of Ima, not just inside the server as a player, but just how vocal he is, how much
me gusta por recuerdo de Vietnam. Ahora, cuando estaba en la guerra, marico, una granada, ¡pum! Me morí. Ahí en una pisaminas. Que he vuelto mierda.
Quick tech issue there. The thumbs up comes in from Alexi. Just out of that timeout. Blade wanting to get the CT side going now.
La metralletita chiquita.
AWP coming out. A saved AK is always good to have here on the CT side, so Alexi B will wield that. But I mean, we're sitting here looking at Imo with 0 kills, Mikaze on 0. That can't stay like that forever. So we're going to see some resistance mounted for Navi. It's just a question. And will it be in time? Well, Wonderful is going for that opening pick. Not fully committing through the hole, but he's got the angle if they try and progress up. Now he takes up the position, knowing that shot has just rung out. He sees the foot here of Woxic, but can he get the kill? He's missed the gap. So Woxic's actually moved forward, but he backtracks into it just as that grenade comes in. And Wonderful out on top of that fight. So opening kill in favor of Navi.
I don't even know if he actually saw Woxic. He might have just shot because of the nade. Just taking the guess, and boy, does it work out. Now Ima's got a completely different angle, but gotta be careful. Mid controlled by Navi.
All picked up by Wukadia. He's going to have a go with it.
First significant obstacle Aurora's had to overcome. A 4 versus 5 round for the majority of round 17. And still haven't budged since Woxic got killed.
Ese mapa creo que es más fácil controlando medio, güey. Se controla. Ay, no lo vio a la derecha. Y le dio headshot. Le dio headshot por la pared.
Not enough, unfortunately, to get that trade kill in for Aurora. So a very tough round now, a 3v5.
Yeah, I think Major's going to have to be the instigator. I think he's feeling like he's going to be the one that's going to have to go and lead this charge into the B bomb site. There's a smoke out.
Se mapa muy bueno para Ux.
Clean if you want a chance at winning the round.
That was the first fight against Alexi. A lot of damage done to Alexi, but he really needed the kill. And now as they slowly drift into the B bomb site, they're just being picked apart by Navi.
Ah, lo falló, tenía que haberlo matado. Hostia, puta. Iba ahí flaco. Ah, pero igual ya está flaco igual.
Uy, y no te doy más de 2 balas.
Era mi cuchillo, vea. Y acá, y a mí me dan esto, mucho mal parido. Y el mío está en pero el mío está en FT. Porque está más caro de verle.
Uy, no corrí bien.
Su recoil es pendejísimo, el M9. Pendejísimo. Y así.
No lo encuentro, marica.
Trato de controlarlo, pero.
And then it becomes the question becomes what's the call. This round a little bit
Hizo que me agacho para tener máxima puntería.
wanting to get involved towards window and E-box, but those grouped up hits of getting control of Khan and being able to attack into the B bomb site, of being able to pressure it from main as well, those have been very effective. Kaze trying to make that the moment that this turns around for Na'Vi.
Yeah, finally off the goose egg, straight into their first round win.
Nuevo vale, pero ahí vamos dando, no hay mucha diferencia. Todo lo que hice para que ese sea el máximo precio, que gonorrea.
Rápido,
Chantares murió.
Moving off.
Timing of that was very scary with his back turned to the double doors. Very confident he wasn't going to get played. And now lining up to move out of B main and get some information on the map. It's gone quiet.
What?
So Na'Vi have no idea what's happening.
What?
That's making them uncomfortable.
Dice tiro.
Time, but he can't get the shot to land for lethality. So he's gone. Soulfly hoping, and he doesn't get checked, but Mikaze, he checks him completely. Maybe Soulfly going into the ground.
No!
No! Will end up just backing away, keeping his life and maintaining this 5v2.
Yeah, I think that's maybe Alexi behind him holding him back, saying you don't actually have to go for this. I'm here with utility. I can drop the smoke. We control the bomb. No reason to press the issue for a fight.
Heaven getting caught at a good timing there for Bit. Crushing round lost there for Aurora. It's going to be Na'Vi keeping 5 players up, and that money is starting to swell now on the CT side.
Ya no sé de ella ni su amante en la marea. Solo recuerdo de amor.
Pushing forward to find the opening pick with the AWP of previous round. Now Ema again activating in canals.
Ay, te había visto.
So Aurora have to get that under control. That's where you have to kind of slow things down and say nobody died for the first 30 seconds. We need to be able to control the map.
Casi, se me huevo bien. Nosotros valemos fucking go.
They bring to the table as long as we don't fall prey to it.
No te había
As an
visto,
IGL, if your mentor might be around, where you just call some kind of a standard opening to watch for those pushes and then just turn it into an execute to make sure a spread out team can't get harassed and picked
No,
off.
espera, activé casualidad.
Ay, ay, ay.
Ah, es que hay que apuntar ahí arriba para poder que caiga adentro y no cae por abajo. Ah, ya sé.
Got the angle in mid. Centaur's just waiting for the time to toss out that Molotov. See the complete blanketed flames.
3, 2, 1, pop.
That corner, allowing Centaur's to feel comfortable. He doesn't need to check that angle.
No!
Just get up close to the mid doors. Now we've got Mikaze.
Lo vio, marica.
Losing mid control by trying to play
Ahí
a
estaba
little bit more
apuntando,
aggressively into the B main doors.
Yeah, this is an idea they've had the past couple rounds. We saw it a few before as well. Obviously, an idea. It feels like it was called out during the timeout that Blade wanted to see a little bit more of it so they could have information on the map. Here's the peek, here's the kill.
Qué buen trade, güey. A mí me gusta que lo traen a uno Insta, güey. Que uno muere el compañero este de una vez tratando de matar que lo mató.
But not getting his kill. And so it's Alexi B getting hard cleared by Major, knowing there was no threat elsewhere. You could just completely commit to clearing that angle, and Aurora finds success getting into the B site.
Yeah, Respecto wonderful. Steps into the flames to take that shot, goes for the flick. He just wanted to be a presence. He wanted to show a little bit of danger, to hopefully prevent Aurora from swinging on Alexi just like he did.
Quizás.
Oh, great did Aurora be able to bounce back.
Bueno, tu derecha,
Centaur's getting that kill as well on Imbo, really important. Maintaining his life and removing that quick rotation to help out the B-bomb site.
I mean, at this time, you know, the play is that aggressive kind of play out of the B-bomb site for Na'Vi could have been a pick and a fallback, but this time there were the bodies there from Aurora to make sure that kill gets traded and you keep things at an even keel. Much nicer round for Major to play out and call as an IGL. 7th round on the board for Aurora's attacking side on Anubis.
We mentioned the money for Na'Vi. No problems in that department, so they're going to be able to get a really strong buy again. See if they can get back on track, or if Aurora really are going to be able to just run this into a ridiculous lead. Now, we've talked about the fact that Na'Vi haven't lost to them on this map yet. You know, most recently playing it, they lost 13-9 Aurora, but if they get a half where they're up 10-2, Jason, from T-side, surely there's no way Aurora losing.
Oh, you'd have to think so.
Oh, no jodas.
But I don't know if Aurora would let that happen.
Possibility for 10-2 still on the table here for Aurora.
They switch things up as well, a little bit more aggressive to the A bomb site really early on. Feels like they want to burn out a little bit.
Vestido de leve oliendo a los manchete.
Four people here. Zantares is the man playing away from the
No. Oy, que moví el mouse.
He must set up for a peek with that flash. Oh, barrel spotted, Ima. They know exactly where you are, and somehow Ima's actually
¿Qué pasó ahí, güey?
Been able to back off to safety, maintain his life.
Yeah, that's a ton of damage though.
Estamos viendo TikTok en el torneo.
They're just gonna be happy.
Ambas.
Sí, claro,
para Hotel dos ojos. Bueno, no miro.
The Aurora attack is shifting here as well.
Se haga, güey.
Early pressure from A main has had bit call wonderful over with the op. That's going to let the rifle be a lot more mobile, moving around the map and rotating to the points of danger.
Vestido de leve oliendo a los manchete.
Mikaze dropping back, getting into a better spot here on the platform. He's doubled up with
No! No te di cabeza.
the low HP player, but Mikaze is the one standing and fighting.
Ay, yo vi tu cabeza.
So he's no longer a threat, but Mikaze certainly will be. More damage on the smoke spam. And the bomb is planted. Advantage falls away for Na'Vi, and it's a 3v3 retake.
No utility, no nades, no smoke to block the choke point whatsoever. Going to be very difficult. Two kits in play for the CT side, and Na'Vi's coming.
No, titular. No, porque.
Uy, la bala que le meten. ¿Clutch o no clutch?
Yo creo que sí. Aunque no tiene defuse.
Saliendo.
Sí tiene. Wonderful tiene.
No, ¿qué? El corrido todavía.
Marica. Ah, es que los turcos tienen una mira muy tensa, güey. Pegan mucho, güey.
No. ¿Qué carajo? What the fuck, weón?
What the fuck, motherfucker, bitch.
Corriendo todavía.
Ya.
Clears out Mikaze, who had been such a nuisance. The speak from
Y no sé,
kind of sold the round a little bit, taking the advantage away from Aurora, but still able to hang on over in main.
Estoy apuntando muy arriba.
Going into that retake, it was going to be really tough with no nades for Na'Vi, and that's exactly what we got to see. You know, if you have a flash, if you have a smoke, anything to make that a little bit easier, I think Na'Vi win that retake.
Ya entendí.
Just the fact that Madge was able to peek out, immediately take the bomb planter away, diffusal away, and leave himself in a strong position. It's really looking good now for Aurora.
Played very emphatic during that timeout, and you can understand why. Obviously, this half isn't going anywhere where they were hoping it would, what they planned for, what they were thinking stepping into this. Aurora's map has been very one-sided to the Turkish side.
Has the last chance to make something of this half for Na'Vi. 2 rounds up for grabs.
¿Se va a tratar de ser técnico o el... No, pues técnico y coach es la misma montada, cara verga. O el man de seguridad. ¿No se realiza eso?
Casi.
Might go for that mid control play again. Last time it was
Porque tiene que haber, por ejemplo, alguien que le dé la orden de cuando ellos piden, cuando el equipo pide el tiempo muerto para que el técnico hable, está el de seguridad y que le da la orden si sí o si no.
Ahí con scout.
Y por ejemplo, el técnico no puede, por ejemplo, en partida, en rondas, el técnico no puede hablar. Entonces para eso está el de seguridad ahí. O sea, digamos, una gonorrea se la cagó en plena ronda. El técnico no puede hablar y decirle que por qué hizo eso. Solo puede hablar. No, solo puede tiempo muerto.
To just 3 players gives Na'Vi a real chance at a 3rd round win. They can't afford to let this one slip. It would take something miraculous out of the three remaining players here of Aurora to fight their way into a round victory.
Well, look, you get some clean kills coming into this B bomb site. It's doable. That smoke is going to fade shortly. During all this time, the EMA flank is what makes this more undoable.
Yeah, this is the big issue. Look at this.
Están metiendo la pelea que le metió Navi al inicio.
Goes to the floor. And in fact, that just hits the pause button on this entirely for Aurora. Woxic does get that kill immediately, so they can now focus on the site again. And Soulfly has come in with a kill on Alexi B, so the round's not done yet. Especially with Woxic still on that AWP. The sniper chiming in. But now he must do everything. 2 kills in the round so far. 2 bullets, 2 targets, but no chance as Wonderful takes him away from B main, gets to the defuse, and Na'Vi up to 3 on the CT side.
Really nice effort from Woxic with the AWP, picking a few players off during the chaos. But Wonderful a little bit too quick as he slides into the angle. A triple kill overall on the round with the AWP, picking off Zantares to start and finding the final kill as well. I mean, it was always going to be difficult, but they did break in. Hard part is Soulfly had nowhere to go after the bomb.
Guys, what the fuck? How is he?
Final round of the first half, and Aurora want to end it on a positive note because the rest of this half has been excellent from them.
Well, they're buying all that positive. They've got a Galil, 3 MAC-10s, and a Tech-9 going into this one. So Na'Vi have a real shot at taking 4 on the CT side all of a sudden. I just felt like it's a one-way street in this first half, but for Na'Vi to leave with 4 rounds, very unexpected. So Ima's going to back off. Wonderful, put under a lot of scrutiny.
Oye, más rápido que puedo tirar
His teammate's now gone.
Mierda.
Wonderful utility just landing towards his face. They send Bit forward with the rifle, and he claims another life.
I can't believe they wanted to fight that. I think Aurora's thinking the exact same way. I can't believe they wanted to press the issue there from camera. Bit grabs 1 more kill. That's incredible.
I mean, we just seen the last 2 rounds for Na'Vi, right? A change up in terms of their ambition to keep the fights going inside the middle. There's no retreat. Even in that last round, when Ima gets flashed into the re-aggress, you think they're going to fall back with the advantage, but they don't. They go for more, and it's worked out back-to-back rounds here for Na'Vi.
Look how passive the defense is right
No,
now.
ahora te
Na'Vi have to deal with a whole lot of late-round A hits, so they're kind of expecting it here, but because of that, they play passive. They get a lot of real estate over to Aurora. So once again, a relatively easy bomb plant. You're going to have Bit and Wonderful coming.
No!
3 box on the flank.
Yeah, the difference is Na'Vi are going for a retake, but they've got so much utility this time. The first fight is up. Soulfly has spotted 2 targets. Can he get to the second? No. Wonderful has dropped him. Putting the pressure on Wakadia and Woxic to try and win this one out. And they start to topple, and they will fall as Na'Vi back into the half, securing 4. But on this must-win match,
1-8-4 es bueno, marica, porque ganan piso y están en partido. Está complicado y la vuelta.
Así mismo quedaron en el mapa pasado.
Vestido de leve, bueno, con el mantite. Me tiene una Torres 1.500.000, una AMD Ryzen 5 3600, GeForce 1650, Super, 8 de RAM, nada.
Casi. La Voltis.
¿Cuánto tiempo de esto de acá? 28 minutos.
El verdugo.
La que más le dan son el doctor me recetó su mini. Let's go.
Le decimos a Shelby.
Dile, po.
Él es Power. Uy, ese gordísimo. ¿Algo no real?
Lo mato.
Uy, no, man. Ya está boludo. Venga, porque era que en Europa todos son monos, marica. No hay solo que, güey, puta.
Marlon Vamos a estar en el otro canal. Ya. Cualquier cosita ya.
Dale.
Venimos.
Zoe.
Listo.
Cuando puedas juegas, hermano.
Sí, apenas termina acá. ¿Qué burriza?
No estoy riendo o caremondada.
¿Te gustó los peruanos o qué?
Son más calmaditos que el resto.
¿De quiénes?
Que todos.
¿De los peruanos?
Ellos son más calmaditos, ¿no?
¿De todos los peruanos que conocen? ¿Que escuchan?
No, bueno, sí.
Pero es que todos son así, marica, todos hablan así, ya cuando juegan es que los peruanos que se arrebatan. La Roma es el que es 22K. Y Angelo es como 16, 17. Pues juegan bien ellos dos. Uy, marica, mira las balas. Yes, silly Prolin.
Aurora's never beaten Na'Vi on this map, on Anubis, no matter how good for them in the past.
Really,
Now
puta
might be the
que
best
mete.
chance they have to do it, to get over the hump. 8-4 lead as we switch sides. Aurora's going to be playing on the defense. It's going to be up to Alexi, Blade, and Na'Vi's attack to overcome this, to bring it back and take a strong lead if they want into the third map. But Aurora's looking good.
Yeah, giving them all something to cheer about over in Turkey and Ankara. Well, we get into the second half, ready to get underway. Defense now for Aurora. And let's see if they can stop what Na'Vi are going to throw at them. You do not want to go 0-2 down immediately in a BO5 Grand Final.
I'm curious what the reaction is going to be from Major when he gets this spot on mid, right? He's going to find this and back away, but what does the rest of Aurora do? The A players are standing their ground. Nobody's budged whatsoever, really focused on A main, but this is always going to be a split towards the B-bomb site, away from this stack. Major under pressure, now swapping around. Zontar is going to be playing inside the site, but smoked off.
Joe Barretta's ready to go, not the long-range fight he was hoping for, so Mikaze slipping into the net, but look at Wonderful right behind them. Magic gonna fall, and so the defense has toppled just in an instant. Racing back. Not even letting this ball go down before the fights begin. And Mikaze, alongside Alexi and Wonderful, have taken 3 kills to Na'Vi and put Zantares in a 1v4.
No, esa vereta de lejos no sirve, marica. De cerca de pronto sí, de lejos.
During the group stage, we had a little chat with the Na'Vi guys because one of the tactics they called was Mortal Kombat, and we asked him about it. He said it's not a
Está dormido el velero.
philosophy. Feels like that's a Mortal Kombat round. Everyone in Na'Vi ready to fight. The retake coming in from Aurora, they know their only chance is to start getting in and chipping away at the player count before the bomb gets planted. But everyone from Na'Vi springs into action, fighting together, winning the pistol. 5-8.
Yo también tengo que cambiar mi silla ya, man.
Apart from a P250, so we'll see what Wakati can get done with that. But 8-6, incredibly likely. And to be honest, when you're looking at that first half, it felt like there was a real possibility to take 10 rounds in the first half of play. So good work for Na'Vi, just about scraping by.
Pero no ha intentado abrirlo, ahora le pronto le dan cupo, hay sillas que las venden con su crédito ahí.
T-side of Anubis lends it. I mean, obviously we know the old map used to be a little bit more T-sided. It's kind of stayed that way, a little bit skewed more even. But we know the T-side can put work in because you can put the defense in some awkward situations. Good first kill from the USPs.
Alexi, you get out of the way.
Yeah, a lot of team damage coming in, but we're all good.
Yeah, everything's fine. Well, Alexi just hanging around. The Mac-10 is going to get another kill. Soulfly not long for the world, and he will be taken down by Wonderful. So we get into the first round here for Aurora. They're not going to have enough money to pull out full buys, so we're actually going to see them go for the MP9s. Now, they could have got all rifles, but they've decided they want to get the AWP out, they want all the utility, and they've gone for a purchase that involves MP9s, and they're all for saving and picking up a 5.7.
Yeah, what we have affectionately called at the start of CS2, the Brazilian buy, as Fury was kind of the first ones to break it out and show us what the strength of it is, but yeah. You can be dangerous in this round. You've got enough utility to stall.
Sí, digo que le dije yo, meten pistol y se meten 8-6.
And then you got enough money for the AWP going into the next round.
El otro mapa es Nuke.
that's the benefit of the lead they gave themselves after the first half. A little bit closer. If they're behind, they're not going to want to go for this. This would probably be a force up with the rifles, but
El que entra en mid no tienes, pero ¿cuándo?
Play a tricky round.
Well, it's quite the stack in mid, isn't it? So
el que pasa por la puerta no tienes, pero chance, ¿yo?
I'll be yet to make their
Lo van a dejar como colador.
making their way through middle.
No, pobrecito,
man. Very scary to go around.
Hola. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Me ayudaste? Yo creo que mira eso y... Ah, ya la cagaron. Ah, no, bien, bien, bien. ¿Armas? Sí, cogieron armas, sí. ¿Cuándo en el humo, carga?
By Na'Vi, despite Alexi saying, hey, 4 in middle.
And that does allow all the time in the world to reset and get your defense in place.
Esa es la maña, marica, de que matan a uno y quieren seguir peleando. Como que se calientan, man. No, ni buen eco, fue forzada, marica.
No, la mayoría tenían pistola.
Tenían 4 MP9 y una pistola.
Sí. You put an AK in the hands of Zantares on the CT
¿Qué está viendo usted, cara de verga?
They're looking with 3 AK-47s and a Galil and an AWP, and they only bought MP9s and a 5.7 into that last round.
Yeah, that's going to be frustrating for Na'Vi. I think part of the reason why we're seeing that is that they weren't able to gain anything off of such a heavy stack in middle.
No!
That's the conversation. I don't think anyone necessarily did anything wrong, just the timing of it. Everyone was spread out and in different positions, not able to kind of work an idea up on the fly.
Well, I think you can see the strength of that kind of decision to go for MP9s and a 5.7. You can be very deadly in rounds like that. Especially when you are able to recover the rifle, like immediately recovering the rifle of Alexi.
Ahí está ahí parado de brazos cruzados. Ese es el test de seguridad.
Well, that was the short-term benefit. Now the long-term benefit comes into play. Round 16 about to kick off. 3 AK-47 in the hands of the Aurora defense. On the Na'Vi side of things, a couple players relegated back to Tech 9s just so they can get utility. That'll be Alexi and Ima.
And Na'Vi just used their last timeout as well. Bit was not happy, or rather, Blade was not happy with that whatsoever. But taking his AK over towards A main. It's going to be blocked out for now.
Can't imagine he was too happy having to burn 2 timeouts on the CT side as well. Generally something teams want to avoid.
Yep.
Que nos va a ir hasta las 3 de la tarde con esto, hasta las 4 por ahí.
Unless Aurora decide to go for a timeout.
O sea, ayer fue hasta las 4 y eran solo 3 mapas.
Pero es que jugaron 2 equipos.
Pero el segundo equipo empezó igual a las 11.
And not deterred by the stack in middle of the previous round, looks like that's where Alexi wants to make his opening move. In round 16, very passive.
Por eso el segundo equipo empezó a las 11.
Towards middle, towards camera.
¿Será que va más largo?
Defending the A bomb site.
Sí,
close
empatan,
up to A main. It's a 1-3-1, so Na'Vi have presence everywhere. After this mid play, they can choose to go where they want. They're going to commit.
Racing in. It's Makaze's AK-47 getting closer to the score. Okay, Woxic wrecked. And Makaze now sending bullets through the smoke. So Makadia about to be blasted. There's 2 players from both sides, but he's handled this very well.
Pero si estoy perdiendo, sí me canso. Si gano, no.
And a 3v3, but the limiting factor is the time.
Ayer jugamos como 4, ¿no? Y ayer pues... Yo me cansé, bueno, porque ya había estado todo el día, marica.
Yeah, they have to stay to the site with just 10 seconds on the clock, so putting that bomb down
in the middle of the site.
And Match are going to be held back by utility. It's a real tough clutch ahead of him. This is a massive
clutch and a clutch.
The fact that they were thrust down to 3 rifles and 2 pistols, and they've come out on top of this.
You should get out.
Está complicado.
Nobody's giving you the fight. Double
oh, qué rico.
Does that bring you back for more?
Yeah, it is.
Yo iba a hacer el doble pick, pero le salió mal.
He's not getting that follow-up peek. Now they'll go to the back of the site. Wonderful's got enough help
Qué buena bala.
to sink that, and then Match.
¡Ay, las balas! ¡Las balas, marica! ¡Qué perro!
Ran out of bullets just as he got the recoil under control. So close.
That was wild.
A valiant effort from Major.
A very, very good attempt. That shot was incredible towards heaven, but oh, dude. So close.
Yeah, you could bet Zenitars would like to have seen that clutch out of his leader. 9-7, Na'Vi have closed the gap yet again. A huge call out of the timeout to win a round, but now we've got aggression from Aurora. They want to push up. Caught in canals, double fight, double swing on the Na'Vi side as well.
Double fight.
We go 1 for 1 and call a stalemate.
Let's go, Na'Vi. Let's go, Na'Vi.
Kills for Major, leading
Uy,
the way
que le
for
da,
Aurora.
marica.
It's 18 on Wonderful, who's putting together a great opening maps of this grand final. Major again under scrutiny. This time he's not going to be able to get 2. Just grabs the 1. And now advantage to Na'Vi as the ball
Que entren corriendo, es una mierdota. Es difícil darles, man.
He's just in the water now, so racing back to position, but they're just not going to be able to get themselves in a spot where they feel like
Si voy a
this is
pasarme
winnable
4 y me enamoro con.
Yeah, you don't
A ver cuánto vale.
You're going to want to hopefully try and drop some guns in the next round. $2,400 loss bonus is going to put Wakati up at 3,600.
M4A1.
So weapons available for a decent buy in the next round.
Sprint.
Really want to force the situation.
Sprint stream.
But on the CT side, they are under that
Y Battle Skirt.
lot of, you know, the money, the
$297, pero está en Battle
so the
Skirt.
choices they make now can reverberate as this game comes to a close, this map comes to a close. Can be some real significant issues later if they
Factory New. Fuel tested $600. Factory New $1,000. Uf.
Hanging in there or not.
Pero es que es hermosa, güey.
Super impressive. Clear struggles on
Algún día serás mía, mi amor.
Aurora's been doing on both sides of it. This map started 0-6 from Navi's perspective as well. The fact that they're still bouncing back and they're still on the verge of tying this up at 9, it's incredible work out of Navi,
especially because you have that MP9 purchase that goes so decisively in the way of Aurora, and you think, okay, that might just be the one that breaks Na'Vi here, but they actually bounce back with 3 rifles and 2 Tech-9s themselves, and they're making the most of the situation, and now Na'Vi favored to tie
Porque el rojo no pasa.
We got a bit moving into position at A main.
No, but I like that he's taken this so quickly and made sure they know he's taken it as well. The insta-smoke is going to be a lot of pressure. The utility and presence behind it is going to make these defenders a little bit nervous, so they're going to play the smoke fade. And when this fade comes, they'll realize is there time left in the round for them to react and rotate to the other side of the map.
Zenitars dropping back.
Vestido de leve,
got it available to them. They'll smoke out camera. Bomb is still back towards T-Star, so eventually someone's got to pick that up.
Yeah, Bit's got a tough job. He's got to worry about aggression from A main through.
Trae 600, 5,700.
He's got to be worrying about aggression from Canal, so he's having to clear everything and keep his eyes on a swivel.
And 3 players here for Aurora over towards the A side.
This Alexi lurk in middle. If that can cut off Major's rotation, it would be everything. But he's backing off for the moment just to make sure nobody's pushing the B bomb site. This hit has taken a lot of time to come to fruition. A 4th player close up as well.
You've got the players in the right spot, but is it going to be enough? 25 seconds. Alexi B has taken that kill on Matra, and all the rest of the frags falling in favor here of Na'Vi until Woxic and Wakadia putting up some defense. 15 seconds left. Alexi B is at camera. Wonderful's just picked up the bomb, and it's gone. And the time, that's the limiting factor here. Alexi B has to run down Wakadia, who's just
Alex Kidd.
Alexi B gonna be so frustrated as Wakadia plays this one to perfection.
Uy. No lo escuchó bien, marica. Pensó que se había abierto, güey.
I mean, Alexi's ready at camera to kind of peek out and secure that position, but Wonderful still looking in that direction as he comes in. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication. Maybe didn't realize that smoke had a bigger gap in it. This round is traded very well by Na'Vi.
Yeah, and you can see Blade so frustrated. You can hardly look over at the screens right now. That is a heartbreaking round to lose for Na'Vi because it's put them down to weaker weapons. They've got no timeouts left.
Yeah, that was the one. You can see it. It's mounting now. You can see the team isn't playing nearly as well as he would like. It's not super clean. Major gets a kill, on another, but he's brought down.
Yeah, he hits that collateral, but not bringing 2 down. At least Na'Vi still have some fight left in them with 4v4. Bomb plant going to be picked up. Na'Vi need this one back. Feels like if they lose this, that's going to be the map. Aurora coming back into this retake. They've got plenty of nades available.
Couple more Molotovs left for the Na'Vi players to hold this off. Flashbangs as well to make it a little disjointed.
Can they keep them back? Wonderful.
I think he's going to peek.
It's going to be pressure on you to deliver. 20-8 so far. An incredible showing here in the series. And the AK-47 in his hands. Coming close to the smoke. Wonderful. Trying to catch his opportunity. They're close to it.
Obvio, que son todos contra
The
4.
kills are coming in, and it's all on Wonderful 1v3. They've actually tagged him inside.
Si mata al que defusa.
The time they're not on the defuse. Wonderful.
GG.
Just
La
staying
hizo.
alive, dishing out the damage and getting to
La
it.
hizo, la
It's
hizo.
so close, but not enough time at all. And that's gonna be
Pero si mata al de defusa, GG. Buenísima.
if they concede that.
Pero que gonorrea como controlar ese spray.
Hanging on
Y
by their
agachado,
fingernails. Such a
marica.
close clutch. It's a game they haven't brought their A game, but the individuals doing enough to keep them alive in this. This is the opening.
¿Sabes cómo lo mató los dos?
Collateral. But then Bit steps up. And this Aurora defense couldn't contain what followed a chaotic retake, but just through the smoke, Wonderful's able to get it done. Bomb is an extra teammate in this situation. And it wins Na'Vi the round. Timeout called immediately from Aurora. Time as well for Na'Vi and Blade to have a conversation using his opponent's timeouts as well. But for this CT side, these grindy rounds, this back and forth.
Such an emotional roller coaster for Aurora.
And it's taking the money away is the real issue for Aurora. If they want to invest here, it's a big risk. I think they have to drop down to just like save, maybe a half buy, a small buy. Only 2 rounds of a losing bonus built up.
There have been so many rounds where you think that's the light at the end of the tunnel. They finally reached it, but for Na'Vi, somehow, some way, it doesn't matter what they've got, they're always finding a way to keep competitive.
Santo como un sueño, marica.
And now they've got Aurora on the ropes.
Well, Alexi warned us all. He said these games are always close. These
¿Qué estaba
series against
haciendo?
Aurora are always close. Saying that
Uy,
from a
no, qué
position of someone
despacio,
who's
de puta.
dominated the series.
Y como dormí en la tarde no me dio sueño.
Aurora giving a big
Está
test
cagadito.
here in map 2 of these grand finals at ESL Pro League.
And we talk about Aurora being so good on this map, but having never beat Na'Vi. And you have to admit, Na'Vi have not been playing their best game here. There have been a lot
Cuando
of
se me escribió, yo me había acabado de levantar. Yo me digo, me voy a echarme un baño porque estaba maluco, güey.
Yo me levanté a las 11 en punto.
Still the opportunity is
Pero yo me levanté a las 7 de la mañana porque no, estaba maluco. Pero me volví a acostar, me levanté a las 11, me fui y me eché un baño.
Y yo le escribí, porque yo dije, bueno, vamos a ver.
Just behind that
Con mi
obelisk.
amor, porque no me pone bravo. No me da pipí después.
Ajá. ¿Qué más? Ay, que ese de puta bisturí, ¿qué?
Against Na'Vi for Aurora.
Qué feo, ¿cierto?
Para un bisturí, marica.
One series victory in 3 years.
Tú tenías a Galil, ¿no?
Na'Vi are going to love.
La moradita.
La rosadita es así.
Historically, so far today. And the stack is here on the B side.
Esa, esa.
Going to be going towards A, and they've taken down the only player that was anywhere near them, so Wakadia no longer a threat.
Se comieron el fake completico, güey.
Ese Galil muy bonitas,
in a position to shut them down with a Galil, and he'll have
Oh.
no issue in taking down the weaker opponents. That was Antares with an M4.
¿Qué hizo?
And no shot at doing
Le
anything. He is
borraron
going to go and save that rifle. And we have got a tie game again here in Stockholm, 10-10. Na'Vi with a real fight.
Ya vi que este
Considering
es
how
un
important the
mapa más
economy is,
de
this is an interesting scenario. Not a lot of money for Na'Vi, so hunting is a little bit of a risk, but I think there's a lot of value that they feel in taking this M4 away from Zantares. Not super aggressive on it, not running around the map crazy, but Wonderful's starting to get close. Alexi's going to be paired up with him. Makaze is going to come in through the B bomb site, but I think they're happy now to just say he's got it, he can save it. They're going to take the win they have, which is a 10th round. A 10-10 scoreline. We're all tied up.
I mean, I want to bring it back to what Sponge was saying on the desk just before this map started about Wonderful, who obviously had a fantastic first map. But he was saying, you know, this guy is usually, he's on or off. You know, there's no real in between. And right now, he's definitely on in this grand final. You know, great first map on Mirage. 21-9 at the moment here on Anubis. Obviously, Na'Vi looks so much better when their AWPer is having
10-10, ronda de armas completas.
Great to see Wonderful having a
El que pierda esa ronda,
Yeah,
GG.
delivering very, very well. Love to have that. Bit, Makaze, and Wonderful gonna make their move very quick on the opening play, quick under window, and they're gonna go for the boost pretty much immediately. Makaze wants that fight, and he's got the win.
That's a great maneuver there.
Malbisuri.
And obviously taking down Xantares, a massive kill to pick up this early in the round.
Xantares was even cognizant of the fight as well. He was prepared for it, looking for the exact angle.
And if you're a player like Xantares, you want to have impact in the most important rounds. And you have to sit back there and watch your teammates move on without you. Woxic has just traded positions with Alexi B.
Yeah, but if he makes a move and goes for a kill out the window, he's going to die. The reaction from Alexi is going to be easy. However, he's the one who might get caught next. Woxic should have a free throw, but Alexi's going to have one in return.
Subí la ronda que me dice ayer en Inferno.
Woxic gets nothing at all. Oh, he is going to be so frustrated about that one.
I wonder if just Alexi showing up on his screen at the last second just screw off his fight.
Distracted him, yeah. Pulled his crosshair into a weird spot, but Soulfly, he's taking at least one kill back here, but Alexi B is going to catch him.
Asustó, madre. Cuando uno va así, le sale.
That is the round.
Major was watching
No, como que hijo de
turned his back
puta.
to shift over to A at the perfect moment. A gift passed over to Na'Vi. It's going to give an advantage in this map.
Na'Vi looking like they found the way right at the end here.
GG, marica. La otra ronda en seco. 12-10. Tiene que esforzar, marica. Tiene que tratar de forzar para no dejar llegar al overtime.
Maybe last round, it just switched.
Al match point.
Alexi's hit a really nice rhythm of calling.
The match point.
And Na'Vi delivering now. This is 3 in a row.
Niña, no, pero tienen kick ninguno.
11-10.
Mongólicos todos. Fuck me. Uy, que fuck Rusia,
¿Decía?
Sí.
Puta,
lo ve Putin y lo manda a pelar. Fuck Rusia. Uy, qué malo, weón. Quieto, Christian. No, pero marica, ahí es cosa rara, weón, porque a veces no sé. Eso ya es del juego, porque yo vi que el man le estaba dando y no le salió el headshot. Es rarísimo eso ahí. Uy, qué buena flash, aún así perdió.
Trying to get involved in that fight. Soulfly sticking in it. Wonderful's taken.
That actually could compound the issue. That fight might sell the fact that they don't realize Major's
no esperáis ni cagando, güey. Sabía yo. Salvaban el mapa.
On his toes, ready to jump out and get the advantage once again here for Aurora. Minute 10 left. Alexi beating him up. Trying to piece this one together. Soulfly peeking out for information. And they're ready for that A main push coming in. Woxic now going for it.
No te regales.
Soulfly. Hell of a round posted by him here. That's going to be a 3K out from Connector. Saving Woxic as well.
Yeah.
High game 11-11. And now Na'Vi are the ones who are feeling the pressure in terms of the money being on the last line.
Really impactful round from Soulfly, newest addition to this roster, taking the place of Joda. They've all spoken very highly of him in terms of his intelligence, his skills, and how he's been picking things up as they've gone along. They really like what he's brought to the table and the comfort he's showing within the roster.
Remember, no timeouts for Na'Vi. They would have, I'm sure, loved one going into a
Lo
round
mejor
like
nunca se
this.
sube.
Off the map. Money on the line for both teams. 11-11, the fight for map point. Everyone has got the weapon they would like. The AWP is present on both the T and CT side.
Lexi's called a lot of these rounds opening up, taking control of middle. Harassing towards camera, smoking it off, challenging Temple. Him, Wonderful, and Makaze grouped up again while Bit and Ema take control of the extremities. And Na'Vi start to make their move across the bridge. 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock.
We get around that first corner. No one here. No threat from Aurora. So mid-control available for Na'Vi. Woxic is holding the cross.
Holding the cross.
Yeah, but remember, throughout this half, like there's been fighting out of camera from Aurora. Xantares has been there a couple times jiggling, so the fact that there's no presence in middle whatsoever from Temple and there's no smoke.
Ojalá gane 3-0 Na'Vi para echarme un sueño y el mío que arranque de la noche.
For Na'Vi to read and say, okay, the Opper's at the A bomb site. That deep angle is going to be very valuable. A little bit of a fake thrown by Ema towards the B bomb site. Double smoke.
¿Te imaginas los psicópatas? Uy. No, pero chimba. Counter peleado, pero tengo sueñito. ¡No! Ace, marica, si es el Ace, qué locura. ¿La hace o no la hace? ¿Qué dice? Ya, habla. Habla. No, la verga usted. Ahí hace una rondota, marica.
Those are still valuable kills and a valuable bomb plant. Bomb plant to give money over to Na'Vi, who are going to be fighting with Fumes in this final round of the map. Regulation for the Aurora side of things does a dent to the economy. Money to replenish. Could have been very valuable, but almost pieces this together. Lovely shot with the elbow. He just continues having a phenomenal game. Stopped by Major in the clutch. One single chance with how played in this map. They've only got one opportunity to prevent overtime and take us onto a third map.
No usa el pollo la gallina porque es muy duro, marica.
A Khalil for Wonderful. Mac 10s and Alexi B and Mikaze. And a single Tech 9 for Emma. No better chance. And it is the only
el pollo la gallina es demasiado duro.
Steps forward. Wakadia knows that Bit is up in the rugs. Ooh, awkward fight, but gets away with his life.
I don't know how much we saw that kind of aggression from Aurora in this half so much, but Wakadia now testing it at a critical round. A little bit of damage, a little bit of information, but doesn't give them any idea of what's coming next. Once again, this mid-focus from Na'Vi and Alexi.
Ahora me dio una
And Woxic.
And Woxic's up. A strong combo to try and close out this map for Aurora.
Vestidos del leve oliendo a alemanchite. Marica, a mí me emputa cuando la mónica yo subo un estado y cuando la mona quiere hacerse notar, me encanta mi estado, qué pereza. Como para que yo le escriba.
A 3v3, 40 seconds left, and where do Na'Vi go? Where do they go with this one?
Well, Ima's outside of the B bomb site, so he's either got to make a play and they join up with him, or he makes a play and they use it as a distraction. Moving in now, but he's only got a Tech 9.
Gana Aurora.
Believing it's going to finish at the A bomb site, but they'd be wrong.
Van donde están los tres.
It's Soulfly on this defense, the newest addition to the roster, rookie.
Playing on the stage, hoping.
Se fue el huevón. No, overtime.
Utility coming out at the right time. There's the plan secured. Alexi B is going to burn.
Uf.
But he'll get off the spot.
Hay dos en una bala, güey.
In fact, Ima stepped into the bomb site, so no,
pero una bala de AK. No, de M4.
Woxic's waiting for aggression. He's waiting for it.
Oh,
and he gets his up into the right spot.
Uf.
That's it now. They haven't been
GG.
able to do it historically,
Puta.
but finally, Aurora will defeat Na'Vi here on Anubis. The grand final.
Se va a jugar unos deathmatch porque qué más. Se la va a jugar unos deathmatch porque qué más, diga. Unos deathmatch como pa ver qué lo que. Como para ver qué lo que. Te van a comer, tomarme algo frío, marica, pero ¿qué será? ¿Un granizadito? Mano, juega. Tengo 3. Yo tengo una. ¿Dicen en qué lo quedó? ¿10.000 qué? 10.103 y yo 10.108. Pero bueno, podemos perder 2. Porque perdemos uno y quedamos en 10.000. Perdemos la otra y nos bajan. Pero yo sé que no va a perder. ¿Qué pega Watsi? Sí, juega harto ese marica. Jugamos unos deathmatch mientras empieza el otro mapa. ¿Cuál era el otro mapa? Nuke, ¿no? Con el manchite.
Mami, ay Berlin. Sí.
Más raros que son. Con una sola los papeo. Ay, me gusta putear a los peruanos. Los peruanos se tiltean. Ole, porfa, me avisan cuando empiece el tercer mapa, porfa. No sé cuánto, creo que son 15 minutos de descanso que le dan a los jugadores. Tras mapas. ¡Agachate, hijo de perra! Bueno, y por la espalda. Y se marcaba para 18K ya, weón. El Ángelo. Y bueno, porque en el canal cuando uno juega en equipos, juega chimba.
Ay, mi reina. Ya vengo, pi.
¿Dónde va?
Va a comer chancucho.
Vestido de alemantita. Competitivo, ¿cómo así? Wow, this will go down. No, que le pego uno. Uno murió. Puta. Oh, sale el hecho tardísimo. El lag me dio. Lo vi un muertazo que me cagó. No, puta. Hostia. ¡Uy! La bala que le metí. Puta. Me quedé sin balas. Oh. No lo veo. Puta, paré muy tarde. Uy, 97. Ah. Puta, pero no lo veo. $50 pepas con un solo brazo. Nah, qué fácil es.
¿Qué dice mi chamo? El primer puesto está Garbimba, güey. No, me quitó el primer puesto del perro, güey. No, 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 no. No, me quitó el primer puesto ese malo. 56 me dice. Ah. $56 pepos.
Guaranteed at least 4 maps, but now we go to Nuke as map 3 in this best of 5. Hard to call how this one's going to go because historically there's been a pretty back and forth affair on Nuke between these two cores.
Yeah, 2026 and 2025 they've kind of split it. Navi's won one, Aurora has won one as well. So the grand finals feel like it truly begins here as Aurora is able to tie up the series. And on Nuke, we're going to see who can take the advantage into the final couple maps of these grand finals. And Aurora's got to be feeling really good the way they outlasted that comeback, overcame the obstacles. Na'Vi gave it a real good run at the end of Anubis. But finally, Aurora breaking free of that curse of never being able to beat them on the map. It's got to give them some energy here for Nuke.
Nuke. Guarda, ¿qué tal el Nuke de Aurora? Na'Vi.
They were finding responses, ways to stay in it. And just at the end, Aurora finally doing enough to get it over the line.
It speaks to such a good tactical edge that Na'Vi have in this matchup is you can bring it back even when the team's not playing perfectly, even when everyone's not firing on all cylinders and the comms aren't as smooth. Na'Vi still finding ways to make the game interesting. Good efforts from individuals. Another great map out of Wonderful in a losing effort. He's having a spectacular grand finals. We'll see if that continues on Nuke, because as we begin this third map, it's going to be Na'Vi starting on the T side. Aurora starting on the defense on Nuke, the easier side of things to get it going. And Alexi very early on is going to have to call them to break down this defense and scrape together rounds. Pistol rounds have eluded them, 3 in the favor of Aurora, 1 in the favor of Na'Vi.
We kick off map 3. It's going to be Na'Vi on the T side. Got some utility to play with going into this pistol round and looking like it's going to be a quick hit towards the upper side. Put the smokes in place on that main drop. And the players on the A side ready to deal with them. Xantares and Arcadia have got the dual Berettas ready to go. Now
Qué buen entry, pero la defensa fue mejor. Uf, los frenaron, marica.
Putting a stop to this Na'Vi pistol immediately.
Yeah, what a difficult defense to break into. Look how fast 4 players arrive at the upper bomb site for Aurora. 1 up in the rafters, 1 on HUD, 1 on the ground, 1 behind vents. So hard to break through if you're Na'Vi, and they get shut down.
Yeah, gotta feel good there for Woxic. A 3K to kick off the pistol. Great shooting from him.
And the T-side pistol is such a luxury on this map. If you're able to win it and convert the second, it gives you so much freedom, takes so much pressure away from having to win this on the gun rounds when things get more difficult, when the CT side has Molotovs and smokes.
Well, not only do they not win the pistol round, but they also don't get close to a bomb plant. So you're not gonna get that strong second round force buy. So Aurora going to get off to the start that they want. The 2-0 lead should be no problem here for them.
Yeah, they know the circumstances as well. You can see by looking at the loadout, 4 MP9s across the board for this CT side. The only rifle, the only M4 in the hands of Xantares outside to use the distance to good effect. Last Nuke these two teams played against each other was towards the end of last year, October at the Thunderpick World Championships. It was a 13-4 victory for Aurora.
Yeah, looking at Aurora's run though, so far in 2026 on the map. Lost to Hot2 to kick off the year. Got a win versus Gamer Legion at 13-5 in Krakow. 13-10 lost to Pain, and then they actually got a win back over Pain at this very event and losing to Astralis most recently on the map. So it's been a mixed bag for Aurora on Nuke this year.
It's the same for Na'Vi. Like we know both these teams are going to be proficient on the map, but if you look at kind of the history of the last 3 months of it on HLTV, like there's nothing impressive that's going to jump off the resume at you, right? There's no big win, statement win, or anything like that. We just know they're going to be able to play it solid. Soulfly with a couple of kills. The rookie was able to have phenomenal impact for Aurora down the stretch back on Anubis. He mentioned after they won the quarterfinal, he said, like, I didn't realize what the emotions were going to feel like when we won the game on the stage. He's like, I don't know I can't imagine what it's going to feel like if I'm playing well on the stage. So still some nerves coming in, but obviously being able to contribute in such a big way to a victory on that second map hopefully settles him down here for Nuke.
And now we get into the first buy round. So Volp is going to come out nice and early here for Woxic. Na'Vi can't afford one, so they're going to be all on the AK-47s instead. Not a huge amount of utility here for Na'Vi. They've only got 2 flashbangs going into this round, so they'll both be on Alexi B.
I have to imagine coming into this map, the conversation of Na'Vi with Blade in between had to have been all about communication and focus. I think a couple times on Anubis, you could see the players slipping a little bit. Comms not there, players not working together in every situation where they could have. That would have been a massive talking point for Blade to make sure coming into Nuke, that's all settled. Very slow round for Na'Vi's first gun. running out of utility as well. There's the smoke walls outside, and they need to do something while these are up, because that's a lot of resources being put to use. Smoke, flash, flash is all Na'Vi has remaining for the minute left in this third round.
Oh, shit.
That opens things up. In fact, they're just going to drop off of that. And Aurora haven't rotated anybody in a strong position yet to deal with this threat. And Makaze actually catching Madger as he pushes through the lobby. So it is only Wakadia down here with an MP9.
Yeah, it's going to be a save as well. If Zantares and Woxic get anywhere close to this bomb site, they're doing something wrong. Wakadia is the only one who should be in a position that anything is risked, and even he should start thinking about maybe finding an exit kill at the end of the day.
Na'Vi have broken through a great opening kill here from Bit.
Didn't even really break through, just kind of walked through, didn't they?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Finally getting the first round of the board here on Nuke as soon as the guns have come out. And all 5 players staying alive as well.
Yeah, good to have if you're Na'Vi, and next round you get to replenish all that utility, have a lot more to play with. But on the flip side of that coin is going to be an Aurora who doesn't have a loadout of 3 MP9s against the AK-47s. Now the M4s are going to be there to provide resistance. You can tell just the mindset of Aurora players when they have these MP9s. The heads-up fights aren't happening. They're looking for a little bit more trickery. So stronger weapons in the next round is going to make this more difficult for Na'Vi. But they're on the board on this T side early and very early on. Because of the reinvestment, Aurora's money is going to be a little bit fragile.
Nice, boys. Come on.
It sounded very calm and collected on the Na'Vi side in the early going, just 3 rounds of play. The intensity not yet picking up.
Well, we got Woxic picking up the pace and going aggressively with AWP. Looking for this kill as he is pretty good spot in the ramp room. Actually, Soulfly setting himself up. He actually threw the utility in and knew that Bit had turned and gets that kill. And Soulfly actually bailing out of this one. Both players get around the corner with no trade from Na'Vi.
Yeah, really well done from Woxic and Soulfly. That's well executed. Stepping forward, finding the kill, and then being able to back off and survive. Woxic even having to hustle to do it. Now with the man advantage, you get a boost up, and you can kind of forget ramp room exists if your name isn't Soulfly. Let him handle the business up on top of the boxes.
Kaze.
He loves hearing that
spam. You know you're reloading that, but he doesn't actually make the most of it. Goes back into it, finishes off Zantares. And then back into the upper bomb site they go, but Woxic now spotted. He stands, he fights, but he's lost his teammates. So Woxic needs a quick kill, and that's exactly what he's got. He'll toss a grenade out into the front of the site, but can't flick down to Wonderful. Wakadia, a quick opportunity in behind, but Makaze turned to pick that kill up, and then ready for the fight in heaven. So Makaze coming in with a 3K and putting Na'Vi up to a tied scoreline.
Yeah, Makaze just a brawler in that round. He was never going to let Zantares get away, just slipping in and out of the smoke, perfectly played, confusing where his next position was going to be, and then he's the guy stepping in towards Mini to help clear out the upper bomb site. Woxic does his absolute best to control and
el flick que le metió,
towards Aurora's favor. It's just way too much to ask in this scenario. So we're tied up at 2, and now money issues sprout up for Aurora. Scout in the hands of Woxic, Famasa, Wakadia, MP9 on Zantares, pistols otherwise.
Oh, good kill from Wonderful.
Fucking nice.
So opening kill here for Na'Vi. You can settle into the round now very comfortably if you're Na'Vi, knowing you've got that opening kill. There's outside smokes deployed, but no one going to be working with them.
Wonderful had 46 kills in the first 2 maps of play. We mentioned he was having a phenomenal finals.
Yes.
That's an incredible rate to hit across 2 maps. And I mean, we'll see if it continues. Sometimes the op on T-side nuke can get a little bit, can lose itself a bit. It's hard to find the same level of impact, but a nice opening pick here.
Yeah, best of 5 long old game, especially when we're going to be going to 4 maps at least. Strong start, but can he keep it up? And the site has been taken over towards A, and no problems here for Na'Vi.
Scout can't collect a shot, but it's keeping attention in this direction. There's a little bit of a flank coming in from Wakadia, wrapping around lobby, now up on T-roof. That's found by Bit. So danger averted, and Na'Vi's not going to lose anything here. They take a lead 3-2 early on.
You say, you don't win the pistol on the T side of Nuke, you're going to have to do it on the gun rounds. And so far, Na'Vi doing exactly that.
Well, and now the question becomes, because you've limited their money, you reset it back down to 0, right? So Aurora have to work and kind of build that money back up to a point where they can afford the op on Woxic. We saw what kind of an impact that could have in the previous round on that upper bomb site, especially the way Woxic was playing, had a good Anubis. But if you keep that op out of his hands a few more rounds, it's such a luxury if you're Na'Vi. You don't want to play this T side with the op out on the field. Round 6, the next gun round, full buy for both teams. Missing kits on the CT side, utility is there, rifles are there. Looks like a lobby crunch is being lined up on a timing. There's the flashes in through Squeak Door. Ima hears him busting out. He's like, I want nothing to do with it. You guys can have lobby. Comment over to the team and let Alexi worry about what the reaction's going to be.
Yeah, just backs away. But look at Makaze again. He's got the garage control that you're really looking for. So a lot of space taken here for Na'Vi outside.
Yeah, this is excellent. It's counter to what I mentioned on Anubis when something similar happened. A push was spotted, but they weren't in position to take advantage and gain the space. Now they've got huge advantages on the map.
Yeah, there's Makaze.
Ay, Makaze.
On the peak from Soulfly. You think when Makaze gets in a position that strong, that early in the round, he's going to
balas que se meten.
They go blow for blow outside. Alexi B
bala tras bala.
And Na'Vi going to be frustrated. They didn't really make much of this. And now the bomb is stuck at garage on the back of Alexi.
Yeah, it's Makaze who's going to be the frustrated one. Alexi might get one back.
Okay.
Xantares wanted to get some information. And Ima just slips around the wall. Soulfly following up very, very closely on a timing. Woxic, his teammate, is downstairs. So Soulfly's the man who's got to have impact. Maybe delay this bomb plan as long as possible.
Yeah, now Woxic, Molotov does land towards Secret Stairs. Alexi going to make his way in, but Soulfly, here he comes. Out towards Hut, they're going to start spamming him down. Alexi B, gets across, gets that bomb to safety. Nate going to go through. Alexi is pretty low. In fact, it cancels the plant and removes Alexi B. And then Ima goes
qué buena.
Okay, disaster strikes here for Na'Vi. And the
1v1
can save them is big. And he's running back to get that bomb. He will pick it up. But Soulfly, here he comes, walking on out, strolling on in. Soulfly so comfortable in the clutch.
El humo fue lo mejor que pudo haber hecho. Porque si no tira el humo, lo mata instant. Una bala tenía que pegarle nomás.
Maybe he doesn't know any better, but he wins you, beats you in the 1v1. That's a massive round for Aurora to get back to their winning ways. And he does exactly what's needed. Delays the bomb plant, sets Woxic up to grab a kill of his own to play next. And then wins the clutch. Tied at 3, and now it's Na'Vi. Alexi with $0 in the bank. Ima down to 150. Money's a bit of an issue, and look at all the damage they've taken early.
So much damage. This early in the round is going to be devastating for Na'Vi.
Yeah, they're just softened up so much. So many just like free kills. Straight bullet can handle Makaze, and he's been the one who's been the initiator.
I mean, at least there's a whole lot of nades left for Aurora, so you're not going to take the brunt of the damage from those towards the end of the round at least, but certainly going to be happy with how things have started.
The important thing to note is we can see the HP. That's all unconfirmed damage on the side of Aurora, so they don't realize that players are softened up. Good first kill from Ima, and disappears back into the smoke.
Yeah, takes some damage himself, but at least getting that kill back. Under a minute on the clock. Na'Vi going to start going towards ramp room, but look at this setup. You've got 2 players waiting in here for Aurora.
You're never getting through this setup, but they're going to push into you.
Well, the setup might come to you, so let's see if Na'Vi can handle this. Walking on in, it's going to be Woxic taking that first life, and now they know they're pushing into them, so Soulfly just stands. He fights and can't get more than one, but Woxic's on the cleanup, and that's the job done. Woxic with a triple. Excellent start, and look at him, just fired up, trying to get the energy going here for Aurora.
Yeah, really putting some emphasis on it, it looks like, of maintaining that energy and making sure on the wins we're celebrating every single thing we get to keep the mood within the team, the atmosphere in a positive state. There's the opening kill, but even if this setup just stood pat and used the crossfire with the HP available to Na'Vi, they were never breaking through this. Too easy to clean too many players.
Never.
Great round from Aurora. And they get a benefit of a weaker buy out of Na'Vi. 2 AK-47s. Try and do a little bit of economic damage. Trip away at the money, building up.
Oh, there's a good start. That's exactly what you need in a round like this. You need a clean entry and drop down into the B bomb site. Now, Na'Vi won a round like this earlier with a clean entry down to B, but the rotations come quickly, and Xantares has made nothing happen from it.
Yeah, the fact that those 2 players have gone down without any kind of kill coming for Aurora is
up next.
What a shot from Pit.
Yeah, they're so ready for every fight. That's a real missed opportunity there for Aurora. You've let Na'Vi come into this round with a couple of AKs, walk into the ramp room, take that opening kill, drop down. Xantares taking the risk, going for the fight, losing it without a kill of his own. And this was a real opportunity to build something beautiful here for Aurora, but now the money pressure begins again.
Yeah, and just, I mean, Na'Vi bouncing between, like, kind of like taking these slower paced rounds and then scaling really quickly when they get certain things. Every time they've taken ramp room and gotten that kill, they've
cagón. Cagones, cagones.
If there's going to be a reaction, it's, oh, we got the kill, let's go.
And Na'Vi are already in a situation on this T side where you're now at 4 rounds. Couple more sprinkled in and you're laughing. You're having a great time.
Yeah, you're very pleased with this half thus far if you're on the Na'Vi side of things.
Make on miss.
If you flip that and look at it from the Aurora perspective, players, the eyes will start to gaze up towards the scoreboard and be like, shit, they're at 4 already.
Yep. And you don't really have much to combat that.
And again, like one of the benefits I touched on earlier is with these kind of back and forth nature and winning a round like that, you're preventing Aurora from building money that can be an op for Woxic. You're keeping him off the AWP as long as possible, letting your offense cook and build up into this game without having to worry about a sniper who can shut down parts of the map and just be a nuisance everywhere you go.
And he's having a good start to this map as well. He's 10-4 at the moment, so yeah, limiting the opportunities. He gets the primary choice, a weapon in his hands is fantastic for Na'Vi.
Actually, a little bit of a choice out of Major to drop down to the MP9. He's got 1,200 in the bank. He could have gone for a stronger weapon, but once, obviously, I think to keep some cash there to get the
¿Pero qué ha pasado?
as soon as been on the board in play for Aurora. If you're on the Na'Vi side of the thing this time out, you got to know if you're Blade and Alexi reading the situation that the money for Aurora is going to be in a tenuous position. So a victory here can put them in an awkward place. A big swing round in round 9. Who's going to have the stranglehold on this map going into the final stretch? It's an upper bust.
Oh, it's real quick as well. Oh, they missed the jump over the top, but it's actually worked out very well for Matthew. He's got away with a kill that he didn't expect. And Morcadia with 2 of his own. How is this round gone so comfortably in the way of Aurora?
You missed the one opportunity you had on the player jumping off of the hood. If he was able to take him out of the sky, this is completely different. But the kills go the way of Aurora on the opening, and the change of pace falls flat.
Oh, you're really kicking yourself if you're Na'Vi when a round goes like that. Wonderful going to do as much damage as he can here. Damage still matters. Not going to get much of it though. All right, you made a lot of money there. You got MP9s getting the majority of the kills. And both teams missing out on their chances where it's like, okay, you've now put your opponent at the reset point. You put them on the ropes and you just haven't been able to knock them out yet.
Yeah, that's the hard part if you're Na'Vi. You have to kind of swallow that one and just take it on the chin because you've let them off the hook a little bit. They get a bit more
How is Magic get away with that? It's insane.
Yeah, it's a hard shot to hit as he's falling down, but obviously the rest of his teammates also chiming in. Top hut, you know, amongst, you know, you see that player jumping down and you say there's no one top hut, he's dropped down, and then there actually is a player top hut as well. Tough situation for Na'Vi to handle. Round 10. Deep smoke outside from the CTs makes Na'Vi nervous. Some aggression behind it with Xantares at red box.
Okay, Xantares. He's going to open things up with a kill right away on Mikaze. Blade not going to be a fan of that opening kill going against Na'Vi in a round like this. But now Aurora can somewhat breathe. Take a moment because Na'Vi are in no rush to try and get that kill back.
Well, you've got Bit in a good position, right? So what they're kind of thinking is if we're eventually going to join up with Bit, or if we're going to let him activate to play next, we've got to do something on the map. So Alexi's going to join up with his team.
Caen todo taxi.
But Aurora's not going to sit back on their heels. They're going to be proactive, starting to push in towards hut, clear out lobby. Good
¿Qué hizo?
Yeah, now Woxic is ready for the next one too, and that utility is only going to help them funnel them.
Ay, Vicadian.
Second play here as well. Matra, okay, there's the lineup, and can only get himself the single frag, but ends up being a 2v3 here. Still tough for Na'Vi to work their way out of this position.
Yeah, Alexi needs to let Bit kind of play next, and that's what he's calling out. It's your turn. Start making a move. See if you can clear anything out, grab some information, let me know where I need to go because he's blind on this part of the map. Unfortunately, there's only 20 seconds left. They don't have the time in the world for Bit to be leisurely about this. It's gonna have to happen fast. If he doesn't win this fight, Alexi saves.
Yeah, hard to win this fight though. So many angles you gotta worry about, but Soulfly's actually helped him out and let him know where he's standing. Doesn't matter though, Soulfly on the cleanup, getting both of those kills and putting Aurora up to a 6-4 lead.
Yeah, now there shouldn't be any more financial issues for Aurora. So if you're Na'Vi, you've kind of missed that opportunity to break that down and kind of scrape together some easy ones at the tail end of the half. It's you instead who have that misfortune of dropping back to Deagles and having to kind of relinquish any real danger in this round 11. 6-4, Aurora looking a strong advantage to get up towards 7.
Celebrating every round victory in this tense grand final. And there's Soulfly. All right, starting to really come together now, Soulfly. 14-6. Wondering what his presence inside of this Aurora team would look like. You know, losing Jota, many thought they might drop off, but Soulfly's come in and he's been impressive in 2026.
Yeah, I think also he's starting to get the feeling on this map like he's been targeted a couple times, like when Navi's needed a round or to find a kill, they've kind of headed towards him. Now, Aurora's done a great job of doubling up and mixing in some aggression. It's not like they've been passive in Ramp Room, right? That defense has like moved in to challenge a trophy, challenge in towards lobby as well. But every single round, I think he's got the sense that it's likely Na'Vi come and challenge him over in Ramp Room. So that round completely on point and prepared for it.
Let's go, Na'Vi.
All right, last round of the half. Na'Vi looking for 5 on the T side.
5 of the last 6 rounds going the way of Aurora's CT side. Been a really strong stretch as they've taken hold of this map.
But if Na'Vi can leave with 1 extra round to play with, they're going to be very happy with the output from their T side, even though it's looked rough at points. Antara's pushed up. It's a little less deadly when they're not occupied by Garage, so they're actually crossing over towards red, and
Ay, ¿qué pasó?
So a bit to drop him.
No le salió el otro kill.
Oh my god! Okay, the hunters out and their heads are found.
There's still 2 more players outside. This is a lot of resources for Aurora. This is a lot of bodies being dedicated to control outside, and a Bit actually it's all 3.
Yeah, Bit actually just stepped outside of the smokes and he steps into the open. Woxic ready to drop him. This last round of the half is going to be hard fought.
All right, everyone wait. Wonderful's got to play. He's got control of Ramp Room. They're going to follow up in that direction. And it looks like they'll just drop in towards Ramp Room. Soulfly's on a long flank, wrapping past T-Spawn back in towards lobby right now. Wakadia and Woxic playing outside mini. Nobody's dropped down to the lower bomb site. Now Wakadia's getting the idea, so is Woxic. And this time Na'Vi's taking it slow, and they won't have the timing, they won't have the advantage.
Woxic's shadow, he knows Wonderful's about to step out there, but it's about Soulfly around the back. Wonderful saves it just in time. Woxic can hear them just above him on the rafters. 15 seconds, bomb plant coming in. Woxic looking to deny, but it's planted on the safe side. So a retake it is. Na'Vi with a real chance for 5 rounds.
Le hicieron re bien, le hizo re mal.
Woxic gets so close, they don't consider, confirms the kill. Ima tries to react, can't do it.
Oof.
So
oh shit.
A great headshot. But can he clutch up? He's on low HP. And Wakadi is moving to him. He knows that.
No. Qué buena, marica. Las balas que se meten unas balas muy bravas, güey. La gente, Navi o Aurora. Comenten, comenten. Navi or Aurora, boys. Win-win. Marga, yo prefiero hacer stream jugando que haciendo watch party.
Aurora's defense really clamping down in that first half after a quick streak from Na'Vi to open things up, but now we switch sides. It's going to be Na'Vi's defense. They scraped together enough rounds. They're within striking distance, 7-5 lead for the Turkish side, and this is all about who takes the series advantage into Dust 2, our fourth map. We're guaranteed to see it, but which team is going to have a chance to lift the trophy off the back of it?
Yeah, you know, you're not seeing Xantares really have a great map here. 2 and 5 coming into this, but it's Woxic and Soulfly who are picking it up. You got 14 kills on both of those players, and you're seeing Soulfly, yeah, you're right. The first couple of rounds in that half, we seen Na'Vi really target the ramp room, and he started to deliver and make sure that that was no longer a weakness.
Felt that way, but I like the idea from Aurora to really kind of give him some help early on. A lot of pushes. Woxic was there, paired up with him, doing some things to make his life easier, his job easier on the map.
I'll play one of them to fire up and bring more energy and see creative ideas coming into the second half. Let's see if Na'Vi heed his words as we get into the second half of play.
You got that P250 on Woxic, so look for some kind of like a gladiator strategy of just kind of setting Woxic up to take his looks outside, go for some peeks, some picks with the P250. No movement yet. Aurora doesn't want to pull the trigger, looking to see if there's any kind of aggression. Nothing's coming as Na'Vi stand pat. Wonderful and bit towards ramp room. Alexi Ema, the upper bomb site. Makaze spotting outside, sees the side drop, grabs one kill.
Yeah, you're going to enjoy that opening kill, but Makaze going back for another. You'll like that even more.
La bala que le metió Wuzi, güey.
Woxic getting a kill to respawn, but it's still Na'Vi 4v3 here as they are still trying to get that bomb into the site. Issue is Ema waiting inside of main. It's a strong position to have here, and that smoke is going. Oh my god, quick reaction from Ema. At least Woxic responds, but it's still a whole lot of work to do here for Aurora. That P250 though is doing so much work, so much done by Woxic in this pistol. Madra trying to at least help him out by getting a single kill, but it won't be the case. Woxic has to do everything.
Woxic kind of left him on his own and was like, peace out, this one's all you. 25 on the clock, and he's going to try and quietly move his way over towards ramp room. Bit has no idea. Still thinking it's going to be a finishing play, so Woxic's created a chance for himself.
And
now they understand. Now they hear the noise cue. Alexi and Bit going to drop in towards the vent. Bomb being planted right now. How much time is Woxic going to have to find a new position?
Yeah, he has to get off that plank. Gets in behind the box. They're just running him down.
Hostia.
1v1 fight. Alexi B will take him down. They play it well as they race in, realizing they don't want Woxic to get to a good spot. If they let him get into a strong post plant to position himself in the rafters, he's got a shot at winning that one.
Yeah, keeping the pressure on, really smothering him in the post plant.
Gotta say though, another great round from Woxic. Even though his teammates don't do anything, he's landing some great ones here.
Yeah, that's a sick trade to get. A trade here over towards Mini as well. Nice headshot there with the P250, but nothing going. Not enough success elsewhere.
Now, the big thing that Woxic does there is get the bomb plant, right? Even though he loses the round, he gets the bomb plant. So you're able to get a really strong buyout here in comparatively to what you would have had without it. So you're going to get an AK, you're going to get MAC-10s and a Tech-9.
Yeah, anytime that plant comes out on the pistol round from the T side, the CT side going to immediately be thinking, okay, be careful about that upper bus, the MAC-10s and the Tech-9s with armor. Positioned outside, big gap in that smoke.
Oh, dude, that's a huge gap. But it's actually worked against him because you have Mikaze who's completely fixated upon the gap, and then Xantares just flies over the top of it.
You know what? Let's give him the credit and just say it was designed.
Sure, that's one of those moments where you would really want
Sí,
to
señor.
design because that would be very cool if it was.
I'm just amazed that he didn't hear the drop down, didn't hear the footsteps.
¿Lo pueden
running as
entregar en
well,
la
maybe some
tienda, porfa?
communication. Wonderful on an island against 4.
Yeah, look at the space they've got.
La esquina como
Like,
azulita,
he's
sí.
under
Ahí
so
pregunta por
much scrutiny
Marlon
right now.
y ahí me lo
All right,
traen.
Wonderful, what can you do? Rifle's good for 1 and a second. Couldn't quite get the 3rd kill, but Wonderful at least setting Na'Vi up with a shot at this. A 3v3 and Bit running them down, so no bomb plant. It's going to be a tough situation now for Aurora. Bit's actually moved into dark as well, so he's able to play that spot.
I don't think Aurora dedicated enough to actually control the bomb site. Woxic is starting to get that bomb plant, and his teammates are nowhere close to being able to cover him. So,
like, good luck, buddy.
Yeah, Bit's living the dream.
Yeah, then, oh my god, okay, with Ima getting caught, Wakadia going back in, he nearly gets himself a follow-up frag. But this would be the time to step up if you're Xantares. You've been quiet, you know you have been, but time to go loud in the 1v2. Alexibi at the window, and then peeked as well from lower at the same time. So they make it impossible for Xantares to actually win that one. And we've got a tie game again. Sigh of relief for Na'Vi. That round looks scary from the start, right? They find themselves in pretty solid positions. I think Aurora lose this round more than Na'Vi winning it, just for the fact that you're right. It feels like they don't commit enough to actually trying to get that bomb plant.
I think they thought after the
Un juguito granizado. Tengo mucha sed.
that bomb plant really easily. One player went back to vents. One player was still kind of lurking outside. Unfortunately, like the planter was kind of Woxic was left all alone. We're going for, well.
Oh, okay. Well, you found a nice little corner there for you, Wakadia.
How has that happened?
Well, let's see if it works out for him.
Shouldn't change anything. Hasn't really messed with the timing whatsoever. Alexi's still going to be aware of the possibility.
Yeah, just waiting now. Wakadia could have moved into that position. You got Ima on a couple of kills. Wakadia does eventually get a frag of his own. And Soulfly, nice deke. Isn't really going to amount to too much here. Ima with a 3K on the hold. Another shot from Soulfly. Okay, hold on. Now we give him the respect for this.
The kills are valuable as hell. Like, you cannot overstate how important it is to get a couple of those kills for some of those rebuys on the CT side.
It's just where the bomb is, Jason.
Oh, he's
nice.
Unlikely to
Nyami.
Any extra kill he gets from here is incredible. Like, you're priming your team on this T side. Part of the frustration on the T side is, like, you can obviously get locked out. We've all felt it playing T-side nuke, but part of the goal is always to set up that CT economy to just break when you get your first round win, and that's exactly what Soulfly's doing with some of these extra kills here.
Yeah, just priming your opponent for that break later on. But Ima was checking outside intermittently, but has moved inner now, so won't detect Soulfly. But they know that he has to come to them. So Soulfly is going to eventually march his way towards the waiting arms of Bit.
And the nice thing for Bit is, like, he sees, okay, now you see both of them. Yeah, but even with the bomb, you're like, well, once he picks it up, he can only come to the upper bomb site. So it was really easy round, whatever, for Bit. 8-7, 1 round lead.
Yeah, well, the buy is going to be coming in here for Aurora. It's going to be full AKs, no AWP yet.
I'll see on the Na'Vi side, I mean, those kills, as I mentioned, super valuable. Just these two at the end in a 1v4. Taking some money away. Wonderful still gets the AWP out in the field.
Yeah, but Alexibi is going to have to play with an MP9.
Yeah, look at the cash reserves as well. A loss here for Na'Vi, and they're going to have to drop down and save immediately.
Well, outside smokes deployed for Aurora. No one actually going to be committing with them just yet. Bit's going to confirm that, or no longer. That Molotov is going to hold him back. They might actually hold him down long enough for Aurora to start setting up for the inner hit, but they've actually lost a member outside, so Madger's dead. Aurora going to be going into the ramp room. No one here.
Yeah, Wonderful's going to keep an eye on it as he shifts back. but not going to go too deep to check anything. Just wants to have an angle if anyone swings on it.
Oh, he is going to go a little bit too deep, but it's an opportunity. He just can't take it.
Yeah, but he's got information at the very least. And they control outside and secret, so they can drop down vents and have the quick rotation. Ema and Bit are going to be the first players here. Molotov going to keep them locked out for the moment.
You got Bit ready for that push forward for Xantares. Can't get the kill. It's going to be Ima to have to respond. And now he's under a lot of pressure because that door swings wide open and there are 3 targets surrounding it. So Ima not putting himself in harm's way.
He's letting everyone else play first and start getting in a position where they can't have so many eyeballs watching for that push.
Well, eventually Ima does move forward. Alexib getting the trade kill, but there's enough presence towards the window for Aurora to get a kill back. So 2v2 here. Wonderful trying to move in. He's got some utility trickling that out into the side.
No!
Come in from Na'Vi. All right, 9 rounds
GG.
for Na'Vi, starting to get into position where this nuke is looking better and better.
In some lovely shots from Wonderful in the round. 2 kills, the opening on Major, and closing things out with the final into Defuse. We questioned, we wondered. He had those incredible first 2 maps of the grand finals. Would he be able to keep it up? 12 kills to help lead the way for Na'Vi, and impactful ones here in this round.
Tiene que jugar hoy porque ya.
Yeah, Wonderful is having a great grand
La
final.
otra semana la.
And Na'Vi look just so much more deadly when their AWPer is online. Timeout for Aurora. No AWPer for them.
Yeah, it's going to start likely feeling a little bit desperate if you're Aurora at this stage. So in this timeout, talking things over, another buy coming in. They don't want to relinquish things just yet. Still 2 rounds back. Going to be missing a little bit of utility, but for the most part, they've got what they want. They've got everything except perhaps a round on the board on this T side. And now that Wonderful's AWP is on the board and heating up and picking you off across the map, it's only going to get more difficult. So Major's job of calling this team into some round wins is getting more and more difficult as time goes on.
Feels like a broken record, but it would be a great time for Xantares to come online here at this point of the map. Sitting on 4 kills. Shadow, Xantares dead, making that move again.
And heard the footsteps of Major, but it's just one set of footsteps that he's calling out. 2 players silently crossing behind Major.
Yeah, well, he's at least got 1 pick back. Bit's already rotated down. You're not ready for him. He's got ahead. He's got info. Sees 2 players in that jump up.
Do they really want to challenge further? Do they really want to do it now that they've seen Bit kind of disappear into the bomb site, and now he can be at so many angles, and he's got information. Reinforcements could have arrived. There's no map control right now for Aurora, so when they turn this corner, when they open this door, I don't think they realize what they're going to find.
Oh, as they speak as well, they're losing more and more map control if Na'Vi continue to push through the hut.
Spacing is everything for Alexi and Makaze, so they don't get doubled by Wakadia.
Timing is everything. Wakadia is not watching it, and they've just moved in. Oh, they're going to clear him. Oh no, Wakadia going down with nothing.
And his teammates just got to the top of Secret. They were always going to come back, and now that you don't have that foothold, this feels way worse.
35 seconds. Aurora going for their last move towards the upper bomb site. Makaze waiting at the back of the site. His AK primed and ready to remove Soulflight. Up next is Woxic. The victim will fall, and now 10-7. Na'Vi ramping things up here on Nuke.
Yeah, 10-7, and that's their cleanest round win yet. Only losing a single player. Other than that, Aurora had been able previously to take out 3 in each and every round. And that was a buy that you forced up that felt right on the edge. Now you have to sit back and it just gets worse. Pressure mounts. You still have no rounds on this T side. Nothing to feel good about. No indication of what's a strong opening move that can get you back into this game. Turkish fans not happy?
Yeah, starting to get a little worried, I'm sure, over in Turkey.
What about you, Sweden? You were Na'Vi fans earlier. You still excited?
Very much so. Na'Vi giving them something to cheer about. Alexi B getting into the hut. Soulfly sliding the smoke. Here they come. Xantares going to be dead again, and Alexi B just holds down for that second player coming in. Xantares is having a nightmare game at the moment.
Yeah, he really is.
Can get nothing going. Wonderful missing the shot, but going to matter all that much. They're going back into Bit. Bit's ready. Woxic stepping up, gets the dink, but it's still going to be Bit to stay composed and take that kill. Even Wakadia charging through the smoke. He knows he's got a low HP opponent. Actually hit that there. Okay, fair enough. Now Wakadia, you're not going to win this round, but show us what you can do, and not much more as he steps into the scope of Wonderful. It's the last chance here for Aurora on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, last chance is the best way to put it, because right now it's up to Major, it's up to the individuals on the Aurora side. They've got to do something that changes this game, that changes the nature of this, because Navi's having no issue with what they're bringing to the table. So you need some kind of tactic that's just going to be emphatically just very, very strong, like go to your go-to whenever you need a round, or you need someone to step up in an individual effort, a Woxic, a Xantares, a Wakadia.
Hey, man, Woxic's been doing a good job with that. I feel like he just needs someone else alongside him, and the two usual players in that department are Wakadia and Xantares, both of them having quiet games.
At this event, it's Wakadia and Major, so let's add Major into the mix. It doesn't matter which one it is. One of them needs to give you something, a triple kill, a clutch, something that gets the team fired up. We saw it in the first half, how much of an emphasis it was early on Woxic being loud, being excited, passing that energy across the team. It's gone flat because they've got nothing to be excited about. And someone needs to create that, or else Aurora's just going to fade out of Nuke. And we'll head to Nuke on championship point.
Let's go, no.
Not a bad chance.
That's not a bad chance.
That's pretty good. More Na'Vi trying to put Aurora on that flight.
Turkish.
Wonderful. Launching out towards the silo.
Another break. Nothing. Over the top of the smoke, though, Woxic is looking for Wonderful to swing out a little bit wider. Third break of the smoke wall, and absolutely nothing seen.
Okay, Wonderful's got your opener.
GG, Aurora.
About to lose
Te dio.
as well.
40 de vida quedó.
He actually did, yep. Right to the top of the box, though, so the damage is not lethal. Xantares can still fight on. He drops off May. Sound cue heard. Wonderful's going to know that. And the nades are coming in, but Wonderful
Ay,
is
muy
not
bueno,
missing
güey.
much today. Another frag for
Es muy bueno, no lo esperan ahí, güey.
Major's got the kill, but Xantares has been taken away, and they know where Major is.
Yeah, but with Xantares going down, there's not really a strength to this wraparound, right? Major's got the bomb. He's all on his own. He's going to jump in towards the window. And
just
Ima spotted him. Yeah, Bit's going to have a free one.
You know you've got to be locked away. Bomb as well.
And Wakadia can't do anything really to help.
No, your bomb is stuck in lockers.
Yeah, he can't move.
Oh, he can't. Oh my God.
No!
Fight your way out of it. Now, do you want to commit straight away? So they slow on the ladder, but they've got 20 seconds. They have to go to the A setup. And look who's waiting for them. Makaze and Alexi B. And they both look towards heaven. The bomb rolls to the ground.
Oh, shit.
Ignites with a chance.
1v1.
Puts the bomb down at the back of the site, and they so desperately need a miraculous moment like this one.
I don't know if Ima realizes he got into the hut. He might, but he's not looking for
it. The wraparound and
no, que rondota.
Big moment. A lifeline given to Aurora.
Well, we said they just needed it out of somebody. Somebody needed a moment like that, and it was Wakadia to step up.
Dude, that is nuts that he's able to pull that off.
How do you break through that setup in the upper bomb site? Alexi inside the site. Makaze, maybe one of the few shots he's missed throughout this game. That's the one he gives up.
It looked unlosable for Na'Vi.
Ima just thought he found a pocket of safety inside the site behind the Molotov. It's not the case. Disappeared entirely.
Well, you said that they need something to inspire them, something to get the energy going again. Hopefully for Aurora, that is the round that does it. They've got to go on a streak now. Wakadia bought them some time. Issue is Na'Vi still have a really good buy going into the next round. You've still got to deal with this. And you haven't been able to get the AWP out. And Xantares has been doing nothing outside in such an important round. You know, just nothing again, just walking over the top dead.
And I think that's why you can see someone like not clearing that corner the complete way. He's had a frustrating half, and some of the details are eluding him. Now you're picked off by Wonderful. Success was short-lived. Wakadia bought you a little bit of time, opened the door a tiny bit, and Na'Vi in the process of slamming it shut.
It's just Not a whole lot of opportunity now for Aurora. Soulflight grabbing a kill here onto Alexi B.
Takes attention away from outside, which lets Major play. Now we're back into a 3-on-3. Mid-round looking good for Aurora.
Yeah, good work. Really staying in the fight of this round. 50 seconds. There's still time to play with here for Aurora.
Ah, fue puta.
Well, bit in the sight. 30 seconds. Going to combine with Mikaze, who did kind of had a blunder in the last round. He's hoping he can be much sharper this time, and he certainly will be.
GG. GG Aurora, GG Paucasa, Aurora.
Like it from Mikaze, and the combo between him and Bit, getting Na'Vi to the finish line.
Yeah, defense has just been way, way too strong for Na'Vi in this half. An incredible run. 7 of 8 rounds played, all going in the favor of Na'Vi. The one round is the heroic effort out of Wakadia. But not enough happening on the map for Aurora.
All right, a couple of Khalils and 2 MAC-10s and
Oli.
a AK-47.
¿Le comió qué? ¿Un pescado? ¿Qué? ¿Un tiburón?
To try and stay in the fight of Nuke.
Me ha hecho un poco de presas.
No, sí, claro, chutó la gallina completa.
Transmita, pe.
Comfortably so.
¿Cómo así?
¿Cómo va el partido?
Yo dejé de transmitir.
Right to the dome, Major gets nothing done. Close.
Ah, su marica están jugando abajo, no lo ha visto.
Devastation. Right to the middle of the
Está dando 5.
Ya está el tercer mapa, ¿no?
Ya,
¿no? Puta, ya va a acabar.
You're sitting there,
¿Quién va ganando?
scratching your head if
Nadie.
you're Wakadia. Wondering how do you
Ya
get
acabó.
into this round now.
All they've got left is an upper hit. You don't have the resources really to
No,
go
pero ahí
outside again. You
remontan,
can't
vea.
create a smoke
Esta
wall,
ronda
ramp
es
room that
de-
you can't imagine is going to go well for
Ah,
you.
no,
Last
sí,
round
no,
you
ahí.
went there, you got wrecked by Wonderful as soon as you turned the corner. Send somebody up
Para
to
que
the
me
roof to
explode un
drop some
granizado.
utility and hit the upper bomb site, see what
Y que
happens.
tomó
Feels
frío
like
me
the
duerme la
option
lengua,
available
marica.
to him.
Un granizado de frozen drink.
Un gangsta de mango.
Rico, rico.
All 4 players from Aurora just sitting and waiting in the lobby. And Na'Vi's happy to let him.
Yeah, a certain feeling that this round
Tenía mucha sed,
feels
marica.
over.
Uh-oh.
Imma, okay.
GG, uff.
Well, there's a kill back. You no
Donde
longer
apunte
have
bien
the
ya
ball
mínimo
back
2,
to
marica.
Na'Vi. Gonna come in though. Alexi B in the rafters.
Ah, GG, ese mapa es defensivo, marica. Ya, Aurora no.
Some fight left in them. Wakadia with a triple
Es un
kill.
mapa muy defensivo. Voy a hacer esa ronda, pero.
Prowling around the A bomb site with the
Pero gana nadie.
AK-47. That grenade is
Oh,
good. It's
yeah.
real good.
Los que
I don't know
malos
how,
dos.
but Aurora found themselves in a 2v2 with a bomb down, but
Oh,
Wonderful's
no,
come through
pero
with it.
Chantal, ¿qué hace?
Wakadia again. He bought them some time earlier.
Ah,
He's got to keep them on the map again. Both players low. Moving towards
Bob
him.
player.
Wonderful going for the clear, and he's got it. Na'Vi one map
GG.
away from securing the title at ESL Pro League
GG,
Season
motherfucker.
23.
Qué rico de mono.
pa, pues.
Sí, pues está sexy.
Vamos a jugarlo de adivina el país.
¿Dónde? ¿Por qué?
Vamos a jugar. A ver si sabemos mucho de la geografía del mundo. Se me va diciendo qué cree que dónde es.
Yo solo conozco la bandera de Colombia.
Así para comenzar, Panamá. Ah, no, pero así no. Ah, es que este creo que hay que pagar. Ah, no, no, no. Bueno, vamos mirando así. Recarga el juego. Ok. Uno va mirando así, ¿no? Y usted va diciendo, y vamos mirando, ¿usted qué cree que dónde es eso? Esa monda, ¿dónde es? Es como Egipto, ¿usted qué dice?
Sí. A ver.
Pero es que solo muestra esto, marica. Vamos para allá, para allá. Tengo que mirar las letras de algo, o sea, el idioma. Como una tiendita o algo para ver qué sea.
Una
Pero me estoy
tiendita.
devolviendo. Ah, no, eso es como, eso es Rusia, marica. Este es el coso de Rusia.
Dele donde dice
Véalo,
pista.
véalo, esos son rusos.
Ah,
Véalo,
sí.
va la bandera. Uy, gonorrea, era aquí. Yo puse acá.
Moscú.
Moscú, sí. Pero bueno, estuve bien.
Mm,
Eso es como Italia, porque es como
No, esto es
moda,
Estados Unidos, parece.
moda. Ah, eso es Nueva York. Ah, no, no, no. Vea. Ole, pero qué fácil así.
No, porque son diferentes banderas.
El idioma, ¿qué dice ahí? Victory Secret, Beauty, eso no es Nueva York. Vea.
No sé, yo nunca fui a Nueva York, pero no, eso no tiene cara de Nueva York.
Es como Washington.
De pronto a Washington le creo más, sí.
Bonito, ¿ah? Es bien bonito, ¿no?
Sí.
Para mí es Nueva York. ¿Para qué lado queda Nueva York?
Nueva York era una punta.
Miami no es. Texas, Dallas, Nueva México,
Creo que es más para arriba.
Washington. Para acá.
Washington.
Ese es entre Nueva York y Washington. Ay, sí, era Nueva York, marica. Pero más acá. Estuve cerquitita, marica. Uf, ¿qué es esa mierda? Eso es como Latinoamérica. Ah, no,
Ah.
pero es que así es muy fácil, marica. Y no soy
Eso es
de puta.
Villavo.
No, Venezuela. Nos mandó a Venezuela. No, así muy breve, weón. París.
Francia, París. Oh,
Egipto.
Perú.
Ah, eso es México, weón. Eso es México. No, no. ¿Será que es México? México o
No,
Egipto.
Egipto.
Para los camellos y Egipto. Uf, era el Cairo, pero sí, Egipto, pero acá sí está difícil.
Una,
Aquí no que vas a ver.
eso se me hace
Eso es como
conocido.
España, marica. Eso es como España. Ah, no. Especial
Nacional.
Nacional. No me deja entrar. Ah, sí. La vida, ¿qué dice acá?
France.
No, pero es como algo de. Pero no son de Francia. Starbucks Coffee. Eso es como, ¿qué, güey? ¿Qué dice?
Mm,
Dane Tricia, ¿ese idioma qué? Es como Europa, marica, pero. Adoro, marica.
Allá arriba hay una bandera que era
Eso es de Estados Unidos. Ah, Alemania. No, así muy
Alemania.
fácil. Así muy fácil, güey.
Pero yo había visto otra bandera.
Ah, Turquía, Alemania es acá. Eso es, ¿sabe qué es esto? Esto es Frankfurt.
Véalo ahí. Abajito Alemania.
Pero eso
Frankfurt.
así no es. Pero no vamos a ponerle Berlín, que eso siempre pone capitales. Eso no pone. Dios. No. Yo juego mucho esa monda, güey. Juego público. A ver. Ay, bro. Ay, es
Perú.
por segundos, marica. 20 segundos. Ah, sí, muy duro.
Uy, no sé.
No, sí, muy duro, marica. No,
Eso
¿qué vas a
tiene
ver?
cara de Estados Unidos.
Como Texas.
Sí.
Ay.
O Utah.
Ey, güey, puta, eso,
Ush.
eso es África, weón. Me ve la mierda, yo. Pero sí, de putas, ¿cómo hicieron eso tan rápido, weón? Ah, pues que acá está el idioma.
Ahí, vea las personas en las motos. Eso es como un país.
No, mire el idioma, vea el idioma. Pues claro, aquí
Sí,
quiero ver qué,
es
bro.
un país africano, creo que también. De esos. Ay,
Ah, vea.
vea, aquí
Eso es
estamos.
Argelia, Marruecos, Túnez. Vamos a ponerle Marruecos.
Marruecos.
Uf, pues puta, es Indonesia.
Indonesia.
No, está duro, marica.
Malasia, no Indonesia.
Revisa la placa no sale. La placa está tapada, bro. France, vea. No, pues está muy fácil. Dice France.
Pero ¿qué tiene?
Pues es Francia, weón.
No creo.
Ponle cuidado. Ponle cuidado. Yo ya apunté.
No tiene cara de Francia.
Ja,
O bueno, quién sabe.
¿vio? Casi.
Está cerquita.
Bien, ah. No, pero sí, de puta igual. Es cheto.
Ay, eso. Eso sí es Estados Unidos, sí o sí, estoy segurísimo, pero
No, la W Silver, dice. La W Silver, sí, es de Estados Unidos.
ay, pero qué
¿Qué
estado,
dice?
pónganos en la Florida a ver.
Matters. No, madre, su puta madre, voy a ponerlo por acá. ¡Sí! Cerquitita, era Mewkiton. Mewky. Pero bueno, no soy el último, papá.
Tienes chetos.
Sí, sí, de puta, es que de primera nunca falla. Que así es muy difícil, porque puras casas, ¿yo qué voy a decir? No, pues eso, la ciudad de GTA, eso.
Eso
Así es
también es
muy
Estados
difícil.
Unidos. También tiene cara de
A
Estados
ver, ¿qué hice
Unidos.
este carro?
Busca
Ay, güey,
U-Haul,
puta.
eso está en Estados Unidos, el U-Haul.
Ay, no, no alcancé. Ay, no. Era por acá. Y esa mondad. San Juan de yo no sé qué. Ah, pero es que así es más duro, güey. Pero está bueno, está bueno. Buscando un juego. Pero es que 20 segundos, marica, es muy rápido, ¿no? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué vaina si no me puso nada? A la verga. No, no, no. ¿Esa monda qué es? Vamos a ver qué vende eso.
Perú.
Ah, esto es Villavicencio. Oh, estoy yendo para. Estoy yendo para Porfía. No, marica, ¿eso qué es, güey?
Eso es algo de Sudamérica, Marlon. Tírele a Sudamérica.
¿Será que sí? Vamos a meterle por acá a Bolivia.
Eso es Perú.
¡Ay! Chile.
¿Dónde eres? ¿En Chile?
Ah, sí, güey. Park RD, dice.
Patrol.
Dice Park. Pero no, así es muy complicado, güey. ¿Qué puta vas a hacer con esa montaña, güey?
Eso suena a Estados Unidos, esa
No,
dirección, pero pues como
no,
está en inglés, eso no.
no,
Esa casa no
eso
suena,
me suena
no
por acá,
parece Estados Unidos,
por
o más
Irlanda. ¿Dónde está
como,
Irlanda? Finlandia, por acá, ponle cuidado.
o de pronto Canadá.
Uy, casi. Era
¿Dónde
Irlanda.
era?
Era Irlanda y le puso que Finlandia. Mucha verga, yo dije Irlanda. Ah, vea esa letra. Multiplicate. Está bien Estados Unidos. Vea, ¿eso dónde es? Eso es Estados Unidos. La PL, ¿dónde dice PL? PL.
Sí, en Kansas, busqué Kansas, a ver, eso.
No, por acá. Ay, no. Puta, la de la he puesto yo y no quiero le adivinar.
¿Dónde era? ¿Dónde era? ¿Dónde era?
Acá, Toronto.
Mira la dirección. ¿Qué dice?
Burnside. ¿Qué idioma es esto? Internacional
Estados
Grocery.
Unidos también.
Sí, es
Ponga
gordo.
Estados Unidos, busque, no sé. Venga a ver. Portland.
Por acá, rápido. Era
Así es lo que le
Portland,
dije.
era Portland, sí. ¿De cuánto quedé yo? De quinta.
Ronda 1, pero vea que dice buscando juego y ya le estamos contando los
Porque
segundos.
ya había empezado.
Mm.
Por eso no cuenta.
Escoja cualquier cosa, ¿no la deja?
Empezó por Europa. Trans African. África. Sigue transporte de África. Pero ¿por dónde? Ni puta idea. Uy, ahí, marica. Era
¿Dónde
Túnez.
era?
Túnez. Hasta ahí no dice, marica. Eso sí, mámelo.
Eso sí, no hay pistas. Es
Ah,
un país por allá del norte, yo creo. Yo
no,
le pongo como Finlandia, algo así.
por acá.
No.
Uf, Japón, marica. Es que Costa, Corea del Sur. Es imposible así, marica. La gente como adivina cuando se mal parido que es.
Okavango.
Sí.
Eso es Suramérica.
¿Será? No.
¿No estaba en español el letrero?
No.
Le acabó el tiempo. No, tras Brasil.
Turquía. No, ni me pelaron, marica. Ni me peló. Vea.
Uy, vea. Rusia.
Sí.
¿Qué es ese?
Eso es como por acá.
Polonia.
También. ¿Qué dice? Solo aquí está.
Eso parece de Rusia, eso.
Sí. Yo puse Kazajistán. Pero eso es por
¿Sí
allá en
era
la puta
Rusia?
mierda. Sí.
Busque mejor algo de... ¿De qué? De cultura general.
Ah. Ah.
Ahora hace rato. Ah, tiene que venir el.
Bobadas. Ah, no.
Nueva York, capital del mundo.
Esa,
No,
esa.
la otra. La otra. Esa.
Ah, pues sí. Nice. Más bobada.
No, esa no.
Three, two, one, go. ¿Qué dice? Expresión creativa que puede manifestarse en diversas formas como pintura, música o danza. Pues arte, marica. Variedad de especies de series, un ecosistema del planeta. Y con la U, y empieza con la V. Variedad. Y empieza
Variedad
con
de
la
seres
B.
vivos en un ecosistema o en el planeta.
Y empieza por la B.
B.
Biología.
Ay, no sé. En un
Vamos ahí. Conjunto de conocimientos sistematizados que se mantiene a través de la observación y la experimentación. No, hay que lo culen.
conjunto de conocimientos sistematizados que se tiene a través de la observación y Ay, ni puta idea.
Con conocimientos sistematizados que se obtienen a través de la observación y experimentación. Conocimiento. ¿Y por qué no me dice cuáles son? Sistema de gobierno en el que el poder es el ejercicio en el pueblo, a menudo a través de elecciones. Democracia.
De pronto
Sí.
sí, democracia.
Estudio de las culturas y costumbres de los pueblos a través de observación directa. Estrato, ¿no?
Espere.
Etnia. ¡Ay, no! Conjunto de tradiciones, leyendas y costumbres de un pueblo. ¿Cómo es que se le dice a eso?
¿Qué dice que es?
Conjunto de tradiciones, leyendas y costumbres de un pueblo o entidad. Y empieza por la F. Eso se llama.
Espera.
Ah,
Conjunto de tradiciones, leyendas y costumbres del pueblo.
y por la F se me olvidó la palabra, man.
¿Folclor?
No. Eso es. Ah, por la F.
Sí, póngale folclor.
No,
Que
no
no
es
veo qué
folclor.
otra.
Folclor. No, es otra, pero
Pero
me
se
olvidó.
escribe diferente, le faltó la E.
¿Folclore?
Sí.
Folclor. Ah, sí, no, folclore. Ciencia que estudia la superficie terrestre y sus características físicas y humanas. La geología. ¡No!
Estudio.
Geología. La ciencia natural que es la conmoción estructural interno de la historia de la Tierra. ¿Por qué
¿Será que
no?
cuenta las tildes? ¿Las comas? Las tildes, sí.
No, pero la verga, yo no. Estudio los eventos pasados y su prehistoria. Conjunto de características que definen un individuo o un grupo. Individuo o grupo, entre otros. ¿Y por qué por la I? Pues es un individuo. No, conjunto de características. Puta.
Que definen un individuo o un grupo.
Identidad.
Sí. Identidad.
Principio moral que busca la equidad y el respeto a los derechos. La justicia. Arte de la expresión escrita que incluye géneros como la poesía lírica. Pues yo sé mucho esa bondad. ¡No! ¿Cómo que no? Arte que combina sonido y silencio en el tiempo, creando melodía y ritmo. No, la musa, ¿no? No me acuerdo.
Arte
Pues
que
la
combina
música.
sonidos y silencios en el tiempo, creando melodías y ritmos.
Música.
Sí, música.
Forma de contar historias, ya sea en prosa o en verso, que pueda ser, no sé, con la N. Puede ser ficticio o
Forma
real.
de contar historias, ya sea en prosa o en verso, que pueda ser ficticia o real.
Y con la N.
Forma de contar historias, ya sea en prosa o en verso, que puede ser ficticia o real, que empiece por la letra N.
Forma de contar historias, ya sea en prosa o en verso.
Narración o
Sí,
narrativa.
obvio, sí, narración. No, narración, no. Es una forma de contar, sí. Bueno, o sea, sistema de gobierno en el que el poder está en manos de un pequeño grupo de personas. Oligarquía.
Sistema de gobierno en el que el poder está en manos de un
Oligarquía, ¿no? No, pero es que sí, es una oligarquía. Conjunto de bienes culturales, materiales e inmateriales heredados de generaciones anteriores. Pues, ¿por qué por la P? No entiendo. Conjunto de bienes culturales, materiales e inmateriales heredados de generaciones anteriores. P. No entiendo. Soy de puras preguntas que, güey.
Me suena, espere.
Por la P.
Conjunto de bienes culturales, materiales y materiales. ¿Patrimonio?
Sí. Buena. Idea o proyecto que es irresistible o que no tiene fundamento en la realidad. Y con la Q, pues, puta.
Que es irrealizable o que no tiene fundamento en la realidad.
Y con la K, la Q.
Irrealizable. Uy, con esa
Está
letra está
difícil,
complicado.
sí, marica. Te vamos a buscarla porque no sé.
Idea o proyecto que es irrealizable o que no tiene fundamento en la realidad.
Vamos a buscarla, pero pues.
Ponga. Ay, no sé.
No, por la Q.
¿Quimera?
A ver si es quimera. A ver qué dice esto. Quimeras, sí. Cristian! Y no sabía, yo no había sabido esa palabra. Conjunto de acciones o ceremonias que se realizan en un contexto cultural o religioso.
¿Religión? No sé.
Sí, religión. ¿No? Ciencia que estudia la sociología. Conjunto de costumbres y creencias que se transmiten de generación en generación. Por la T.
Eso.
Y por la T.
Ay, yo me la sé. No sé, ¿tradiciones?
Sí, tradición. Cualidades ser aplicable o relevante en todo el mundo en diversas culturas. La unidad, ¿no? No sé.
Cualidad de ser aplicable o relevante en todo el mundo o en diversas culturas.
Aplicable o relevante en todo el mundo. Ahí difícil, ahí, puta, no, por la U.
Debe ser algo
¿Cuál
como tipo universal o algo así.
Sí, debe ser universal porque es algo que es relevante en todo el mundo. Pero no tiene nada que ver, no sé, cómo es universal.
Pues ponga universal o universalizar, algo así.
Chimba que cuando uno la cagara le dijera cuál sea para uno saberla.
Sí.
Principio de cualidades que son considerados importantes y que guían el comportamiento. Ah, era unión, marica.
¿Decía?
Principio, pues acá me dijeron en el chat. Principios o cualidades que son considerados importantes y que guían el comportamiento. Principios, virtud, ¿no? Valores, ¿no? Pues los valores.
Valores.
Ajá. Miedo o aversión hacia personas de otros países, xenofobia.
Xenofobia.
Concepto chino que el yuan. No. No, que de repente la validad y la tendencia de fuerzas opuestas. El yin y el yang. El yin y el yang, ¿no?
Yo creería que sí.
Pero ¿cómo escribe así?
No, yin con yin normal. Pero no sé, eso, ajá, y yang con G. Yang, no, yang, no, así como lo tenía, pero con G al final.
Ah, ok.
Ajá.
Pero ¿será que es yin y yang?
Sí, es yin yang.
Ay, sí. Ciencia que estudia los animales y su comportamiento en el medio, la
¿Zootecnia?
zoofilia.
No. Zoofilia los que comen los animales.
¿Qué significa la zoofilia? A ver. Zoofilia.
Eso es la gente que tiene sexo con animales.
Esa muda. La sociología, me olvidó la palabra malparida.
Zoología.
¿Cuántos quedamos mal? 1, 2, 15, 24. Nos fue bien. Nos fue bien. A ver, era biodiversidad. Era la ciencia. Uy, mucha verga nosotros. Esa sí era muy hueputa. Etnografía es la misma mondad. En etnografía, no, pues.
El folclore, sí, sí, era
Era folclore. Geografía, yo puse geología. Lírica. Era literatura, mucha verga. Narrativa y narración, sí, la misma mondad. Era un ritual. No, esa mucha malparida. ¿Ah?
¿Habían dicho que unión?
Sí, el pelado me ha dicho que unión y era universalidad. Pero lo mismo, qué mal paridos.
Bueno, no estuvimos mal.
La mitad.
Dele en buscar juegos, a ver qué más juegos hay.
¿Ya empezó? Ya empezó. ¿A dónde?
Ahí Search Games. Arriba la ahí.
No, eso es maluco.
Again, another bounce back just as they did after map
Hay
one
unas
is
que lo ponen a
necessary.
adivinar y
is
eso.
necessary too. I mean,
Que son
highlighting
las
the fact that they had a
opciones.
really tough second map there, or third map rather, on Nuke. Not really showing us what Antares is capable of. He's got to turn that around on a map like Dust 2. It should be his playground. So wait and see. The alt-battle set, Woxic versus Wonderful. And Na'Vi are in pursuit of their first top-tier title since Rio in 2024. We'll see if they can get it done today. But if this is to be the last map of this competition, then Stockholm, let us hear why we've come to Sweden.
No, pero. Pero ya va a empezar.
Smoke, Molotov, flash for Major as well. You've got a little bit of utility for this T-side pistol.
La publicidad.
Right out of the gate, Wonderful wants to challenge and taking a pre-shot just to get just to get lucky, but showing some presence, backing away.
Backing away.
Double door smoke popping.
Está bueno el jueguito.
Catwalk Molotov to keep aggression back and allow Aurora to scale up towards short. One smoke and one flash left on Major. He's standing in the long cave at the moment. So control of Xbox, control of short, and Cat is there. this will eventually end in a split towards that A bomb site, and nobody is home for Aurora, so they're getting curious. It's been quiet on the map. Ima's about to get a lot of attention, but Bit's already pushed up, shrinking things, finding information for his team.
Attention to Ima, but can he get a shot off? Yes, he can. Gets his one, gets traded. But look at Wonderful in behind. Around the back of two players up on short. Can Wonderful step up here? Two heads right in front of him. All right, Na'Vi. That should be the
Como agaché la cabeza. Me hace como más. Es que a veces pega, a veces no pegas armas. Eso es lo feo. La P250 es toda rara.
Every time I see a swing like that out of Makaze, I got to imagine like the experience, but the veterans on Na'Vi have got to be like, whoa, slow it down. But then he hits a one tap and it's whatever. All right, cool, good shot.
Yeah, well, Makaze obviously the big talking point yesterday in the semi-final for Na'Vi when it was looking like they were in the hole early on in Dust 2. He gets an incredible ace on the T side, climbing up onto the top of the boxes, jumping AK.
Otra vez?
Okay. Bit not allowed to cross safely whatsoever. There was a ridiculous round from Kabeni yesterday with a scout. We'll see if Woxic can get something going with his.
That's wild, just pins him against the back wall. There was a little bit of panic in the Na'Vi side as well. You could see Wonderful and Ima, they shifted over to CT spawn real quick because it's not unusual to have a B rush off the back of that pick, and they were just being honest for it. But things settle down and slow down as Aurora take this pacing very chill, not trying to press the issue just yet. Happy with the advantage gained by Woxic. Now Na'Vi has no long control at the moment. This play to gain short control, they're going to want to secure it with a little bit of confidence behind it. So Ima's going to step down the stairs. And it all goes in the favor of Na'Vi. The weapons can't handle it. Wakati has come out long, but it's already done.
Tried his best. Long range Deagle shot, but yep, brought down by Alexi B. It's going to leave Woxic.
Le vio el culo.
So he's just going to wait up here on short. You know exactly where he is. And Na'Vi will play this one disciplined enough to not give it away.
Yeah, and Makaze is the one who's got to be a little bit cautious coming in for the flank, and he's playing it so far back because his teammates are very low. He doesn't want to be in a situation where he leaves them in a weird place. Woxic creeping close. There's the
imposible darle. Le dan así uno corriendo.
Na'Vi up 2-0.
Aurora not enough money to get a buy going here, so it's going to be that 3-0 lead here from Na'Vi.
I think this will be fun to see how Aurora handles this. I want to go back to the pistol round a little bit. We didn't get to talk about it with this crazy shot out of Woxic, but the strength of that pistol round is obviously like the way they push into upper tunnels and kind of flank over towards short, and that's like information gleaned off the map.
Es que matan con esa mierda, güey.
He's going to have those reads throughout this, so the timing of when they make those plays is going to be critical, and if Aurora's not aware of it or doesn't pick up on it or can't stop it,
Marca las caguas buena, güey.
Extra information to play with, they're going to run you over. So the gun rounds come up, Aurora have to be very cognizant
en la cabeza de una.
Of those upper tunnel pushes.
Yo ayer maté así.
Mirage had its clutch moments and exciting plays from both teams.
Na'Vi.
I would say the other two maps of Anubis and Nuke have a little bit more contained.
Anubis was a brawl though, right? Not as much as the exciting, crazy moments, but down the stretch it was challenged.
We're hoping Dust 2 can bring some of the same Mirage energy. Coming out of the tunnels, going to be slowed down by the grenade. Should be melted away here, but we'll see if Aurora can burst through.
No.
M4, just a slight off angle here behind the car, and
no, así es free. Por lo que veo va a ganar Na'Vi ya el torneo.
Yeah, he was always just going to be a flanker. If they for some reason got lucky enough to get that bomb planted, he might.
Lo dejó en uno, le metió los dos tiros.
Give you an extra kill to turn the tides, but obviously not even close to that idea. Woxic's not going to have the AWP in this first gun round.
Ay, sí, ojalá gane Na'Vi para echarme un sueñito, güey.
So would love to see them prioritize that sniper.
O arranques para las 6 de la noche.
Yeah, he had a nuke a few times, but when he had it, didn't get the impact he needed out of it, and then other times just kind of eventually was just a weapon he couldn't get back. So going to drop down onto that.
Oh, otra vez, marica.
All right, Wonderful, not too happy.
Otra vez le dio.
Woxic has just started things off. Who needs an AWP? Who needs one when you got that?
Yeah, fair play.
Bruh.
Nah, pero.
A crazy one to hit. 2 in 3 rounds.
Según es perfecto, ¿eh? La forma como se ve del defensor es difícil.
¿Qué, de la puerta?
Oh, Ima knows. Players just around that corner, tossing out utility. Gets his crosshair ready, but it's going to be Makaze this time, who was put
¿Se espera una semana ahí
pressure.
escondido? Sí, pero ya la otra lo hizo.
Usually position good for one, and with Ima's kill in middle, a one kill
Ya la ha
would be
hecho 2
fantastic,
veces,
but
marica.
Makaze
¿Por
gets
qué se pone en el mismo
nothing.
lado?
Soulfly clears him out, and now Aurora, well, they're accelerating. They're going as fast as they
Ahí los
can.
mata, ponle cuidado.
Out towards Lord,
Uf,
and
qué buena
Alexi B
flash,
gets flashed
weón.
into the play, and Alexi B coming away with
¡Ay,
the
lo
kill.
salvó!
But it's still Walksake fragging out with his scout and putting
Qué
it
chimba
all
como
on
juegan los
Bit.
equipos
But it's a
profesionales.
gap, massive gap, and Bit is going to look
Pendiente
to
de
punish
todo,
them
weón.
for it. They're aware of it. They're tossing flashes, but it doesn't matter because
1v1,
Bit is broken
1v1.
by Madra, and it comes down to Walksake. He's gone to the AK.
Recarga, mi hermano, porque...
Bit goes into the fight,
Uf.
though, and Bit comes out on top.
Oh, GG, man.
Massive moment from Bit, and he keeps Na'Vi flawless to kick off.
Se cayó a pedazos, Navi. Aurora.
From that perspective, you're really upset. It's not the time in the game for a mistake like a giant gap in the long smoke to kind of sell you down the river in a 2-on-1. That will add to the frustration. And all this benefit of Walksake getting these picks, taking these kills through the doors, it's all going to waste. Another 5-on-4 provided right out of the gate, and you can't capitalize.
Bringing energy to the team from the opening frag, the clutch rather than from Bit, but the opening kill has gone the way of Aurora and followed up here by Soulfly. Makaze in the mix, but dead. And that feels like the round is done.
Oh, yeah, it is now for sure. Great shot from Soulfly. Great round.
Damn,
Triple kill.
3 kills. Round just started, and it closed.
Take that.
Lo move.
The AWP too.
Yeah, he's not getting away, is he? First round for Aurora. They
Flawless.
crank up the speed. Pedal to the metal and find a very, very fast victory. And Na'Vi still wants to be a little bit aggressive.
Sí fue rápida esa ronda, weón. Cogí el celular y cuando volvió a caer, ya es que murieron todos.
And Mal, this is maybe where you do start to see that impact come through, because the damage that Walksake was getting in these early kills and all the damage that followed after that has
Lo
left Na'Vi
barrió.
with not a whole lot of money. So
a situation where they have to buy, but they don't have everything they would want with the buy. And yeah, they're going to go for it. A timeout is called. That's by the CT side. So Blade getting involved and having the conversation. All 2 MP9s, 2 M4s. Limited on nades. No kits for Na'Vi CT side.
And I like what I was seeing there from Matt.
Fácil el trabajo del seguridad, ¿no?
Sitting right beside him and trying to hype him up, get him involved in this game. They know how much
No,
easier
pero
this
ese man
game will
debe ser
become if
ingeniero en
Zantares gets
sistema,
ahead.
por si le falla algo a alguien a ir, él mismo ayudarles.
Being absent
Claro,
more than the
creería yo.
IGL. The IGL always knows the tactics work differently. They don't have the same strength to it. So Major desperately trying to get Zantares locked in. They need him on this 4th map.
2 MP9s here for Na'Vi, but they've still got the AWP out.
No way.
He's upgraded. He's got the AWP this time, and he doesn't take the shot.
They use the AWP, or they use the nade this time so they could cross. They've had to kind of change the strategy just to be able to play the game. Well, you said you wanted Zantares to get involved. He's found a very leisurely stroll down catwalk. He's going to turn the corner, a very fast timing that nobody from Na'Vi has spotted yet.
And he's just going to keep going. Just going to keep going, but he walks to his death. You have all that space, and you think Zantares might be able to make a play from it, but shut down instantly.
He's given a lot of freedom there by Major, probably saying, yeah, bro, I want you to go for these things. I want this to be plays that you look for. And when you get shut down like that, I think Zantares might kind of slide further away from the plays that Major wants him to make. AK-47 recovered from Alexi.
Yeah, you start to lose confidence that if that's constantly happening to you the way it has been in this series.
I mean, Aurora's used no nades in this round yet.
Qué buena flash. Pero la otra no lo cogió.
Spots multiple targets around the corner. Can accelerate into Adima. Keeps his head down. Alexi B trying to rip heads off.
No, se vayó todo.
And just like that, Aurora erupt into the A-bomb site, and Na'Vi have no say in it.
Just force themselves through.
Esa acá también es bacana, marica.
Smoke back-to-back round wins for Aurora, and the money is devastated for Na'Vi. Not even an idea to go for this round. They must save the weapons. Nothing fancy.
Ay, hijo de puta, no me puedo recostar, acabamos de un sueño.
¿Está en la cama? ¿Y cómo hace para ver?
Well, sending
Pues
Wakalia over
la
to the
cama está ahí al
tunnels.
ladito del computador. Me
Navi
recuesto, miro
needing to
para el
hold on to these
computador y pongo en
weapons.
el
You
mouse.
can see the lack of money left over. in
Alcanza a ver
reserve.
de
I
lejos.
think they'd hunt if that wasn't
Sí.
such a convincing round.
No,
right?
yo me
Like,
acuerdo si me quedo
they
dormido.
had to move out, but the fact the save comes in.
Oh, that's the AWP.
Hostia.
Okay, great shot from Wakalia. That weapon is now unrecoverable.
Que no,
Yeah, it's
eso
a
ya me
one-man
cansó
mission.
mucho.
That's actually huge to take that
Cada uno
away.
muy recto, ¿no?
As a big resource out of play for the next round.
Gracias de,
round
com-
seven.
de comedor.
From
Joder,
Wakalia.
puta.
All right, Aurora in the game now. Really important round for them to flip in their favor after that early death for Zantares. It's Soulfly and Madge who have to step up in his
No,
stand.
no está tan
So
lejos,
feeling if
tan
you're
cerca,
Zantares, like, no
marica.
matter what you do, no matter what
Pues
fight you
veo
take, a
bien.
decision you make, like your head is just like 4 times bigger than everyone else's. You're
Pero
just
usted
getting immediately
tiene,
killed each
usted
and
no
every
como
time.
a base Discord, se ve todo lo en
We'll see
otro y
if that
abajo.
dissuades him as this half goes on if it continues.
Pero es que no se
Walk's
puede
gonna have the
enmendar
quick
toda la
angle with the
pantalla.
AWP. Nobody's
Sí,
swinging
tan
the other
hueva
side
le dan la
for Navi.
flechita.
¿Cuál flechita?
Se le vea que ahí arriba del color verde, ahí hay una flechita para bajar.
But it's actually going to get 2 out of
Para
this.
ocultar
Oh,
miembros.
actually, this is
Ah,
That's
sí.
massive. He gets into the
No, ya
pit as
ves.
well.
Yeah,
Dale,
well,
monda.
he's going to go down. Makaza, he swings next. 2 quick kills. That secures the round. All the danger taken away. Bit can do nothing now.
Yeah, just a wonderful.
O sea, tiene igual
USP.
que mi
Yeah, but if he
también
runs
tengo mi,
inside the bomb
mi
site,
televisor
right,
arriba del
like, you're
computador.
probably not going to win it, but maybe you can delay things. Maybe something crazy happens. You got Walksick on low HP.
Oh, very close there to going down.
And Wakati is not committed, so...
That's one. There's the AWP. Does it fall to his hands? Yes, he has got it. Okay, he
Oi.
had a shot there with a no scope. If you'd been able to pull that off, then we were absolutely on. But with Bit, they know exactly where he is now.
If you had pulled that off, the round might just be over. I don't know how you would do to recover it if you're Wakadia. Bit's going to come out. No clue where Wakadia is playing. Very strong position using the sound cues. Wakadia surely has it. Nice and easy. 4-3. Aurora creep back in. 3 straight rounds.
Okay, the buy returns here for Na'Vi. AWP is back in the hands of Wonderful. Yeah, I mean, look at it. This is the chance. You know, when you start missing these bullets, if you're match, you let it
Caño lo mata,
let
marica.
that realization
Le fuera
sink in
soltado
to
el tiro
Wonderful.
del
Okay, I've
APE.
got actually a window of opportunity here to get
Caño
the
lo
AWP
mata.
out. Second timeout for Na'Vi. Reminiscent of Anubis,
Nice.
where they had to
Ahí
burn
se
a
le
lot
dejó
of
más el
timeouts
meta.
in that
Nice.
first half.
Yeah, really early on. Blade didn't like what he was seeing on Anubis.
Alex.
I imagine it's very much the same here as Aurora have taken control of this.
Ya cuando rapa de modelo, weón. 4, 3,
So a
2,
conversation to settle
1,
down Na'Vi. Still very,
go!
very early on in the map to have burned 2 timeouts. I imagine the rest of this half we'll see without Na'Vi taking another one.
He's talking quite a bit there to Makaze, so interested to see what his role in this round will be.
Oh, he's been a playmaker, he's been an aggressor. Alexi talks about him being in very
Pero
important
puesto con la cama
positions for
porque
this
queda
team.
dormido. Chale,
So it makes sense
Y
that
como
Blade would
acaba de
point to him
almorzar.
specifically and let him know what's going
Ya
to
uno
happen. Here. This is
cansado
a
cuando
B rush,
almuerza,
and Bit's
weón.
alone this time.
Da un sueño,
Like to
weón.
be saying earlier today that you know Aurora are going to come at you with 5 players to win one bomb site quite often, and here they come straight through B. Bit handling the pressure the
Hostia,
first
vara
kill,
le
but not the
metió, weón.
follow-up. They break in. They're in the site. So Taj has got his kill, and that's the round.
Chantares se va a cargar el equipo a la
I mean,
final.
that's a great call from Major coming out of the timeout, changing the entire nature of their attack. A lot of it's been fast towards long, a lot of it's been in mid and moving up catwalk with some swiftness to it. This time, all 5 towards B. Na'Vi not expecting it out of the timeout. They're busy executing their own
Ah, como
plan.
abuela OP.
AWP is at the very least recovered. But we're tied up oh so quickly.
Aguardar, cagón, de un 4-0 a un 4-4. Partido parejo,
A
marica.
little bit of fight left in Aurora.
Yeah, I really love the call. You know, you've just had a Blade timeout.
Yo no pensaba que era un
and
GG
then
cuando pum,
you
pum,
just
pum,
get
pum
rushed
y
to the
chao.
bomb site.
Yeah, they circumvent everything
Cuando
that they were trying to
traca.
think to do. Obviously, a stack towards that
La
A bomb site. That
matraca,
timeout
traca,
was used
traca,
to
la matraca,
reposition
traca,
defense to
traca. La
focus
matraca,
over
traca,
towards
traca.
long, over towards the A site where most of the attacks have come from. So Major just a step or 2 ahead this time around.
Boom.
Looking good for the money as well here for Aurora. Going to have plenty of buys left in them. So even if Na'Vi start winning rounds again, it's just going to be a constant buy battle going against them.
Felt like Bit might actually even be able to contain that with the
Yeah, it
skills
felt
he's
like it
got.
that
Yeah,
first kill.
gets that second kill. Maybe he's able to do something cool. Round 9 coming in with the saved AWP and a couple of saved weapons. They are going to buy back again, Na'Vi. This time they'll be sending a few more bodies towards the B bomb site and towards the middle of the map. I think perhaps Wonderful wants to challenge in the double doors.
LOL.
through the mid-control motions here. Oh, Aurora. Cardio worried about deep on AWP, and for good reason, because Wonderful's coming. Here he is, there's the kill. Bacardia down, and so we're looking at Aurora with 4 players left.
Pasar sin humo en mid es una troleada. Uff, le quitó 60 de vida.
So they're going to be walking into rifles, but Imma still strong. Here comes the AWP now. Imma's done well. Wonderful chimes in, but he's down, and so Woxic fires on. LXCB arrives just in the nick of time. And really try to speed things up through short, but Na'Vi stopped them.
Yeah, a bit of a battle and the benefit as well. That pick from Wonderful is huge.
¿Cómo dice, Cristian? ¿Cómo dice?
One less that Imma has to worry about as they swing off short. This time doesn't fall nearly as quickly. The shots on the other side aren't as crisp. And he's got teammates
roncando ya.
into the sky to help him out, fighting over on the ramp. It's chaotic. But Na'Vi back to the winning ways. They've stopped the run at 4.
Yeah, but like I was just saying, you know, the fact that they have so much money, they're right back into a buy.
Sí.
We've got Woxic challenging down mid already. He did miss that shot across, but look at this aggression from Na'Vi all the way towards top middle already.
Ah, no lo escucho.
That deep nade's gonna let Aurora know. They were already felt suspicious. You could see Zantares backing away.
Ahora sí. ¿Dónde está?
Dude.
Yeah, but this is all 5. Normally there's 1, right? If you expect
¿Dónde está?
if you read that,
¿Qué cosa?
you leave 1 to watch this push, but Imma has complete, freedom to
pensé que había ido.
ruin their day whenever he
No.
wants.
We'll see when he decides to
Está
activate.
hablando.
They're coming back. They're coming back. He hears the steps. He knows. He knows. Imma should get this kill. That's the bomb as well. Imma with a really important frag. Can he get more? Yes!
Uy, cómo se le regalan. Tiene que entrar uno saltando y matar al otro.
And now Aurora have to go back and get that bomb.
This bomb is as close to irrecoverable as it can be. Makaza is about to smoke off the double doors. What do you do now?
Oh, the round is done.
Lo peinó,
It's
marica.
just over. Imma has won it. Spamming down through the smoke. There's the low HP.
Ah,
Makaze finishing him off. And Soulfly now left it long. Nowhere to go. Na'Vi up to 6.
Yeah, man, that's a giant mistake from the Aurora side. If you're going to play the game of taking long and backing away, showing you have it, and then giving it up and moving elsewhere on the map, you got to leave someone sitting back to watch for that kind of a push. Imma just gets complete freedom across the map in such a tricky position. And the first kill being the bomb carrier is just icing on the cake for him. And for good reason, that forces the first time out of Aurora. Going to be, again, a frustrating round that you got to deal with.
All that money we're talking about now at the last line. So Na'Vi have got Aurora at breaking point in this first half. And this is where the frustrations start to seep in. Lose this map, and you've lost the grand final. And how many times have we seen Aurora in a grand final that they concede? So often they get to the finish line and just can't cross it. There's not going to be many opportunities as good as this one in 2026. The likes of Vitality, Falcons getting better.
Siempre a toda hora.
It was the conversation of LXCB when we stepped into this grand final, was recognizing the opportunity presented by the favorites upset earlier in the playoffs. Both these teams would have sat here and looked at this and been like, this is what we never would have expected to have. At the moment, it's Na'Vi capitalizing.
Si yo tuviera novio toda la noche, ¿le daría?
Uy, claro.
Uy, no, qué pereza.
Unas 3 veces en la noche.
No, la verga.
Claro.
Yo me vengo y fue un mierda, lo mando.
Las 3 de la noche, las 2 de la mañana.
Me vengo y por mierda.
Mid-play again for Aurora. Just marching up with the cover of the smoke and double doors. Antares is found standing on short. Gonna use utility to take control. Wonderful far back. Very slight angle and gives it up quick. There's 5 people in this crowd having a ton of fun.
Let's go, Na'Vi.
That's about 6 now.
All right, Stockholm, let's channel that into something useful. You think Aurora's going to
Ahora
win
usted
this
me escucha
game?
bien, sí.
What about Na'Vi? Is Na'Vi taking the dub on Dusty?
Ahí se ve, marica.
All
¿Sabes qué lo espera?
supporters right now, but let's see Imma
No.
giving them something to shout about. He's got one over the top of the smoke pit. He's taking one from window. And
Oh.
here go Aurora trying to march their way up the B ramp into
Oh,
the side, taken
shit.
down by Makaze.
Salen de la ratonera. Hoy se mata uno, marica, mucho mal parido. Le quemaban las patas y aún así se quedó ahí, marica, no salió a correr.
I mean, this last round is going to be critical for Aurora, but more so, I think, is going to be this halftime break, the conversation they have there. Because it very much feels inside the server, even though the scoreline isn't any kind of a blowout, it feels like Na'Vi is completely comfortable. 3 rounds in a row, looking to grab a 4th here in round 12.
Yeah, and Aurora come into this round with Mac-10's a scout, and the Mac-10's charging out first. It's a good opening kill here for Zantares.
Yeah, you even force Alexi B back, but now Dima turn to the corner.
Yeah, well, they're severed off from each other right now. Eventually, the rest of Aurora running at them. Alexi B gets nothing. Okay, Aurora. Not around that they expected to find all that much success in, but Wonderful's coming back. Nice shot on the AWP. Breaks open the smoke as well. Wonderful, not spotting it. All the way through. Yeah, the clearance isn't fully there. Gets spotted, it gets dropped, and now Mikaze
Pero como que le dio, ¿no?
No. Crazy moment yesterday on Dust 2 on his own. Can he do it again? This time on the CT side.
No, pues no lo escucharon, marica.
A little bit of a gap. Low HP player on that right. Mikaze, can he take him down? Yes, he can. Mikaze to mount some magic again. This is where he did it yesterday on these boxes.
5 bullets.
5 bullets, 1 dream,
and
now 1 kill left. Mikaze is on
point. Going for the jump again.
Mikaze in pursuit of him.
Clutch. Qué perro para jugar, güey.
Magical for Na'Vi.
Qué bueno.
Mikaze is marching towards the
Ayer también se hizo uno así, marica, de 5K. ¿Era con 4 o contra 3?
Contra 3. Qué buena le hizo de marica.
Así me lo hago yo. Ups. ¿Cómo lo destartiló?
¿Quién fue el que la hizo?
Macasi. Ups. Tarararán, tarararán. Ah, es que lo falló. Y eso que primero lo vio el rojo. Capaz, le da un headshot, wea. La deja tremenda que muy fea, tan flaca, ¿no?
No la he visto.
No, ya estaba buena cuando está un poquito gordita. Cuando está bien flaca y no me gusta. Aunque bueno, yo lo zampo, pero pues ajá.
Pues ajá, te llamará a olvidar.
¿Será que gana Na'Vi o hay quinto mapa? ¿Usted qué dice?
Ojalá gane Na'Vi.
¿Ya me quieres abandonar?
Eso es que me agarro.
Yo me entré a las 3 de la mañana ayer. Uy, saco uno, re.
No sé si meter la moto, dejarla ahí, está ahí en el andén.
¿No le da miedo, marica?
Tiene el candado igual.
¿No la puede mover?
No, tiene el candado del disco, pues, de la llanta.
¿Y con un tartalazo no lo sacan?
No creo.
Que le meten un martillazo, taque y de puta.
No, para ahí sí ya se alborota la gente.
No, eso para ahí es solo, marica.
¿Será que la meto mejor?
¿Se la meto?
Ahí sí.
Te la saco.
No.
Huele como a mierda, weón. Huele a mierda por acá.
Yo.
Es que no ha bañado, fof. Tienen Facebook pareja, marica, y salen puras feas, weón.
Well, that half ended with Stockholm chanting Makaze's name, an incredible 1v4.
Ojalá nadie cierre acá, por favor, te lo pido.
Trophy to his name. He brings them one step closer to the championship.
Nice.
Season 23, 8-4 lead for Na'Vi.
Oh my god. Let's fucking go.
It's incredible as his teammates just look to him and wonder why the hell have they not had him in this roster? This is incredible showing again from Makaze. Yesterday, he got the ace. They made sure they were in the grand final, and he might just have won the trophy with that kind of play.
I mean, with the look on the Aurora faces, it feels just like it. He just knocked the soul right out of him in round 12. Pistol round and all important, if not just to get Aurora a little bit of energy, make a swing happen and get back into Dust 2.
Soulfly and we taken down opening kill from Makaze, continuing to frag as they enter the second half. Na'Vi riding the wave, and it's going to be a 9-4 lead. A pistol round collected, and Aurora still on the back foot here on Dust 2.
Yeah, what can't Makaze do? He was
no.
Okay, we're just styling on him now. It's time to shame.
¿Qué pasa? Le estás metiendo, marica. ¿Qué pasa, bro?
And a lead in every facet of the game. Doesn't matter what he does, he's gonna get the kills.
Let's go, Furia.
Aurora cannot contain the Na'Vi team that stepped into the server today. And Dust 2 is starting to feel just as ridiculous and dominant as Nuke was feeling at the end.
Corner.
It's gonna be hit back by the utility. Can no longer maintain that aggressive position towards top middle.
Acá, como se sacando la...
Woxic hoping to connect some shots to the doors.
¿Luego más allá?
It's going to be a long hit. Match are going to be tested just around the corner, waiting with the MP9. This is where the little gun does its best work, up close and personal. Alexi B on the other side, backstepping. Magic gets one, gets traded instantly by Makaze. Here's the scout of Wakadia trying to chime in, but Bit is ready for the repeat. Zantara is dead it long, and Na'Vi going to be looking for 10 rounds, and they will find it in an instant.
Oh, this is just going to crumble. Na'Vi's never going to let you off the hook now. Good tag, good kill from Woxic. Needs tons more. They would call this pulling a Makaze if he could do it.
And dead to wonderful as he jumps on up. Woxic.
VG, nadie campeón.
3 round wins away for Na'Vi. And they will walk to the front of the stage again. For the first time since 2024 at this level.
Also the angle, especially if you're Blade sitting back. With the way the last
Porque forzaron, marica.
The calls for roster changes felt like that Na'Vi roster had kind of hit its ceiling, the end of the road. And Blade was just saying the major was a turning point. They understood they could build something with this, with the material they had, the energy, the results, the potential. And we're starting to see some of that here. And who knows what a trophy can do for this team. The confidence gain, the confidence gain from big wins across all the playoffs.
Sticking with his core.
Sí, le dieron su
to bring Makaze in for JL. JL
no, marica, que pela.
Turned out to be. We're going to pick up his first trophy.
No había acá.
I'm sure Na'Vi will let him pick it up.
Si estaba en la ronda, yo como a ver acá.
Double up set up here for
Na'Vi tenía
Blade just like casually making a smoothie in the background. He's having a great time.
All right, guys.
And
then just loading up the Instagram for another post. It's been a while since he's had to do that.
Sure, this one will be his best yet. Wakadia looking for that deep drop. Oh, good shot from Woxic.
Multi o no multis?
No.
That double up setup brought out. Big guns early because they got no time to waste.
Eso.
Ahora en uno, marica.
Well, good start to the round here. Bit is dead. Makaze on 12 HP. You want to get that strong if it is to happen.
Ole, mucho fleet, weón. Solo se mira la cabecita.
Keep as much of it alive. It's expensive to spend the
Así
cash on
hago
all
yo.
this, so losing one of them
¿Aún se la deja ver?
Sí, yo no dejo ni
Both
verla.
ops have provided your opening picks, so now you can sit back on your heels.
No se
Walks
me
it
la
back both
cabecita
in
de,
the A bomb site.
No la
Wakanda
ni
is
ver.
on the B platform. They're in no position to be
Desaparezco.
in any kind of risk, any kind of danger.
Ay, Joel, ay, no, qué rico por dormir así.
Sabroso, ¿no? ¿Está lloviendo o qué?
I think Na'Vi might just save this, to be honest with you. Makaze's
Acá salió el sol,
12
marica.
HP, still far back at T-spawn. Alexi and Ema backing off. I wanted to push back that defense on short if it were there, but there's really no good avenues, and I think Alexi's just
Para ver
writing this
película,
one
yo me
off.
acuerdo si me quedo dormido.
Por eso, venga, venga,
So they'll
nos vamos
concede
a...
a fifth round over to
Oh,
Aurora.
para
The
dormir,
next
duermo acá en la
danger is
casa.
losing weapons to Major, but that's not going to happen.
Nah, güera.
So 3 players survive. Both ops remain in the field of play for Aurora. And that's the strategy they've pointed to and picked out and said, this is what's going to bring us back. This is the only thing that can start this comeback.
On AK in Xantares' hands. He's actually just peeking out that, confirming that they're being watched at long. So going to allow those 3 AKs to be taken over into the next round here for Na'Vi. Okay, so an AWP is coming through.
Hace mucho tiro, weón.
Just a quick taste, just a little
¿Qué?
appetizer for what Aurora's defense is going to look like. And now that Blade and Alexi both know that the double op setup is the chosen strategy.
¿Cómo llamar el idioma de los
More
turcos?
aggression towards the bomb sites. 3 players towards upper B. Makaze
No,
joining
pues sí,
up with him a
marica.
little bit late. Alexi in middle. They want to break in and lock the
Ole, no
ops
me
up.
duró nada ese jugo, weón. Tanto calor que está dando
But
que...
that smoke kind of ruins their plans. So
Nos
we
vamos
adjust.
rápido.
Yo más sé.
Alexi's been brought down low in the meantime, 23 HP, so he might spend this round being more passive, watching flanks, watching for lurks. Commanding from the rear. They've got mid control, nobody's peeking.
¿Quién me
And they've got all
control?
the advantages in terms of utility. 3 defenders at this B bomb site. Wakati is off back platforms on Tars at cars, Soulfly pushing up behind the smoke. That leaves Major and Woxic alone over at A. Woxic's been excellent in this series with the op. This is a lot to ask for. And they still haven't moved. Aurora can assume they know what's coming. It looks like they have a good idea, but nobody's cheating.
There's the grenade going around the corner. And Blast likes to
Hostia.
be out. Matcher on the hunt for a second.
Para remontar.
Matcher just cuts out Na'Vi this round.
Yeah, that's actually relatively okay. Nice
Joder,
shot. That's fast and
tío,
wonderful.
no.
That felt very sloppy for a Na'Vi round. Ima's gonna try and open things up.
Ay.
Hold on.
Ole, mucho tiro.
Seconds on the clock.
And there's only 1 B player. They're coming to Soulfly.
Voy a cerrar los ojos.
They're coming at him
a ver
right
si
now. Oh, wonderful. Soulfly holds on. So it's wonderful.
A ver qué pasa. Oh, ay, casi me duermo, güey.
Soulfly does a great job at staying composed there and not exposing himself to Wonderful.
Yeah, that was critical. Really well done from Soulfly. I'm not sure what the call was. It felt like when that third Molotov came out, they were like, all right, there's just a lot of people here. Screw it, we'll fall back. And unfortunately, they're just completely exposed to Major while they're chucking out this fake and trying to emergency drop into a mid to B split.
Porque es madera o qué?
Sí,
But
no
Aurora
se
will
nos
take each and
escucha.
every one of those rounds. It doesn't matter. No matter how ugly, no matter how
LOL,
easy, no matter
marica, un
if it's a
equipo
mistake
coreano
by
le ganó la
Na'Vi
Master
or
a
a win for
Paper Rex.
Aurora, they just need rounds at this point.
3-0.
Well, sending the Deagle into
Sure.
the lower tunnels. Ricardia handles Imo without issue. And Madru making sure that it's Wonderful to fall next. So Na'Vi just collapsing in this round.
Ese medio aguacerito que está
Trying to
cayendo.
stabilize some of that money as well here for
¿Está
Aurora.
lloviendo de verdad?
Sí, pero suave, se no tan duro. No quiero que sea durísimo.
Acá no,
When
weón.
does this start getting too close for comfort if you're Na'Vi? 11-7 right now, 4-round lead.
Uy,
This
eso,
round
venga,
you'll be
más
able to
duro, más
buy.
duro, más duro.
You can get the op over to
No
Wonderful.
es bueno, entonces llega el agua acá.
Pass it on. And he will.
Ya cogí un poquito más de fuerza.
Así es usted, más duro, más duro, más duro.
Final timeout in regulation.
Mira, hijo de puta, me da pasito. Que se no pegue más duro y pasito. No, más duro. Y no, ese hijo de puta no sabe qué es dar duro. Una puñalada por lo menos, algo, pero...
No more
que me
double
diera
up
duro
on
y
the
me unas
CT side.
palmaditas todas
Lucadia
culas
never
ahí.
picked the second one back up, so it's only Woxic. But these last 2 rounds played on the T side for Na'Vi looked sketchy,
Claro, le da pena.
Pero
disorganized,
qué pena, es que yo le estoy
and Aurora
diciendo,
had
me
their way
duro.
with them.
Yo le estoy dando luz verde.
So out of the timeout, Alexi's going to put Blade's plans
Digo
into
duro es que
action.
me reviente.
AK-47s to surround
Vale,
the
que acá, acá antes salió el sol, weón. Salió el sol. Ah, uy, le dio.
Yeah, Soulfly weakened. Instantly some favorable damage for Na'Vi.
Fou Na'Vi.
Tentative for the time being. No one moving their way into middle from either side. Eventually Na'Vi going to start moving that way with a Molotov to prevent any aggression towards short.
Si es que el molotov es para evitar que el de corta adelante.
And now taking control with utility.
Ah, con los rayos en los ojos cerrados ya, mucho perro.
A little bit of a Molotov to delay things, but Makaze's already going to be past it.
Quiero volver con la lluvia.
Ahorita va a ganar Na'Vi y nos vamos a dormir un rato.
And the myriad of fakes trying to pull the defense in different places is coming in. Mid to B smoke takes Zantares off the boxes,
Haga cuenta que sí.
which gives Makaze
No.
the freedom at least close up to make a play. He's got the op at a deep angle, and that Molotov's going to force him forward. Oh, perfect flash.
Yeah, Makaze going to dive down and now a
Haga de
threat to a
cuenta que
CT
se va a
spawn.
dormir
It is the
conmigo.
time here for Na'Vi, 30 seconds.
I'm assuming Zantares heard that.
See Woxic's coming to check for it. Oh, Makaze's got his kill. Zantares
Ya, ya, ya,
taking
la cerró
away,
Na'Vi ya.
also following up,
12-7.
so the pressure's on Woxic.
Ay, no.
Decapitation inside of the site, going back to the long fight, but he's missed that one. And now Wucadia and Soulfly trying to prevent serious
Ay,
harm from
no.
going against him. And it's just Soulfly that can do
Va a
that.
quedar más malo, sí, ya.
He's coming back through
12-7.
short. Bit has got 3 kills already. And he's still got Wonderful right beside him.
Ay,
but
fue puta, no
Soulfly
move.
has put himself in a winnable 1v1.
Yeah, that smoke from Wonderful was really, really weak. Kind of ruined Bit's day. But it was the Na'Vi, the newest addition to Na'Vi at the end of the first half. Now you got the
Ah, lo
rookie, the
espera.
newest addition to Aurora,
Se lo
who's gonna
espera,
have a
mucho
crack
mal
at a
parido.
clutch.
He's low HP. When does Wonderful think that he's
Se lo espera.
repositioned up towards the spawn? And now
Se lo
he's
espera
starting to
corta.
got it.
Sabía yo.
Wonderful's got it. And Na'Vi have reached tournament point. 12-7 here on Dust 2. Plenty of chances for Na'Vi to close this one out.
Oh yeah, that timeout from Blade puts a really good work, good effect. Tough for Woxic, just the worst timing for him to go and try and help Zantares out towards CT spawn. As soon as he slides into the open, the hit begins, and then he's scrambling to recover the situation. Once again, when a round is needed, Aurora
Nice,
switches
Igor.
into the double up. It opened up this half.
Se
with the
llama
win,
Igor.
and the Turkish side is praying it's going to keep their
No,
dreams
ya.
alive.
Woxic with the advanced angle, dropping
Ay,
Makaze.
no, no.
Thinning out the herd straight away. Good flash. Macho spraying away, but taken down.
Look at the damage he did to both of them without getting a single kill. Dinks Ema brings him down to 10, does damage a bit down to 18. Still up in the air for this round.
Got the information that Soulfly's pushed into the tunnels. How did Na'Vi deal with that? So Soulfly's actually backed away, so Wonderful's going to get that information.
I'm interested how Bit's going to play long at the moment, just kind of creeped out at blue box, so he's going to stay patient, look for the reaggress, but at some point, does he turn into a lurk? Does he want to take some attention and be the aggressor to activate this B hit? First things first, they got to get past Soulfly, and he's going to drop a Molotov. Ema can't run through that.
Oh, but he's got picked off. Na'Vi! Oh, Wonderful's actually killed Ema. A team kill in the mix. Is that a sign of life here? Wucadia right through the wall bang.
Okay, you got to wait for Bit to play next.
Yeah, and he has. From the back, takes his kill. That's Woxic down. And now Zantares and Wucadia trying to keep their team in it.
How do you connect the pieces? This is so much time that Wonderful has to play alone.
Yeah, but he's moved in. He heard the jumping. Up towards window, missed shot from Wonderful. And Bit is so far away from this one. Needed to land that one for Wonderful. And now with the time and the bomb dropped inside of the site, it's a fortress that Bit just can't penetrate.
Yeah, you can see he's just looking on the ground for any smoke, any nade that's been stockpiled. And Op as well is recovered, so Bit gets out of here, making the best of a bad situation. Almost a very cool round as Wonderful felt like that Op was going to bring it right back.
Overtime or GG?
And Major desperately trying to get these guys all lined up for one last push. Once again,
no, sí, puta está dormido ya.
him a lifeline. A single round here.
Le dispara toda la espalda.
In round 21. And for Na'Vi, it's an Op on Wonderful that was saved. And
Ale.
No money in the bank.
Well, Aurora going to hear that ult ring out and wonder what
Bonita,
Na'Vi managed to put together here. What kind of buy?
Tan en eco, marica.
Aurora keeping their double op setup. Macadia was looking towards mid. Just as Wonderful steps into the angle, he moves off.
Uno
Xantares is the man hoping that he can shut this gap in mid.
Yeah, if you're
Flashes y entramos corriendo a mid. Ponle cuidado.
Take some attention. You want Wonderful's Op. He has had the hot hand all day.
No, pero tradealo, eso.
That's the Wonderful Op chiming in.
And that's the exact trade Na'Vi's looking for. You can have the Glock player with no armor. We'll take your M4 and CT spawn.
Oh, es que Xantares va mal, con razón están perdiendo, va 7 kills.
Ima and Alexi looking for the reaction out long. The typical reaction, that long player swings a little bit when the mid to B is pressured. Now they're going to cross, but the smoke is fading. They got to make it in quick.
Yeah, Wakadia got caught out of position. He's got a USP. He's going to go down.
Oh, GG.
All of a sudden, it's Soulfly, and he's only got an MP9.
Ah, marica, ese Wonderful juega, güey.
And have Na'Vi done it in this round?
Tú lo esperas, mir, güey.
They didn't spot Major on the flank, but he hears the
Lo
footsteps.
escuchó oscuro. ¡Ay, no falló!
They're back in it again here. Aurora, Soulfly holding on, and Alexi B, he's just got a
Ese kill era la de la ronda, marica. Era el kill de campeones ahí, weón.
He had that one in the previous round where it felt like it was a shot he was going to hit. That
¡Ay, no!
but he's had an stellar day. Just weird seeing him miss the ones that feel easy. That kill on Major would have been the deciding kill in this round, I feel. But
porque se paró, man.
12-9. A buy returns here for Na'Vi, but
Eso,
they do not have the Wonderful AWP. It's going to be 4 rifles, one of which a Galil and a MAC-10 for Bit. It's not ideal for Na'Vi.
No, but I mean, look at what they just did with an AWP and pistols, you know? You could scrape it together here. The MAC-10 almost able to find a kill. Brings Xantares down very low, and Makaze doesn't want him to get away. He'll take the Molotov damage for the chance of just cleaning up the kill.
So 5v4 for Aurora.
Marica, el equipo que ganó la Premier del Valorant, la Master del Valorant hoy, venía del Premier, weón. O sea, el Premier es un torneo que juegan como si yo consigo 5 jugadores. Si me gano ese torneo, voy a pelear un cupo para llegar a la BST. Y la BST llegaron a la Master y la Master la ganaron. Qué gono real, weón.
Lurk smoke, trickles on out. Utility at the ready, and here come Na'Vi, battering down the B bomb site. Wakadia is committed into the bomb site. Soulfly's dead. Can Na'Vi do it here now? Wakadia feeling the pressure.
GG. Ganó Na'Vi campeón.
Seconds away from the trophy lift.
Papi, Na'Vi campeón, ya lo dije.
Have to pull off a retake.
Queda. No, Wuzi es bueno. Si Wuzi mata a este, no se lo espera. Uf. ¡Uy, lo bufé! No, Wonderful es el crack. Wonderful lo hace. Wonderful es buenísimo, güey. Le pone una, cuidado. ¡Ah! ¡Vamos! Na'Vi campeón. Na'Vi campeón. Wonderful es una bestia, güey. Na'Vi campeón de la ESL Pro League.
Ya, bueno, ¿quién tiene sueño?
Na'Vi campeón.